Chapter 76. Negotiation with 361. The car slowly drove into the mansion grounds. Aisha stood quietly by the door and watched Zhang Chen's car came to a stop. The door opened, accompanied by a flash of the car lights before a woman stepped out. She was beautiful, her aesthetics matching her husband's. Was it Sun Jiao or Yao Yao? Her instincts told her that the answer was neither. There was not the slightest dissatisfaction in Aisha's mind. In her country, polygamy was not uncommon. The number of women with Zhang Chen had nothing to do with how she served him. "Are you still waiting for me? You really don't have to wait at the door." Zhang Chen also got out of the car with a distressed look. He felt it was unfair to the girl who had been lingering here. On the drive back, Liu Yao explained her situation to him. Her ex-boyfriend, who had been her agent at the time, forced her to find options in Sanya, and that was how she had met Zhang Chen. Perhaps because of her honesty, Zhang Chen no longer minded the incident as much as he had before. Through this, he learned that she did not lack self-respect, rather, she had only met the wrong guy. After that, they came to a tacit understanding. So could she now be considered a mistress? That word had a strange attraction that made Zhang Chen's heart pump. Aisha drove the car into the garage while Zhang Chen took Liu Yao into the mansion. "Just find a bedroom to sleep in." "I want to sleep where you sleep," Liu Yao cutely pleaded as she cheerfully held onto his arm. "Ahem. I have things to do tomorrow." Sleep well. If they ended up sleeping together, he would never be able to get up in the morning. A thought occurred to him, and he asked, "Oh, do you still contact your ex-boyfriend?" "Agent? No, I already deleted that waste of air's number," she said carefully with her eyes on his. She was afraid he would have other thoughts. Oh. He felt as if a large burden had been lifted from his chest. But if she did have a conflict with her agent, her income would be a problem. "Before the year ends, once I finish everything on hand, I'll take care of your problems." A living expense of 100,000 should be more than enough. The cost of breaching the contract was most likely around 1 million. To Liu Yao, it was an astronomical number, but to him, it was pocket change. As for the movie, production costs would be anywhere in the 10 million. With Liu Yao's acting skills and looks, as long as there was enough money invested, popularity wasn't an issue. In this case, making a return would not be difficult at all. Liu Yao cheerfully shook Zhang Chen's arm. "Also, I am a very possessive person. What are you thinking? I'm already yours." Liu Yao mock angrily pinched him on the waist. Zhang Chen saw the raised corners of her lips and laughed aloud. Her now, he didn't mind. The next morning, Zhang Chen drove Liu Yao back to her home despite her wishes to stay in the mansion. He still had many secrets, and it would be inconvenient if Liu Yao were to see something. Thankfully, Liu Yao didn't insist on it since she knew her boundaries. Afterward, Zhang Chen drove to Future Technology. There was an important meeting waiting for him. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chen shook Zhang Jiang's hand before inviting him to take a seat. A clean haircut, a well-tailored suit, he had the sharpness of a company executive. An austere assistant who was responsible for the meeting minutes stood behind him. Zhang Chen had already read into his background. He was the 361 Phone Helper project manager who was responsible for negotiating the use of Future 1.0 on the 361 software platform. This man was most likely the best person for this conversation since 361 held Zhang Chen in high esteem. Of course, this was only to the current Future Technology. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sure you know that I'm the project manager for the 361 Phone Helper. Our team members have come to a consensus that if Future 1.0 were to be released on our platform, it would possess many high-quality, creative traits and increased functionality compared to the majority of the apps available today." Zhang Jiang's tone then took a turn in the opposite direction. "However, despite the excellent design of the artificial intelligence, I don't know if Mr. Zhang has already considered the security of the software. What if hackers infiltrated Little White's programming and accessed personal user information such as bank passwords? Have you considered the consequences of this? Zhang Chen calmly waited for Zhang Jian to finish before he responded with a collected smile. As to security, our company has already released a statement for any financial losses related to Little White's security. Our response is to fully compensate the users. Fortunately, the current amount is zero. Impressed by Zhang Chen's performance, Xiaoshu, who sat beside Zhang Chen, nodded. She'd been worried about Zhang Chen's professionalism at the negotiation table, but now she realized she had clearly worried too much. In critical moments, this guy is surprisingly reliable. You're right. At this time, Future 1.0 has yet to be a target for hackers. But it's impossible for Mr. Zhang to be completely confident in your program, correct? I understand that in information security, your company's talent is still zero. Zhang Jian also responded with a smile. Oh, looks like you've done your research. But I would also imagine that you would have taken a close look at our software as well. Did your experts have anything to say? He hinted at other meanings of his words, but Zhang Chen maintained his smile, even making it more cheerful than Zhang Jian's. Zhang Jian's pupils slightly contracted, and he responded with an awkward smile. Taking a look and copying was not uncommon in this industry, but it was never mentioned outright. You say I'm copying? I think you're mistaken. You're called Counter-Strike, I'm Crossfire. The names are different. How could this be considered copying? However, it certainly did feel awkward to have their failed attempts to crack the software pointed out directly by Zhang Chen. Ahem. I hope there's no confusion or misunderstanding about this. My company did try and gain an understanding of Future 1.0, but it was all within the legal boundaries. We have an obligation to ensure security for our 361 phone helper users. If the users downloaded a software with a backdoor in the programming, it would damage our own reputation. Shameless. How shameless. Zhang Chen wanted to jump up, whip out his phone and shove it into this man's face, asking how this list of garbage software in their 361 software market was evidence of their consideration for the users. Zhang Jian had the audacity to say that they worried about user security when Little White's software was safer than their own antivirus program. Therefore, out of concern for their user security, they were going to crack Little White. At the same time, Zhang Jian was mentally cursing Gu Chen for his uselessness. He had a full staff of masters of computers and even created a separate project for this. After working day in and day out and being pounded with work, when asked if he had made any progress, he got annoyed and told Daddy that he didn't know. How the fuck do I negotiate when I don't even know the chips on our table? Even as he raged inside his mind, he couldn't show any of it at the negotiation. He slowly took a sip of tea. Seeing Zhang Chen remain silent, he began to test the waters. Of course, while screening the security of Future 1.0, we did make some progress. At this early stage, we can conclude that the software is safe. Although he phrased it as a screening, everyone knew the truth. It was cracking. Zhang Jian carefully observed Zhang Chen's reaction to his blatant lie, hoping to see a flash of uncertainty on his face. Something was fishy. Xiaoshu immediately realized the lie in Zhang Jian's words and turned to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen sneered and responded, "Oh, since your company already made some progress, then why are you guys here?" Even without Xiaoshu's hints, Zhang Chen had already realized the fundamental problem. If you cracked the software, then why are you coming to me? You can just create an advanced Future 1.0. Do you need to ask my permission to copy it? What you say is true, but we still hope your company will proactively provide the necessary information so that we can conduct a full safety analysis. Of course, we are also interested in some of the creative elements of your software. If Mr. Zhang doesn't mind, we can discuss the price so that we can have a joint victory on both sides. Please enlighten me on how we would win together with this logic? Zhang Chen interrupted Zhang Jian without the slightest consideration. It was considered rude behavior, But since Zhang Jian had the audacity to say his spiel, Zhang Chen was thoroughly fed up with it. Shocked, Zhang Jian stared at Zhang Chen. He hadn't expected Zhang Chen to effectively end the negotiations. "Are you not interested in the price?" Zhang Jian was a skilled negotiator, able to hide his anger. Instead, he smiled genially at Zhang Chen. "Well, we can talk about it." 1 billion. Zhang Jian calmly gave the conservative figure. "As someone with a tech background, do you really believe that it's worth only 1 billion? Zhang Chen sipped his tea as he leaned back against the chair. "Mr. Zhang, although the technology is a part of it, you and I are both in the business field. Don't you think that we should talk about the business value? From my understanding, you don't even have a channel of revenue from this free software. I would have to say that your financial statement for this month shouldn't look too great." Zhang Jian couldn't hold in his laughter. "We have sufficient funds. You don't have to worry about that. As for revenue generation, if you're looking forward to it so much, it may come to exist tomorrow." A smile full of hidden meanings appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Jian took a moment to think. Based on what he knew, Zhang Chen's company only had $500,000 of invested capital. Could a venture capital have already invested in them? Zhang Jian couldn't be blamed for his lack of information. The registered capital was indeed $500,000, but the following equity infusion was not released to the public. As a privately held company, the information would not be disclosed, and therefore, they had no obligation to give information on their assets. Since Mr. Zhang is so confident, I don't think there is much more we can talk about. Zhang Jian sighed as he stood up. The negotiation fell through, though it was a result he had expected. "What you say is correct. If your company genuinely wishes to form a partnership with us, please provide us with a reasonable proposal, and we will reciprocate with the same respect." Xiaoshu, who hadn't spoken until now, nudged her glasses up as she slid a document forward. "This outlines the potential area we would consider forming a partnership with. If Mr. Zhang is interested, you should take it with you." Zhang Jian was caught off guard, but he soon regathered his thoughts. Is this how a small startup treats large corporations? Future technology is this confident? He picked up the piece of paper. "Virus database sharing, phone security partnership." Arrogant. The next second, however, he felt something he had never felt before. It was a hint of fear. What if they did have the ability? Artificial intelligence plus an antivirus? There were countless possibilities. What else could artificial intelligence do? "Since the negotiation has fallen through, could I ask for your evaluation of Future 1.0? This way, I can go back and give my boss an answer." Zhang Jian casually asked as he placed the document into his briefcase. "From a programmer's perspective, what do you think a finished artificial intelligence would be worth?" Instead of answering, Zhang Chen half-jokingly threw the question back at him. Zhang Jian considered it for a moment before he smiled and said, 1 trillion? Ha ha ha, around that range. Except, even for 1 trillion, I wouldn't sell it. Zhang Chen laughed as he walked beside Zhang Jian. "Do you want to work for me? I'll cover the cost of breaching your contract." Zhang Jian laughed jovially. "That's an interesting way of acquiring talent. I haven't even asked if you're interested in coming to 361, and you already asked me to come work for you?" Zhang Jian's mouth twitched on his way to the door. For a brief second, he had been tempted. Before he achieved his current position, he began as a programmer. Witnessing the impeccable technology behind the software, how could he not be tempted? Except temptation didn't necessarily translate into actions. Upon returning to 361's headquarters, Zhang Jian reported the day's events in its entirety to the president, Zhu Hongwei. 1 trillion? Haha. I wouldn't sell it for 1 trillion. Looks like the president holds high regards for future technology. He lightly asked Zhu Hongwei upon seeing that he did not criticize him for his inability to close the deal. High is an understatement. Zhu Hongwei shook his head as he laughed. If any one of you could develop artificial intelligence, What if I gave him 10% equity? 10% equity. Zhang Jian uncontrollably gulped. 361 was listed in the with an average share price of $60. The current market cap already reached an astounding $10 billion. 10% was equal to $1 billion. The assistant also gulped with wide eyes. Looks like it's impossible to acquire them. Zhu Huangwei shook his head, sighing. How about we do something with our platform instead? The assistant suggested. Zhu Huangwei glanced at her before chuckling. If Future 1.0 can't be downloaded from 361, won't users just download it from the Android market? And if the Android market doesn't work, why wouldn't they just make an official site? The assistant was speechless. Why don't we wait first and see Microsoft's opinion? Frowning, Zhang Jian put forth his own suggestion. Zhu Huangwei considered it for a moment, then nodded. That's what I had planned to do. It's a much more conservative approach. It was no secret that Microsoft and 361 had an alliance. When 361 fought for market shares with Tencent, it was all under the orders of Microsoft from across the Pacific Ocean. If they didn't have such a strong backer, there was no way Zhu Huangwei would have had the guts to fight the #1 giant in the Han tech industry. Compared to Tencent, who possessed half of the tech field, 361 was too weak. On that day, the number of MSN installations increased to 7 million, revealing the true instigator behind the scenes. Zhu Huangwei could choose to blacklist Future 1.0 using 361's antivirus and suppress its ability to thrive. Currently, 361 did possess high market shares on the mobile platform. Even if they were faced with a lawsuit, the settling amount would be negligible. 300,000? That was nothing. His real concern was whether this move would push Future technology to other tech giants such as Tencent or Baidu. Then it would become even more difficult for 361 to survive. All tech giants shared the same concern. Everyone understood the value of artificial intelligence. However, if they were too forceful in pushing it away, it would only hurt them in the end. The best way was to balance power through a partnership. At least for now, Future 1.0 had yet to touch anyone else's cake yet. It was because of this that Zhang Chen restrained himself from releasing all of Little White's functions. If Little White suddenly possessed all of the functions of QQ, Baidu, and 361 together, it would face the backlash of the entire internet industry, as he would have just touched everyone's cake. Chapter 77. Press conference. Suit does not feel comfortable at all. Zhang Chen remembered wearing it only once during his graduation debate and a couple times in interviews. But looking at Xiaoshu in her black office attire, she certainly possessed the professional and sharp vibe. Her silky, black hair was tied up and her black-framed glasses were perched pertly on her nose. On her face, she put on light, natural makeup. To be honest, he previously thought that she looked bad with a ponytail, but now she seemed more mature and professional. Are you ready? Xiaoshu was anxious upon seeing his casual demeanor. Zhang Chen shrugged and smiled. Don't worry. That certainly did not make her any less worried. Although Xiaoshu wanted to make fun of him, she did feel calmer with a composed Zhang Chen as opposed to a nervous one. She let out a breath and nodded. You can do it. Of course. He confidently smiled. What's so scary about being in front of cameras? I was in front of God knows how many guns. Not exactly something to be proud of. On the first floor of Future Technology was a public conference hall bustling with people. The conference room had an elevated half-circle in which the invited press had all taken their seats. As usual, the cameras were placed in the back, and because seatings were numbered, the hall was not too chaotic. The media frenzy surrounding Future 1.0 exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. The 100-square-meter conference room still felt crowded. The curtain slid open, commencing the start of the flashing lights. With a bright smile, Zhang Chen waved his hand, his heart pounding as he noticed the CTV, CNN, and BBC symbols. Damn. It does feel different now that cameras are pointing at me. I'm even feeling nervous now. After collecting his thoughts, he read the opening address amidst the media's heightened expectations. First, I would like to thank the media present for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend Future Technologies press conference. I believe everyone seated here has already had the chance to learn about Future 1.0. To save time, I won't go over each of the functions. The purpose of this press conference is to address and answer any rumors or misunderstandings about Future 1.0. Therefore, the most efficient method is for me to give the time to the media. Please, following the sequence of seat numbers, ask your questions, and limit them to one per person to ensure that every outlet has an opportunity. Xiaoshu, who was standing backstage, almost fell down as she was dumbfounded by Zhang Chen's decision, who would pass the questioning to the media right away without saying anything first. Without giving a simple, comprehensive explanation, if they came to ask an extremely tricky question, would you be able to handle it? The media was also shocked that Zhang Chen skipped right into the media's questions without playing his role first. It certainly caught them off guard. They'd seen press conferences without a question and answer session before, but never one without a speech. Also, questions were based on seat number, which made them feel uncomfortable as they were used to having to fight to ask questions. But Zhang Chen didn't concern himself with the rules, instead choosing the most efficient method. If he had to pick people, he ran the risk of offending certain individuals, so the best way was to create boundaries and make people ask one by one. The reporters who usually had to have their hands up for an entire conference without getting picked were certainly appreciative of Zhang Chen's decision. It didn't matter that they were seated in the back so long as they had the opportunity to ask questions. Zhang Chen kept his composure. He had his own considerations in making this decision. Ultimately, you guys will be asking about security and privacy anyways. Even if I clarify first, you'll only pick holes in my word choice. If I let you ask beforehand, I only need to answer. After weighing himself internally, Zhang Chen knew that he would not be able to outwit these veterans. Regardless of Xiaoshu's competency, her script would be picked apart by these reporters who were hungry for headlines. Although they were surprised by Zhang Chen's decision, the reporters had already done their research beforehand and came prepared with a list of questions. The reporter in the first seat stood up and read out what was written on his notepad. I am CTV's reporter. There has been controversy surrounding the topic of artificial intelligence security, especially Little White's. Mr. Zhang Chen, could he really be a ticking time bomb in the user's phone concerning private information like people said he would be? The young man clearly articulated. That's a great question. First, I'll have to refer back to the guarantee our company has made recently. If the user suffers any financial loss as a result of a program error in Little White, we'll fully compensate the user. Zhang Chen shrugged his shoulders as he continued. Also, from the developer's perspective, I take responsibility and say that as long as it is a program, it will follow the setting written in the software. So you don't have to worry about Little White releasing private user information because I won't permit it. The sounds of discussions and note-taking filled the room as the second person, a middle-aged man, stood up and asked his question. I'm a reporter from Renren News. Mr. Zhang Chen, currently, there are no laws or regulations in place regarding artificial intelligence. What is your opinion on the possible proposal of the and what would be Future Technologies' response to this? Renren News, referring to Han's state news agency, this is going to be a bit problematic. Zhang Chen's head spun rapidly. As an official media source, it represents the voice of the government. There is definitely a deeper meaning behind this question. Are they testing me, or giving me a hint? Of course, Future Technology will firmly abide by the regulations in place without question. This includes the introduced. Future Technology will cooperate with authorities to adjust our services to fit within the frame established. Zhang Chen cautiously answered the question by expressing his support and willingness to cooperate. He did not, however, express his views regarding the regulation itself. He had a feeling that the question came from a lawmaking authority since artificial intelligence regulation was a blank slate in all countries of the world. Judging from the current stage, the development of artificial intelligence was still in its infancy, and nothing had yet to reach even the basic levels. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's response, The middle-aged man sat down deep in thought. Immediately following after, a blonde beauty stood up. "I am BBC's reporter, Mr. Zhang Chen. It is known that artificial intelligence requires strong hardware equipment to support functionality. IBM Watson, for example, requires 90 IBM servers and 360 computer processors to maintain its operation. Yet somehow, the Future 1.0 developed by your company could operate on a mobile platform. How did you manage to achieve this?" BBC's question came from a technological perspective, and based on the crowd's reaction, many other reporters were also interested in the answer. "Sorry, this is a trade secret. What I can disclose, however, is that it is based on a database. The core of the artificial intelligence that we developed is not the hardware, but rather the software. It doesn't have a high requirement for computational power, and the database is the critical element instead. It accepts external information and exports database information. As long as the database is maintained, Future 1.0 can operate on a mobile platform. Clearly, we have achieved this." Zhang Chen confidently used the bullshit Du Yongkong gave him, as he wasn't worried that any of the experts would be able to uncover anything. As far as the people in this world knew, there was only one person on his team that managed to develop this innovative technology, which was comparable to Bill Gates' Windows 1.0 database. All of the reporters' eyes lit up. "I am a reporter from Japanese Economy, Mr. Zhang Chen. Because the current stage of artificial intelligence development is still difficult for the world's scientific community, would Mr. Zhang Chen please have a heart like Andy, the developer of Android, and release the magical artificial intelligence database to the world?" a short, suited man asked slowly after bowing politely. Mockery crept onto Zhang Chen's face before he managed to hide it. "I can't believe you had the audacity to say that." "For the scientific community, Hart? Then why don't you disclose all of your country's technology?" But it was within his expectations that this sort of brainless question would come from a right-wing Japanese media source. "I say it is meaningful because it would push the growth of the human civilization. To demonstrate your willingness, perhaps you should convince your country to surrender all armed forces. It would be a historic step for world peace. I look forward to your response." Laughter erupted in the hall as some Han reporters mocked the shamelessness of this Japanese reporter. The short man gave Zhang Chen a dirty look before awkwardly seating himself. Zhang Chen shrugged and signaled for the next reporter's question. He didn't have the time to deal with rude people. "I'm CNN's reporter, and I'd like to ask Mr. Zhang Chen whether user privacy for Future 1.0 is really so secure as your company has stated it to be. Based on the software encryption, your company made the software into an impenetrable black box. No one could test it from a security point of view. So what if Little White passes information gathered from the user to your desktop?" "Of course. This is only an example." "Could you prove that it won't happen?" It was a harsh question, but many others were concerned about the same issue. For the dead software, even if it was filled with backdoors, you would not question its security until the problems were exposed. But for software that felt alive, despite the developer's efforts to prove its safety, you would be skeptical as it behaved too similarly to humans. "I'm not the FBA, why would I need a user's private information?" Zhang Chen laughed and splayed his palms. "Let me give you an example then. Based on the Washington Post's report, the SIB and FBA directly infiltrated the central servers of Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and a total of 9 tech giants to track users, email, phone calls, documents, and videos. What's your opinion on this? May I ask if this is related to today's question?" The reporter from CNN showed an awkward expression. "Of course, I want to explain that invasion of user privacy has nothing to do with the software itself, because despite being an artificial intelligence, it has no concept of personal interest. Even if you uninstalled him after spending several days together, he will only wave his hands to say goodbye. Attempting to invade another's privacy could only come from another human. But I assure you here and now that I will never do that. As long as I remain president of Future Technology, The company will never allow such actions. Zhang Chen looked the reporter in the eye as he said this. The hall filled with the sound of applause. He signaled for quiet as he passed the time to the next reporter. Zhang Chen answered the following questions with ease. He answered what he could, and if not, then he made something up. If that didn't work, he blamed it on trade secrets. Zhang Chen had always been proud of his acting skills. At the end, the reporters asked, when will the foreign version be available? Would Future Technology consider venture capital? Or even an irrelevant question such as, do you have a girlfriend? Some interesting queries included, what's the meaning behind Future Technology's name? Zhang Chen answered half-jokingly, because my team and I envision the future. And another sensitive question was, would artificial intelligence be used in the military field? Zhang Chen's response was clear-cut. Chat-based artificial intelligence will only exist for the purpose of interaction. It will not calculate rocket trajectory for you because that would require high-performance computers and experts. Unless you're worried about soldiers who are too lonely and want to find a companion. He managed to win the majority of the media's positive impressions thanks to his clear and straightforward responses. Certainly, media outlets with criticism still existed. For example, the short man from Japanese Economy seemed to be thinking up malevolent ideas to use to attack Zhang Chen. But who cared? At the very least, Zhang Chen didn't. Who would care about a media that only distorted the truth? After the closing remarks, Future Technology's first media conference ended on a high note amidst applause. I can't believe you're so deft at improvising in your reactions. Zayasha nodded, seeming impressed as she looked at Zhang Chen. Haha. Zhang Chen narcissistically raised his head and laughed. He then arrogantly raised his eyebrows. You realize this only now? I'm this fucking awesome. Could you be more civil, please? You are a public figure now, Zayasha said, slightly displeased. Public figure? He realized the problem with a troubled expression on his face once more. Fouquet. Then I have to be careful with everything I do? How can I enjoy my life from now on? Could a camera point at me the moment I leave my house? Zhang Chen scratched his head as he asked. Zayasha speechlessly stared at Zhang Chen before she sighed. Being a public figure means that your words and actions represent the company. If you do any uncivil acts, this would directly influence the public's impression of our company. If it gets uploaded onto the internet, it could potentially escalate. Why are you looking at me like that? I just think that you care more about Future Technology than even I do. I'm pleased. Zhang Chen grinned. Zayasha lost her words once more. The only thing that didn't change was her emotionless expression. Zhang Chen was eager to change out of his uncomfortable suit. Oh right. Just as he was about to leave the backstage area, Zayasha abruptly stopped him. MHMM? Zhang Chen turned around looking confused. In consideration of the company's publicity. Of course, it is not right to interfere in your private life, but do you really not have a girlfriend? Zayasha didn't look in Zhang Chen's direction. Instead, she stared blankly at the ground as her finger twirled the tips of her hair. Her voice remained calm as usual. Zhang Chen was shocked, and his face took a particularly odd tone. What if I do? He probed to see her reaction. Exclamation mark. You are about to rip your hair out, but in reality, no. Zhang Chen immediately added. Her mouth curved up. At this moment, even as dumb as he was, he realized, ahem, in this case, it'll be okay, but you should still be careful about your private life. If news got out that you're still single, some people with ill intentions may. Anyways, just be careful. Zhang Chen locked his eyes onto Zayasha, who was being unusually chattiness, with the same peculiar expression. Do you like me? Chapter 78, Test. Do you like me? Zhang Chen recalled the conversation backstage as he scratched his nose with a troubled smile. Why am I so charming? He said to himself with a cocky flair before becoming overwhelmed by embarrassment again. He turned the car radio on in an attempt to drown his awkwardness in the noise. Zayasha was the type to be shy, easily embarrassed by anything. Even with her emotionless face, she was cold only on the outside, warm on the inside. The atmosphere had been intimate. Her mouth half open, She had been completely at a loss with the situation. Just at that moment, however, an untimely phone call with an explosive ringtone broke the delicate closeness. Zhang Chen, realizing it was his phone, was about to hang up when Xiasha quickly gathered her wits and then fled the room with her head buried. Fine. Perhaps that phone call had perfect timing, or else he wouldn't have had a clue on how to disengage from that awkward situation. He wasn't sure about his attitude towards her either. He used to masturbate to her image long ago for quite some time, but he hadn't had such thoughts for a while now. Perhaps his mentality had changed. Shaking his head, he had tried to push away the strange thoughts in his mind. And then his phone rang once more. He thought for a second, the same troubled smile crossing his face. There was no point in hanging up again. He sighed and connected the call with his Bluetooth headphones. The voice from the other side had made him fall into a deep contemplation again. Wang Xiaong. Zhang Chen was now on his way to the home of Wang Dihai, the general secretary of Wanghai City. The elder wished to invite him over for dinner to express his sincere gratitude for saving his life. But the phone call had been too timely, coming not long after ending the press conference. It felt unnatural to Zhang Chen, yet it was the general secretary's invitation, and he had saved his life, so it probably wouldn't be anything too terrible. After a moment's hesitation, he began his drive over. It was a serene community without seeming too luxurious, but the amount of agitation here was rare to see in the entire Wanghai City. The security at the door seemed to be retired soldiers. He could feel the bloodlust from several meters away. These guys must have come from a border conflict. All of the residents in this community had to be influential in some way, even with money. Not everyone could be the general secretary's neighbor. He parked the car in the building before walking up to knock on the door. The door opened momentarily, revealing a cheerful face before him. "You're here. Come in, my mom wants to thank you personally." Wang Xinren grinned at Zhang Chen. "Don't you live on campus?" Zhang Chen was surprised to see her. "It's Saturday. Is President Zhang Chen so busy that he forgot the date?" She playfully poked her tongue out. "Now that I don't work, it's hard to keep track." As soon as he entered, he was greeted with warmth. He was surprised by the generosity and welcoming gestures, making him feel slightly ashamed since he had his own motives in saving people. But regardless of the reason, he did fight off death and save Wang Dihai. He mostly taken aback by the fact that Wang Dihai was not like other grim politicians who acted fiercely. Instead, he lacked the daunting vibe, seeming instead like a kind elderly man. Seeing Zhang Chen, he warmly called out "Little Zhang." Little is a common way to refer to younger people. Aware of the situation, Zhang Chen responded by calling him Uncle Wang. Wang Dihai's wife was a grandma with kind features who consistently served Zhang Chen food. It certainly gave Zhang Chen, who had been venturing outside, a sense of home. Wang Xiaong was an interesting person as well. He kept trying to drink with Zhang Chen, but his weak alcohol tolerance put him under the table first. When he started spouting gibberish, his sisters stuck him back in his room as he snored. Zhang Chen always viewed straightforward people in a positive light. As for Wang Xinren, she maintained her usual level of energy as she pestered him with questions about Future 1.0. She also informed him that she became the top member of the distinguished alumni at Wanghai University, the youngest to ever take the spot. Unfortunately, the list only circulated within the school and didn't hold much influence since few students held an interest in the school newspaper anymore. As for her questions, Zhang Chen didn't disclose anything outside of the norm. Everything he said was consistent with his stance at the press conference. As he spoke with Wang Xinren, he kept most of his attention on Wang Dihai for his reaction. What did this powerful politician think about Future 1.0? Support, or more reserved? After dinner, Wang Dihai called Zhang Chen into his office. "Feel free to sit. Don't be nervous. I just want to chat with you." Wang Dihai saw Zhang Chen was nervous and smiled warmly as he invited him to take a seat. "Haha, Uncle Wang, I'll make myself comfortable then." Zhang Chen settled himself onto the sofa across from him. He didn't dare to pretend to be an ancient remedy doctor anymore. In Hua, all of the intelligent people were politicians, particularly a powerful one like Wang Dihai. The difficulty in convincing him on his story was nearly impossible. Even the finest acting would have its flaws. Say as little as possible. But Zhang Chen had clearly overtaught the matter. Wang Dihai didn't pry into the matter of how he cured rabies. Instead, he started talking about his childhood anecdotes. My rabies was probably from the 60s. I was young, my dad was being punished, and I got bit by the dogs of those crazy politicians. I remember the bite was about this big on my leg. I initially didn't think it would be a problem after so many years, but it still turned out to be worse. Haha. Wang Dihai used his hand to show the size of the scar. Zhang Chen smiled, but didn't respond. He knew it was better to listen since elders enjoyed telling young people their stories. They didn't need comfort or praise, only an audience that was willing to hear them out. Although he didn't know what Wang Dihai was planning, since he treated Zhang Chen as one of the younger generation instead of as a subordinate, Zhang Chen's impression of him was not too bad. He heard many stories from Wang Dihai, until the end. Now, we are finally powerful. Good, good, good. In a nostalgic tone, Wang Dihai repeated good 3 times as he looked in Zhang Chen's direction with a look full of hidden meanings. The show had finally started. Zhang Chen's focused as he waited for this powerful politician to speak. Little Zhang, is it feasible for artificial intelligence to be used in the military? Wang Dihai casually asked as he sipped his tea. Of course, Zhang Chen responded without hesitation before sternly saying, it would be a disaster to the country and even the world. Oh? Wang Dihai was quite interested by Zhang Chen's response and waited for the context. Artificial intelligence is not human. If the life and death of a human is given to a program to oversee, it would only take a programming error to cause a catastrophic disaster. In the end, the law cannot regulate lines of code. Oh, but if artificial intelligence soldiers could replace human soldiers going into war, could it not eliminate the need for bloodshed? No, there will only be more casualties. A troubled smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Wang Dihai's gaze bored into him. Since this elder was asking him, it meant that it was not the worst scenario. From the looks of things, even the top had not managed to reach a consensus yet. Too many parties were involved in this. There was no need to talk about whether it was feasible for artificial intelligence to replace soldiers. How many PLA would be discharged? How many people would want to shut his mouth? Even foreign agents would target him. Cold sweat began to drench Zhang Chen's shirt as he thought about the possible repercussions. Since Uncle Wang mentioned bloodshed, may I ask, does this mean our country is going into war soon? Of course, there are always some fools who want to take action. Wang Dihai raised his eyebrows but explained anyway. Then uncle, if a cheap, effective, and powerful weapon is introduced, how would this change the current situation? Zhang Chen carefully said. An arms race? That's based on whether the technological capabilities are the same. Wang Dihai dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. So the question is, he said with a troubled smile. But I don't have it. Like how I explained at the press conference, Future 1.0 can answer questions logically and given permission from users, operate fundamental phone functions. To give an analogy, Windows 7 is effective, but you don't expect it to control a PC as well as robots, right? Could you not make any adjustments? For example, include a fire control system? Wang Dihai persisted, reluctant to give up. I don't have any understanding of firearms. I would have to start from scratch to gain any understanding. Also, from a practical standpoint, does the country need a scientist now, or a possible Bill Gates who will lead the industry for the next 10 years? Zhang Chen gazed seriously into Wang Dihai's eyes. Wang Dihai shouldn't have been pushing this hard as the developer team was supposedly overseas. As he spoke, Zhang Chen was also planning in his mind, going so far as to think that if the authority were to take action, then he would drop everything and run overseas. There was still 400 million USD in his Swiss bank account. He could start over from scratch again anywhere. Wang Dihai also stared at Zhang Chen, but soon, his fierce gaze disappeared, and he took a sip of his tea with a smile on his face. You and I have the same understanding. Don't be so anxious. Zhang Chen let out a breath of relief. To be honest, He was reluctant to leave unless he was forced to. "I won't lie to you. We have always been researching artificial intelligence. The other countries are doing the same. It's not a major project, but we have quite a large budget for it. It's just that we haven't had any results yet." Wang Dihai looked meaningfully at Zhang Chen. "Some people even said that you should voluntarily give out this technology." "Do you know what I said?" Zhang Chen thought for a moment before he smiled. Uncle Wang must have thought further than them. Wang Dihai laughed. "You're quite clever. I told them, you guys are all old and stubborn. If we did that, who would dare to reveal new technology here? You're pushing all of the talent away." Before he finished his sentence, Zhang Chen knew, even if they controlled the person in headquarters, with the development team based overseas, if they were pushed away to unfriendly nations, wasn't that providing them with a more advanced technology? What could they do? If they didn't have exclusive possession of the technology, what was the point of it? "Thank you," Zhang Chen said with a peculiar expression. There was nothing else for him to say. He didn't understand Wang Dihai's intention. Friendliness? Who was he representing? Or was he returning the favor? "You don't need to thank me. I'm not the only one supporting you." Tell the old guy from the Zhu family was more anxious than me. He sipped the tea again and looked at Zhang Chen. "His family is responsible for military artificial intelligence project with a budget of 500 million a year." Zhang Chen immediately understood. Just as he suspected, even the top level had not reached a consensus, or perhaps a better way to put it was that collectively, they were unified, but when it touched their own cake, the situation became much more complex. Or else, the authority would not have waited for him to finish the press conference. The moment Future 1.0 was released, trouble would have ensued. Once it came into the world's spotlight, it would be too costly to work from the shadows again. It was related to the country's attitude. They were already having difficulty retaining talent. If they proceeded with the plan, they would be chasing away the talents. The key now was not to be stronger, but to become more stable. "I'll ask only one more question. What's the value of Future 1.0 in the military industry? And be truthful." Wang Dihai locked on to Zhang Chen's eyes. In his aged gaze, there was less kindness and more ferocity. "It's not the right time to go into the military. There are too many personal interests attached to it." Thoughts flashed through his mind as he firmly answered the powerful authority figure. "0. Wang Dihai nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Then, as the General Secretary of Wanghai City, I hope you are able to contribute substantially to the city's economic development. I also wish to see future technology significantly benefit the lives of the people and do even greater things." With a genuine smile, he answered, "Of course." Is he hinting at me to not overreach the limits of civil usage? Looks like Wang Dihai was not trying to convince me, but rather test me. The Wang and Zhu families probably wear the same pants. Thinking about this point, he was not afraid, but he still felt a chill run down his spine. He originally had the ambition to take future technology to the military field, but now it seemed as though he had been overzealous. Did Wang Dihai help me? Of course, since the Zhu family did not go after him right away. But would he have repaid Zhang Chen's favor if the interests of the Wang and Zhu families had been on the line? Probably not. Since then it was no longer a personal issue. If Zhang Chen showed the slightest interest in military, or if Future 1.0 had the possibility of encroaching into the field, Wang Dihai would not do anything, but the Zhu family would not let him walk free either. At that time, they would threaten him into giving up the technology before getting rid of him, or they would get rid of him right away without even asking for the technology. It would of course result in Zhang Chen's escape, but he would have a hard time returning home again. Would it be beneficial for the country? If they truly cared, then they would not have been so greedy. All of the smart people were in politics. Throughout history, the motivated and the honest died on the battlefield, the knowledgeable avoided politics, and the intelligence belonged in the Forbidden City. It was better for the simple to stay away from the intelligent. Zhang Chen didn't reveal any of his thoughts. As soon as he left, he inhaled deeply. He suddenly realized that the past few days had been more tiring than living in the apocalypse. Why do I tire myself out? Am I missing the purpose here? Zhang Chen mocked himself as he shook his head. Regardless of whether he thought too much or not, he didn't consider Wang Dihai to be reliable. Favors were like bills. Once used, it was gone. But it was almost more complex than that since items had a set price. At least you knew how much remained. The only good news was that Future 1.0 would not receive too much hindrance from regulations. This danger faded in its infancy. Chapter 79, Game Online. Artificial intelligence will be the prevailing trend in the progression of modern society. For the growing tech industry, authorities expressed their high regards. On the other hand, for the artificial intelligence program available on the market, authorities are in the process of completing the necessary regulations to protect the interest of the people and corporations. Greater than Renren News Report. The government media authority did not report extensively on the details of Future 1.0 as they focused on the bigger picture in regards to the current state of artificial intelligence. They reported mainly on the regulatory environment. However, CTV did praise highly about the outstanding performance of Future 1.0. The local media was all over the place with their reporting, so Zhang Chen didn't place too much emphasis on it. Besides, he cared more about the government media's stance because it often hinted on the perspective the authorities would take. But now, after the conversation with Wang Dihai, there was no need to pay attention to it. Zhang Chen, lying on the bed, turned off the domestic news and commanded Little White to pull up the current foreign news. That was what I had planned. CNN. The truth was presented to you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Less than 2014 Most Attractive Men, mode. Did something weird just appear? Zhang Chen judged each headline as he continued to scroll through each one before throwing his phone to the side. Just as he was about to go back to the apocalypse, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone. It was Robert who had sent him an email. "Hi, buddy, you really transitioned?" Greater than. Zhang Chen smiled as he could imagine his shocked look. That guy's jaw probably dropped to the ground when he saw the guy he knew on the news. "Of course, please call me the president of Future Technology now." Are you still doing the same thing?" Greater than. No, number. The FBA invited me twice to chat already. After finishing the Baton guy, I stopped. Please call me producer now. The Baton guy was probably the insider who sold him out, but Zhang Chen didn't bother with Robert's business as he would just ask Robert to take him around when he does go to Los Santos. For now, he had no reason to leave the country. Of course, who could predict the future? Just as Zhang Chen was about to put his phone down again, the phone rang. "Xiaoshu, hello, do you miss me?" Lazily, Zhang Chen picked up the phone. "Are you not coming to work today?" She cunningly reacted to her superior's harassment. Zhang Chen nodded, pleased with the reaction, and continued. "I have already given you the permission on the specific tasks. Can you not let me be a relaxed billionaire? If you have time today, drop by. I had a feeling that you were about to leave for a long time. I still have some things that I need you to decide on." Zhang Chen was shocked. This girl is psychic. How did she know I was about to leave? Zhang Chen sat up from the comfort of his bed. "Wait, I'll be there soon." Different from the usual emptiness, Future Technologies headquarters already began to feel busy. Because of the need for people, training was halted and people learned on the job. The employees apparently recognized the president as they cheerfully greeted him. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't interrupt their work. Instead, he walked directly towards Xiaoshu's office. What do you think is the relationship between the president and Miss Xia?" The cute girl at the front desk poked at her colleague. "What? If Miss Xia heard you, she'd cut your bonus." But if I would guess, it's not that simple." He had knocked before he was given permission to come in with "Please come in." "You are here?" Xiaoshu's tone was rather stiff as she dodged his eyes. A forced smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. "Is it because of yesterday? If it is awkward from now on, it will be problematic." He didn't know why he asked that question, but business first. If he didn't take care of things now in the modern world, it would be hard to take care of the issues after he comes back from the apocalypse. He cleared his throat to break the awkwardness and then spoke as if nothing had happened. What is the current user base of Future 1.0? Zayasha saw that he didn't bring up yesterday's topic, so she secretly felt relieved. Then she picked up a report on the table. Future 1.0's user base already broke through the 200 million mark, but the growth speed is slowing down. She pushed up her glasses as she reported to Zhang Chen with professionalism. Not bad. Then we can go to the next step. Is the application procedure for the game finished? Is the operations team familiar with the game now? Zhang Chen asked as he flipped through the document Zayasha passed over. The application procedure finished a while ago. As to the operations team, they are familiarizing themselves with the game, because they only started yesterday. It is still being completed. However, the game you provided has a perfect backend, so the task is almost complete. Looks like Yao Yao did an excellent job. Zhang Chen smiled with the cute girl in mind and continued. What about marketing? It's been ongoing. We have done advertisements and cinematics. Based on the feedback from our official site, the users have high hopes for the landmark mobile game. The post with the highest upvote even said that he is waiting for us to create virtual reality helmets that come from fictional novels. Zayasha said half-jokingly, but it scared Zhang Chen. What, did I say I was going to develop virtual reality? Was this person reborn? Based on this, users have extremely positive opinion about our company's technology. President, are you okay? Zayasha looked Zhang Chen's puzzled expression, confused. She had a trace of worriedness in her tone. Ahem, nothing. I just think I should control how much I show off. Zhang Chen forced a laugh. Maybe I am being too sensitive. Zayasha ignored his nonsense words and continued. Then should we introduce the game now? Zhang Chen thought for a moment. I think it's about time. Start the registration and pre-download tonight. The official release will be within this month. You can decide the exact strategy. The bug system in the game is also advanced, so the employees only need to troubleshoot based on the description provided by the system. The operation of the game should have no problems. This is the decision then. Will come online. Zhang Chen was confident about this game. The introduction of Future 1.0 freed the hardware limitations of the mobile plant, which would foster a series of the high-quality mobile games. This would fundamentally change the mobile game industry. The original popular masterpieces would not necessarily get replaced by the new generation of games, but they would definitely be impacted and forced to make adjustments. It was the perfect opportunity for future technology to enter the mobile gaming market. Zayasha nodded as she also believed it was time. The release of the game would also turn the company's current income statement around, which was now in the red. Another key aspect. Do you have any recommendations for the direction of the game? Zayasha had to ask Zhang Chen about the macro development strategy of the company. You can make your own decision. I know you are a lot more knowledgeable than me in regards to operational strategy. Zhang Chen smiled. No, I mean the bigger picture. It is extremely difficult for a mobile game to balance KPI and ARPU. Wait, what is KPI? Zhang Chen was at a loss. Zayasha was at a loss too. KPI. Key performance indicators. Zhang Chen embarrassedly scratched his head as he realized he was an amateur in business. However, what about ARPU? He gulped as he shamelessly asked. Average concurrent user. President, maybe it would be a good idea to learn some fundamentals. Zayasha said, sounding worried. Zhang Chen's face flushed, but it would be impossible for him to admit his small fault in this. Ahem. Why didn't you just put it in simpler terms? Profit and user base, right? Zayasha's eyes twitched as she sighed. You could interpret it that way. He gave it a thought. You don't have to worry about profit. For now, we don't lack cash. Compared to short-term profits, I care more about long-term sustainable growth. If we have to sacrifice the lifespan of the game for profit, it will undermine the quality of our game. Understood. President and I share a same thought. Since we already have the advantage in technology, no company can copy our game. Therefore, we don't have to worry about the lifespan of for now. Once we establish the first group of users, we can then consider the profit. Xiaoshu agreed as she took out another piece of documentation. Zhang Chen scanned it as it revolved around the details of the game's operation. For example, the purchase method and game model. It had nothing to do with the game content. Should be okay then. Now that everything is cleared up, I need to go somewhere far away in the next few days. Zhang Chen put the document aside as he was getting ready to leave. Where are you going now? Xiaoshu sighed as she rubbed her head. Maybe I will tell you one day. Zhang Chen laughed as he walked out of the door, leaving a bewildered Xiaoshu. How long till that one day comes? Probably when I am powerful enough to go head-to-head with the forces of an entire nation. Chapter 80. Zombies change. In an instant, the pristine clouds were replaced by the cloudy traditional dust. Spider-like cracks crept onto the smooth walls, and the wooden door began to wither away. The animation style changed drastically. The comfort behind his back was the same, but he was on the other side. It was his room in the apocalypse. He sat up on the bed and scanned the clean bedsheets as a smile emerged on his face. There was not the slightest dust, although he didn't know if it was Yao Yao or Sun Zhao. Someone cleaned the place up every day. He picked up the PK-200 resting against the wall, and as if reunited with an old friend, he motioned a few positions with it. The only thing dusty in the room was this rifle. He picked up a towel to wipe it clean before he threw it into the storage dimension. When he pushed open the door, he tiptoed from the corner of the wall. Then he quietly walked to Sun Zhao's room to give the person he hasn't seen for a while a surprise kiss. The surprised voice accompanied by a long-awaited hug. He felt her pounding heart as Zhang Chen hugged Sun Zhao with a smirk. He then followed her to the expanding outer circle. When he stepped onto the brick road in front of the mansion, he always had an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. Just like a king in the Middle Ages, the mansion was his castle. The refugees, who worked hard outside of the castle, were his citizens, and Sun Zhao was the duchess of the castle. Yao Yao in the castle. Let's talk about that later. When he stood there before, he could only smell suppression in the air, but now, he felt relaxed. No conspiracy and no need to guess as everyone's heartbeat was captured on his EP. If it was not for the tedious injection procedure and the lack of equipment, he would love to bring a set of slavery microchips to the real world. But just as he pushed open the mansion doors, he was shocked. Why did the expansion stop? Zhang Chen looked at Sun Zhao, troubled by what he saw. The construction material was stacked up on the open ground as the expansion came to a complete halt. The zombies outside were acting weird. Sun Zhao had a stern face as she took Zhang Chen onto the watchtower. Zhang Chen followed the direction Sun Zhao pointed to, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Those zombies. Yes, all of them seemed to be on some hard drug. Sun Zhao picked up a rock and threw it into the distance. The rock made a clunk sound as it hit a car's roof. The zombies nearby immediately turned around and howled and dashed at the car. The car door was deformed by the group of zombies as their dirty hands penetrated through the car window and flipped open the engine cover. After only a while, the zombies realized there were no living creatures and they gradually dispersed. This was in broad daylight. What, can we even leave then? Zhang Chen stared at the hysterical zombies. Now, the zombies finally had a feel similar to Dot. The fierce and bloody pupils seemed to foretell that any living creature who dares to appear in front of them would be ripped to pieces. Or even more vicious than that, the unknown bacteria level is rising in the air. Maybe it's because of this bacteria that the zombies have become so ferocious. There's a possibility that it has blocked the UV. But it doesn't look like it as the vegetation didn't get affected. Sun Zhao frowned as she took over the terminal from the patrolling guard and showed Zhang Chen. What is this? Zhang Chen asked, feeling puzzled. The terminal is connected to the air detection tower. We bought it from Zhao Corporation. The 6th Street also experienced a similar situation. So Zhao Qinwu thought we would need this. The unknown bacteria that's floating in the air has a similar mechanism to the original zombie bacteria. It could be eliminated by vaccination or through the immune system of people injected with the genetic vaccine. But if the bacteria level passes a certain threshold, it could only be avoided with protective wear. So I bought 150 protective wear. just in case. He followed the direction Sun Jiao pointed to, and Zhang Chen noticed a pitchfork-like detector on top of the residential building. The light green film between the pitchfork slowly rotated. Not bad. But I have a question. I thought zombies would be weakened under UV? Zhang Chen asked with his eyebrows raised. That's right. That is what I am confused about too, because zombies would also require energy. The mutant bacteria on its neck would react to UV and force most of the body's functions into rest mode and enter photosynthesis. Sun Jiao repeated the common sense everyone knew in the apocalypse. Could it be, this type of bacteria is charging the zombies? Zhang Chen thought for a moment before he suddenly spoke. Sun Jiao was lost. Charging? Through what method? The floating bacteria in the air uses a unique method to complete the photosynthesis effect for the zombie. It then enters the zombie body to be digested. Therefore the zombies would always be charged and would no longer require photosynthesis. Sun Jiao gave it a thought. That's possible, although it has no scientific backing. You do have your point. Is the entire Wanghai city like this? Only part of the area. Based on news from the 6th Street, the bacteria seems to be spreading from a source. The saving grace is that the bacteria would not self-divide, so it could only be produced from a source. Based on the concentration spread of the bacteria, if we use triangulation on the map, we are relatively certain that there is an area beside us with a high concentration of bacteria. Most likely, the source of it is there. Sun Jiao took out the full sensory computer and opened the 3D map. A triangular area was marked. What's the closest survival camp? Do they have any reactions? Zhang Chen thought about it as he said with serious concern. A pained smile appeared on her face. We are the closest survival camp. The majority of people belong to community-level survival groups, so we are considered the largest. Currently no action. If we continue to let these things grow, it would be hazardous. We have to find a way to proactively eliminate the source of this bacteria. But now, it doesn't look like we can get out. Zhang Chen watched the zombie-filled streets as distress seeped in. You are right. The bacteria seems to be migrating the zombies to the direction of human settlements. The zombies have already attacked our door for the 6th time within 15 days. Our current trade with other survival groups was forced to stop. The good thing is that there are no zombies in the underground system, so we still manage to maintain the connection with the 6th Street. Sun Jiao looked concerned, but she was out of sorts with these zombies. Zhao Qianwu probably has a headache too. The other exit to the sewerage is at least a couple hundred meters away from the 6th Street. Zhang Chen felt fortunate as he was smart enough to create a corridor with a concrete wall that directly included the exit into the base. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me how the base is growing. Zhang Chen was concerned. The trade differential between Zhao Corporation in September is 10,102 crystal. The total trade amount exceeded 110,000 crystals. The canned foods sold very well on the 6th Street. Zhao Qianwu had the intention to significantly increase sales, but I refused on the basis that you headed back to acquire supplies. Because of the halt of the expansion, the construction material had been accumulating. The Zhao Corporation could not pay with crystals, so they proposed to sell us populations at a price of 50 per person for a total of 100 to make up for the remaining payment. The population of the base is at 130. Of course, it didn't include Sun Jiao, Ye Weiyao, and Zhang Chen. The price increased, the cost of the population increased substantially. The chip price remained the same. Sun Jiao forced a smile. Because of the dangerous external environment and the fact that the 6th Street is planning to eliminate 2 sources near the area, the demand for population increased substantially. How's the soldiers training? There is a total of 41 that received qualification from the virtual reality training chamber. Everyone is injected with the D-level genetic vaccine and can become part of the force. Sun Jiao called out some data and reported. The bacteria source must be eliminated. Zhang Chen looked into the distance with a gloomy look on his face. I have a feeling that the stuff in the air is only going to increase. Then it would be even harder to approach the source. Then I'll prepare first. Let's make the combat plan today, and then I'll bring a team with me tomorrow. Sun Jiao nodded. "I'll go along," Zhang Chen said sternly. "No," Sun Jiao rejected without hesitation. "Listen to me, with your shooting, my combat power is okay now. Also, I can use my special ability to escape the battle. The most important thing is that I am worried about letting you go alone." Zhang Chen stared into Sun Jiao's eyes as he said seriously. There was a more important reason he didn't explain. He wanted to use the opportunity to meet the survival groups along the way. If Sun Jiao led the negotiation, he had a feeling it would turn into a full-scale combat. On top of that, his combat ability would never increase if he always stayed in safety. When she heard he was worried, Sun Jiao blushed but quickly recollected her thoughts. She debated a little more before sighing in reluctance. "Okay, I'll agree to it." Zhang Chen smiled as he gave a thankful look for Sun Jiao's agreement. "Ahem. Also, there are not a lot of food at the base. Could you get some more?" Sun Jiao awkwardly coughed as she diverted the topic. "Food? No problem." Zhang Chen smiled as he disappeared. Sun Jiao had to gather her thought as she stared at the place Zhang Chen vanished from. Fair, if he has this special ability, he would escape from any danger. Sun Jiao felt more at ease. It was the first time. Perhaps the first time was in the underground sewerage. The feeling when she knew he was okay. The time when she placed someone else's life before her own. Chapter 81. Yao Yao's thought. Zhang Chen returned to the modern world and called the same food distributor's number before driving to the rural area storage unit. When he arrived at the destination, Zhang Chen noticed that the boss there was already waiting for him. He didn't waste his time as he started to order people to unload the supplies into the storage. Zhang Chen ordered twice the amount as a last time, 31 tons of rice, 10 tons of flour, 700 boxes of canned meat, and 500 boxes of canned fruit, as well as oil, vinegar, salt, and other flavorings. Also, he ordered a few tons of easy-to-store vegetables such as cabbage, carrot, and potato. Like what they agreed to last time, they didn't print stickers. He paid the full 320 without a blink of an eye and immediately dismissed the boss that continuously tried to small talk with him. He was much more careful this time as he didn't start the moving process right away. Instead, he released the drone that Yao Yao modified and scanned for any thermal information. After a careful examination, he realized he was holding his breath from worrying. Being reassured, he let out a breath of relief and walked into the warehouse, closing the door behind him. He felt that he has become too suspicious lately. Because of the limited space in the storage dimension, Zhang Chen had to travel back and forth 10 times before he managed to transport everything. A total cost of 400 crystals for an ordinary survivor would be a huge amount, but for him, it was only pocket change. Because of the trade differential between Zhao Corporation, the only thing he was worried about was how to spend the room full of crystals in his basement. On paper, all crystals were transported back to the fictitious headquarters. Sun Jiao skillfully ordered people to enter the mansion and move the bags of food into the food warehouse. The good thing was they also built 2 more food warehouses on open ground. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find a place to store the food. The idle survivors started to be busy again. Due to Zhang Chen's arrival, they were no longer surprised by the mountain-like stack of food. The idle cooling system started operating again as the base's electricity usage climbed. But Sun Jiao was prepared for the situation as not only did she place solar panels on all the roofs within the wall, it even expanded to buildings outside of the wall. Zombies and mutants had no interest in the boards on top of the roofs. The survivors' other side wasn't so despicable that they would vandal the property since the machine guns on the watchtower did possess some deterrence abilities. He heard Sun Jiao say that she also purchased an old ground thermal energy collection system, but currently, the base lacked personnel with knowledge in that area. She already arranged a few smart-looking survivors to learn the related knowledge. There were important books in the city library. The information would only need to be downloaded into the virtual reality training chamber. But to see results, it'll be at least a few months. Seeing as Sun Jiao was busy, Zhang Chen headed to the technology department at the community center and found the hardworking Du Yongkong. He handed him the developed strategy for Future 1.0 as Zhang Chen ordered him to make upgrades based on that. Ziyasha gave it to him before he left in the morning. The company has no technology department, although they did hire server maintenance personnel. The program updating would have to be done through the middleman Zhang Chen. He cautioned him about the encryption procedure. Zhang Chen then patted his shoulder and left, in Du Yongkang's surprised, with a proud look. Zhang Chen returned to the mansion again. He hasn't seen Yao Yao in a while, and he has missed her. Ahem. Don't be mistaken. Zhang Chen was not into a lie. Maybe, Yao Yao enjoyed reading, even dry and boring computer books. She could focus and read them for a long time, although the virtual reality training system could speed up the education process, which Yao Yao already received in the hibernation chamber in the survival base. The deeper level knowledge could only be extracted from the book itself. These books were gifts Sun Zhao brought back from the library. Although the electronic version was okay, the feeling of paper made her feel calmer. Yao Yao sighed as she closed the book. She stretched out her frail arms and yawned. If only Brother Zhang Chen could notice me more. She zoned out as she kept thinking, cupping her chin with both hands. If it were before, she would blush because of her inappropriate thoughts. But now, she could face her own heart. She did fall in love with the gentle, sympathetic, strong. No. She would not stop if she continued. Yao Yao lightly slapped her own face nervously as she ducked her almost burning head back into the books. I want to die. You are going to hurt your eyes if you read so close. Zhang Chen oddly looked at Yao Yao's move with a smile on his face. The book flew out of Yao Yao's hands as she jumped up like a startled rabbit. She then fell, with the chair, to the ground. Zhang Chen face-palmed as he looked at Yao Yao's careless action. He was just about to help her up, but then he suddenly remembered Sun Zhao's words. Yao Yao really cares about you. She rubbed her butt in pain as she sadly pouted her mouth. Sorry, I didn't notice brother was here. You need to take care of yourself. What if you get hurt? Zhang Chen helped Yao Yao up and stroked her soft hair as he seemingly blamed her. Yao Yao suddenly buried her head into his chest and her hands tightly held onto his shirt. Tears began to fill up her adorable eyes. Brother, do you dislike me now? Zhang Chen was confused. How is that possible? Then why have you been avoiding me? Yao Yao buried her head and murmured. Avoiding? Zhang Chen was lost. To be fair, since the last time he saw her for a brief moment, he hasn't visited her in a while. Perplexed, he looked at the slightly quivering girl and felt guilty. A little bit. Zhang Chen really cared for Yao Yao, not only because she was the second friend he met in this world, or because she saved him and Sun Zhao, or she helped him before. The best way to describe it was a unique feeling. Yao Yao's presence seemed to have fulfilled an emptiness in his heart. It allowed him to express a kind of protective desire. But when Sun Zhao told him that Yao Yao likes him, and it was the kind of like between a man and a woman, he backed away. Yes, Zhang Chen knew that he basically had no bottom line. But Yao Yao, although Yao Yao's actual age was 36, she spent 20 years in the hibernation chamber. Her body practically paused all growth. Because of the side effects from hibernation, her body did not grow even after leaving the chamber for 2 years. To summarize, she can be described by 3 numbers: 36, 16, 14. That flat-looking body, not even perverts could do this. But Yao Yao's mental age reached puberty, so it is understandable she started to feel emotions for the only guy that treated her with gentleness. Understanding is one thing, but being able to do it is another. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself and just end up eating Yao Yao. Subconsciously, he unintentionally began to avoid responding to this emotion. He hoped the feeling was more similar to someone she depended on, but he knew too well that that wasn't the case. He had a special feeling for Yao Yao. Zhang Chen opened his mouth to say something, but a delicate finger stopped him. No. You don't need to explain to Yao Yao. Yao Yao is very understanding. Yao Yao disappointedly buried her head deeper. She murmured as the faint sound came out of her lips. If brother doesn't like Yao Yao, Yao Yao won't force brother to reciprocate. Compared to small apples, big apples definitely taste better. For example, like sister Sun Zhao's size. Yao Yao understand. Her eyes shook slightly, but she bit her lip and determinedly lifted her head. Yao Yao is happy to be living such a joyful life, but it is still important to give treats to cute animals. So I will do everything to help brother out. I am still updating the game. Yao Yao is also studying really hard on the computer. If Yao Yao can just get some small rewards, Yao Yao will be delighted and will work even harder. It's not too greedy of a request, though if there really is none, it will be okay. But just a little is enough. Just share with me a tiny bit. No need to kiss. Just rub my head. Woo. The listless hesitation was suddenly blocked. Her fragile look revealed how shocked she was, but then it turned into excitement and happiness, and finally into gentleness. Yao Yao closed her eyes as she enjoyed the sudden burst of passion from her lips. Zhang Chen kissed her because of guilt, self-blame, impulse, or maybe it was the compensation for the pure but ambiguous emotion. He admits that he is a selfish person without boundaries, but he is not a cold person. When he found out that Yao Yao loved him dearly and was willing to do so much for him without return, it was his first, without lust and desire. The lavender-like fragrance layered with her pure emotion spread from his lips into his head. Like a terrified bunny, the softness gently explored the unknown, but just that one simple move almost took up her entire body's strength. But a warm hand accepted it and caressed her soft head. Zhang Chen felt the burning sensation on his face as Zhang Chen gently held up her face. Separated, a glowing wire carved a hint of impurity within the pure emotions. Zhang Chen looked at Yao Yao as she tried to catch her breath and stared into her mist-covered eyes. He finally resisted the desire in his heart and pulled his head away from Yao Yao. Yao Yao, who just began to realize what had happened, buried her head. Her head was completely blank as her cherry-like mouth smiled, closed, raised. Sorry. Although sorry probably doesn't mean much. Zhang Chen hugged the fragile body harder as he said sincerely, I did notice your emotions, but no, it's okay. Yao Yao's tone suddenly went higher because of her excitement but soon quieted down. She murmured, could you just save some for me? As a reward? No. The adorable eyes teared up. Not your reward. As my reward. A smirk appeared on his face as he got closer to her earlobe. Be mine? Tears burst out of her eyes, but it was tears of happiness. Don't cry. Woo. Zhang Chen made up his mind. He didn't have any boundaries left, so might as well go balls deep. He was not a courteous guy, nor did he want to use a boring excuse to lie to himself. He had a good impression of Yao Yao, as in, it was not the type where it was simply a sister and brother kind of emotion. Worst case, I'll just eat later. He made the decision as he chose to respond to this pure relationship. What's wrong with liking a Lilai? No, not Lilai. She is 36 on her ID. Zhang Chen tightly hugged Yao Yao as he felt her warmth and listened to her murmur. I feel so lucky. Would sister Sun Zhao hit me? I'll let her, so she won't be mad. Then, I feel so happy. Suddenly, Yao Yao woke up from her murmuring words. Yes, the most important thing is what brother thinks. If he doesn't think I taste good, then, no. I need to sell myself. I can definitely do it. She tightly clenched her fist as she took a couple of deep breaths and built up the confidence. Calmed down? Zhang Chen heard the murmuring stop. I taste very good. Although I am not confident, I will be very obedient. The moves sister Sun Zhao doesn't want to try, Yao Yao can try. I am not a picky eater. I will resist the pain even if it hurts. Yao Yao's long eyelashes trembled as she closed her eyes tightly, letting go of all her shyness. Blood burst out from Zhang Chen's nose. This damn Lilai lover, Sun Zhao cursed in her mind as she stood outside of the door. Through the cracks, she almost saw the entire plotline. Although it was not that she didn't understand Yao Yao's emotion, she did want to drag her into the water. But, it was still frustrating. Ms. Sun Jiao was so frustrated that she wanted to stomp her feet, but she bit her lips as she decided not to. It was because she did not want to interrupt them now, she sighed as she unhappily walked away. I'll pretend that is the compensation for this guy to stay here. Sun Jiao tried to comfort herself. Also, Yao Yao is even easier to bully. A smile carved onto Sun Jiao's lips, or possibly a smirk. Chapter 82, Wasteland Economics. Walai has 3 benefits: light, soft, and easy to eat. Zhang Chen didn't end up eating Yao Yao, although she was already cooked. He felt it was not the best idea to eat her now. Let her grow a bit more, at least until after she starts to develop, or at least wait for her to be mentally prepared. He wiped the blood from his nose and comforted the now bewildered Yao Yao as he hastily left. It was the first time he managed to control himself and didn't act like an animal. When night fell, Zhang Chen came to the conference room at the community center and initiated a wireless video conference with Zhao Chenwu. The light blue particles and lines created the full-body image of Zhao Chenwu. The ruthless man smiled and extended his hand to greet him when he saw Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen also smiled and extended his hand, passing through the hologram image. The hands, of course, didn't touch as it was a gesture passed on in the hologram conference age. Before the start of the conference, Sun Jiao already taught Zhang Chen, as long as they sat by the table, the hologram would be passed on to the corresponding location in the other conference. Based on the consideration of the importance of real-time communication, Zhao Chenwu sold this set of equipment discounted by 50%. His strategic vision was certainly worth praising, for as it was definitely a move that could pay off in the long term. What better way to solve the problem than face-to-face? Zhang Chen never imagined there could be such a magical equipment in this world. He only saw it in some sci-fi movies before. Long time no see, Mr. Zhang. To save time, let's get straight to the topic. Compared to modern world negotiations, the negotiations in the apocalypse were short and concise. No one considered flattering words worth. Even close alliances only cared about the individual's own interest as it directly related to their survival. Also, it cost 1 crystal per minute to keep this equipment running. The crystal was not the issue, but the lesser the small talk, the better. Please go ahead. Zhang Chen signaled a pleased gesture. I want to increase the trade amount, especially fruit cans. I have a deficit of 1,000 cans or more. Zhao Chenwu waved his fingers as a data board raised onto the middle of the negotiation table that showed this need. Canned meat needs to be increased to 10,000, canned fruit increased to 8,000, compressed cracker increased to an astronomical figure of 100,000 pieces, and 20,000 bags of instant noodles needed to be added. Based on the negotiated price, the total trade amount increased to 500,000 crystals. Zhang Chen gasped for air. 500,000. A power armor's cost was only 10,000 crystals. Don't mind me for being straightforward. Do you have enough crystals for this deal? Or, do you have the ability to absorb this amount of supplies? Although the 6th Street has a large population, there were only so many that could afford these luxuries. Zhao Chenwu smiled. He did not hide anything as he waved his hands and a document slid in front of Zhang Chen. There is nothing to hide. To respond to the recent abnormal zombie reactions, the Group of 10 Council voted on a crusade proposal to eliminate 2 unknown bacteria sources. The plan is separated into Route A and B. The Group of 10 all had decided to invest in initiating this proposal. I'll invest 31 power armors and 1 spider tank to join the route and acquire 21% of the profit. There's profit from clearing out the bacteria source? Zhang Chen laughed. He remembered not every zombie had crystals in the back of their heads. Even Roshan only had between 40-50 crystals. Yes, and there is a lot. Zhao Chenwu smiled mysteriously and called out a set of data. The estimated profit of Route A is 1.7 million crystals. The cost of ammunition is around 110,000. Compared to the profit, it is almost negligible. 1.7 million crystals, the number made Zhang Chen jump. but the document Zhao Qianwu threw over soon made him understand the situation. Regular mutants were unable to resist against the large-scale attacks of the survivors. The crystals on their bodies would all be collected. Also, because of the bacteria, the zombies are filled with energy. Therefore almost all of them have formed crystals, which was also why they became more ferocious. However, under the firearms suppression, despite how powerful the zombies were, they were still zombies. The 6th Street could gain massively from this operation. Every zombie would have at least a single crystal. Killing 100,000 would be 100,000 crystals, especially if it were closer to the bacteria source. Then its energy would be higher for crystal formation. Based on the document, a single zombie could contain up to 20 crystals, including the mutants along the way. Even if they encounter a Roshan, that thing is like a paper in front of a tank. Except in the city center, the 6th Street's firepower would not encounter any dangers. That was not the key point. Once the massive force heads out from the 6th Street's hideout, following them would be a group of survivors or individuals. They wouldn't dare to steal kills, but under the protection of the force, it would be okay to pick up some scraps. Since they were all part of the force, it would be better for the endless amount of mutants to die as much as possible. If they encounter something they could not defeat like the Deathclaw, they will only need to hide among the forces. The Deathclaw would be too scared to attack so many people. Even if it did, a single cannon would solve the problem. Once the average wealth increased, it would bolster spending. Zhang Chen knew that even if he didn't study economy. Also, the consumables used in this crusade will be converted into crystals, and so they will seek investments from the population of the 6th Street. The expected return was estimated to be 15%, in which 1,341 middle-class men would be born. The higher average wealth would increase spending and stimulate the 6th Street to increase production. The increased production would appreciate the value of crystals as an energy source. This would allow the capable survivors to approach us or even settle here. It was an excellent blueprint, although it did sound comical to talk about the economy on the wasteland. Zhang Chen was at a loss for words before he abruptly opened his mouth. If you guys are so powerful, why didn't you attack the city center? Ahem, there is nothing to gain from that. Also, the situation is quite unique in the city center. But, I guarantee you, we will only profit from this crusade. He looked blankly at the passionate Zhao Qianwu as a troubled smile appeared on his face. Is this the benefit of using energy as the currency? The industry's raw materials could be recycled from waste, but crystals have been the limiting factor for all survival camps. The industrial process before the war used hydrogen-3 as a reactor to generate power. Not to say the hydrogen-3 facility on the moon has already been destroyed to pieces, but there was not a single functional nuclear reactor here. These things were the primary target during a war. Therefore, the light, efficient, and renewable crystal became the primary source of energy and currency. As long as the industry continues to operate, there was no need worry about inflation. Hunt for crystals, purchase goods, increase production, crystal appreciation, which stimulates spending, loops back to hunting and the exploration of dangerous territories. It was a perfect cycle. No one wanted to waste bullets on zombies before, since they didn't have crystals. Unless they were almost starving to death, not a lot of people risked their lives to hunt for that annoying mutant. However, this generation of zombies, under the influence of the unknown bacteria, formed crystals, following a great army around the city, before coming back with a bag full of crystals for more reliable equipment would lower the risk of hunting other mutants. Therefore even these zombies were eradicated. The newly equipped survivors would be able to hunt mutants for crystals. It was like a spark that reignited the almost distinguished flame. After this crusade, the 6th Street would experience a drastic shift. Fu Ke, Zhang Chen was jealous, but he was also cautious at the same time. Although there was some distance between 6th Street and here, if its sphere of influence increases, it would be problematic. Since that place was a neutral, open-door area, all the survivors would head to it for exchanges of goods. The equipment upgrade of the survivors nearby was not good news for the newborn Fishbone base. The bandits, who were previously equipped with rifles, were now upgraded to rocket launcher or even the more expensive laser rifles. It would be detrimental to the base's defense. The current defense of the base was only a few light machine guns as well as some anti-tank weapons and grenade launchers. Although Zhang Chen wanted to buy a tank and has the money, no one would sell it. These heavy armor firearms were mostly recycled from the battlefield. The quantity was scarce. It was possible to produce power armor from scratch, but a tank? Even if they had the technology, they didn't have the right conditions. His eyes lit up as Zhang Chen pondered to think of a way to upgrade the base's military arms. If it was not possible to buy it from the 6th Street, looting town might be worth a shot. But in Zhao Qianwu's eyes, he interpreted Zhang Chen's expression as a keen interest in the potential profit of the crusade. A smile emerged on his face. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was ready to reap the benefits. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? I believe that you already understand. If we use this golden age to expand the food market, I trust that no one will be interested in the SHT-like nutrient supply anymore. Chapter 83, Helping Each Other. Zhang Chen was fascinated by the opportunity. But if the crystals do appreciate, then there would be another problem. Crystals will appreciate in value. So you are saying I need to lower the price of the food to expand the market? Zhang Chen curled up the corners of his mouth. After all this explanation, Zhao Qianwu still had the intention to lower the price of food. Ahem, that's precisely the case. But please believe me that after we increase sales, the food trade will bring more profit for your company. Before there would be only 1,000 people willing to purchase goods. Now in less than a month, it will turn into 1,000 people. When the basic survival needs are met, people will start to strive for a higher quality of life. Additionally, if we can capture the market, you can also expand your production capability. Zhao Qianwu locked onto Zhang Chen's eyes. Okay. Zhang Chen felt awkward. In theory, if the production base expanded because of economies of scale, the cost would go down. In his case, however, since all of the food was transported from the modern world, the cost would be less than 0.1 of a crystal per canned food. Reducing the price to increase sales volume seemed to fit the goal of the headquarters. If the price remained the same, food sales would still increase by a small amount, but the potential profit would be nowhere close to voluntarily lowering the price to attract more sales. Oh, this is not a bad idea. I have permission to adjust the price on behalf of the company. You do have to understand, however, that there is still the cost to transport and produce the food. If the profit margin here is too low, there is no purpose for me to continue to establish a supply station here. He still had the pretend in case this guy constantly asks him to lower the price due to Zhang Chen accepting this initial proposal too easily. Zhao Qianwu thought it was disrespectful to ask about the other party's costs. But if he doesn't know Fishbone Food Corporation's production cost, it was hard for him to give a reasonable estimate. He only guessed that the expanded production would decrease cost, but he didn't know how much it would go down by. The meat cans with an average price of 10. Fruit can 20, the compressed cracker maintains the 1 crystal price, and instant noodle 3. The appreciation of crystals along with the higher purchasing power from the 6th Street, you won't lose a whole lot. That's a 1/3 discount. Mr. Zhao is certainly giving me a difficult scenario. Zhang Chen had an enigmatic smile. Purchasing power of the 6th Street? Then I would be making a loss if I transport the crystals back to the headquarters. On paper, he only has a supply station here, so he must stay consistent with the story. The appreciation of crystals was only relative. Other than a few things that could not be produced, all other goods would not be any different. If crystals were not traded for goods, then this thing would only be a convenient time travel ticket. Ahem. The crystal's appreciation is relative. How about the firearms and construction materials also are reduced by 1/3? This is pretty close to my cost. Also, isn't your company interested in our technology? Perhaps in this area, we can partner up. It would be best to avoid paying with crystals, as this will be the best way to maximize our gain. If I manage to acquire more control within the 6th Street through this opportunity, I trust that the equipment not permissible to be sold could have workarounds. Zhao Qianwu made his point as his eyes flashed. Not bad, interesting proposal. A smile appeared on his face as both parties reached an agreement. Since this is the case, Zhang Chen brought everything to the table. M2 engine design blueprint. Our quote is 40,000 crystals, 1 to 10 kilograms bomb production bed blueprint. The quote is 90,000 crystals. Model 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. The quote is 110,000 crystals. I believe that this technology, common in Huanghai City, is not too difficult for Mr. Zhao, right? These were sensitive military technologies, so they would not be stored in public libraries. The only method to obtain the technology was through purchasing. Sun Zhao estimated the quote based on the benchmark in Looting Town. Regardless if they have the capabilities to produce the equipment, it was imperative to obtain the technology first, and then slowly digest it. Of course not. Zhao Qianwu laughed. The price was reasonable. Although the 6th Street prohibited the sale of heavy weapons, the technology aspect was not prohibited to the same extent. A thumb-sized USB could copy all the information and blueprints. How difficult would it be to stop it? Of course, Zhao Qianwu would not offer the self-developed technology after the war, just like how he never asked Zhang Qin for the food production technology. The advancement in technology did not cease after the apocalypse. The well-fed scientists in each survival base all served a purpose. Due to the lack of free-flow information, poor survival condition, the difference between the inherited technology, everyone's technology tree was a bit different from the other. Take the 6th Street. For example, the self-developed T3 power armor's combat power even exceeded pre-war levels. However, on the development of airplanes, their progress was close to null. It was a completely different case for Looting Town, but similar to other survival bases. As to the trade amount, if you could manage to absorb it, I'll sell a bit more to you. Let's aim for a quote of 700,000 crystals now based on the new price. It would be for October and November. I think with more supplies, Mr. Zhao could have an easier time expanding the market. Zhang Chen laughed. 6 times the usual trade amount? Suddenly, Zhao Qianwu's breath shortened. However, for being a man of power, he quickly recollected himself and remained calm. He shrugged as Zhao Qianwu said cheerful, "Since my partner has already shown so much good faith, if I don't do anything, it would be inconsiderate. It's here, I have been waiting for those words." Zhang Qin's mouth curled up. "That's what I think too. So to make sure I can move the 700,000 crystals worth of supplies here, I need your help." Zhao Qianwu was surprised. "If your transportation team could move the goods over such a distance, could you not solve a simple problem like this?" It was hard for Zhao Qianwu to believe. He knew that there was a source near the Fishbone base, but because of the distance, it would not pose any threats to the 6th Street. The neutral area was not a philanthropical society, as they had no reason to send out a force to clear out the problem. Transportation and combat are two different things. We have the technology to move the goods there, but moving it in would have to depend on me. Airdrop, flying carriers? It didn't matter how much Zhao Qianwu guessed, as Zhang Chen wouldn't say a word. He opened his palms as he continued to use his acting as he bullshitted. "I think you know how many crystals I put into this supply station since I bought everything from you. If I couldn't even handle a small problem like this if you were my boss, would you want me to stay here? Or would you switch to another base that would be easier to transport goods, as it would be the more efficient process, wouldn't it? So, for us to continue our partnership, you'll have to help me out." Then, Zhang Chen's voice lowered as he perplexingly looked at the Zhao Qianwu, whose expression began to turn stern. "I can't promise that the next representative here will still choose Zhao Corporation as the partner, or perhaps even relocate and conduct business with Looting Town. We pride ourselves on efficiency. If I fail here, I don't know if the next person in charge would continue my policy. You understand?" Zhang Chen left the words there as he then leaned against his chair. He didn't finish his words as he has already made the point. It did make sense. If my subordinate spent so many resources from the trade to invest in the defense infrastructure, there was the imminent danger he must seek help. If Zhang Chen got replaced by the Fishbone headquarters, Would the new representative continue the failed policy? Difficult to say. Zhao Chenwu began to feel unsettled as he already got the taste of the food trade. How would he simply give this up, especially when there was a 700,000 crystal deal sitting in front of him? He hoped that he could use this supply to control the food market at the 6th Street to leverage for more influence in the Group of 10 Council. However, what he didn't know was, all the hypothetical situation assumed that the headquarter existed. Zhang Chen didn't finish his words but left enough for Zhao Chenwu's imagination. If he only lied and told half of the context, smart people would complete the lie for you. If he said too much, he would be more prone to getting called out. What kind of help do you need? I will handle this, Zhao Chenwu said in a stern voice. His interest was already tied to Zhang Chen. If he lost Zhang Chen as a supplier, all his plans would be interrupted. He must help him, even if he may make a loss here. He was waiting for this sentence. An untraceable faint smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. 10T3 power armor, I'll purchase at 110% cost. Zhang Chen didn't scam him as he gave a rather attractive offer. Not possible. Zhao Chenwu stood up as he lost control of his voice. It was not the problem with the price. Even with his position of power as a member of the Group of 10 Council, there was still 9 other people keeping a close eye on him. There were a countless amount of small capitalists that have a keen eye on his position, which forces him to be careful. Even if it was produced from his own factory, every controlled equipment must be documented and registered. They were prohibited from selling, and by keeping an eye on each other, it was hard to conduct fraud. If he crossed the line, there would be severe implications as it practically gave his competitors a reason to attack him. Nothing is impossible. Think about it. The risk you take compared to the potential gain, it would be nothing. If I failed, I would just retire. For you, you'll lose a supplier that you trust. Zhang Chen locked onto Zhao Chenwu's eyes. Zhao Chenwu also fixed his eyes on him. Finally, this ruthless businessman compromised. 10T3 power armor with a price of 13,000 crystals. I'll send 10 slaves with microchips injected along with the power armors. Then I'll report fatalities. You can take the 10 people as long as they don't show up at the 6th Street ever again. Zhao Chenwu wryly rubbed his head as he leaned his arm on the table and waved his hand in defeat. Excellent, my friend. Be assured that you'll have much to gain from helping me so much. A prevailed smile carved onto Zhang Chen's face, but it was gone within a second. He gave his sincere gratitude to Zhao Chenwu. Tell me other things you need. I know the 10 power armors is not enough, but this is the only time. Since he already broke the rules, it didn't matter how far he went, as long as no one found out. An armored vehicle. No problem. One will explode during the mission. 20,000 crystals. You have to give the equipment first. I have to solve the problem first before I can transport the food here, and then pay based on the new price. No problem. I have the patience to wait. Also, I would need some high-energy vacuum bombs, the portable ones. Seeing Zhao Chenwu's decisive attitude, Zhang Chen was feeling a little ashamed as he grinned sardonically. Okay. Along with the one-time use platform, 100 crystals per bomb. I'll just say that I scrapped them. What do you need that for? The zombies can't be suffocated. They also don't have a lot of fat that can be burned. It is just for a possible scenario. You don't have to worry about it, and it's a pleasure to work with you. Zhang Chen had no more requests as he smiled. It's a pleasure to work with you. You better not make my investment go in vain. Zhang Chen fearlessly stared into Zhao Chenwu's hawk-like vision as he cheerfully laughed. Be assured, my friend, don't you think we are helping each other out? I gave grounds for the price. The least you can do is do me a favor like this. Helping each other out? Maybe using each other was a more appropriate term. Chapter 84. Zombie waves. The goods arrived the next day. Almost everyone at the 6th Street was busy with the crusade, so the smuggling went unnoticed. There were only 4 people that delivered the goods, and they were all close subordinates of Zhao Chenwu. His assistant Su Lei personally led the team. The guarding soldier transferred the control rights to Zhang Chen and sharply saluted him before they hastily left. Zhang Chen smiled as he watched the camouflaged armor vehicle and the pitch-black metal giants with a fearsome face. He patted the closest guy's shoulder before ordering the new slaves to transport the goods. If one could compare light armor to kinetic skeletons, then power armor resembled the knight's heavy armor in the Middle Ages. They were divided into ground type and airdrop type, with the main difference being the armor's weight and if it was equipped with a shock-absorbing turbine engine. The mass of the airdrop type was usually less than half a ton, while the ground type weighted 1 ton or more. These 10 sets of T3 power armors were the airdrop type. They were equipped with a trident-shaped revolving machine gun and ammo packages. Lu Huasheng was smart enough to design an elevator at the exit, or else, if they only used rope, it would be tricky to bring up the 2 meters high, 300-kilogram power armor. The 10 slaves clearly did not know how to operate the equipment, and they looked like they were getting ready to enter their caskets. Obviously, they knew it was illegal to sell those types of equipment. Since it was illegal, their genetic ID must have been registered as died at the 6th Street already. As to if they will really die, it would all be up to the man with the cheerful smile. Welcome to Fishbone Survival Camp. Trust me, working for me is much more enjoyable than working for anyone else in the world. Although it did sound like bullshit, it looked like they won't be dying anytime soon. Everyone felt relieved as they anxiously followed the man's footsteps. After giving the responsibility of assigning jobs to Lu Huasheng, Zhang Chen quickly went to find Sun Zhao. Weapon and power armor is ready. When should we depart? Sun Zhao immediately asked when she saw Zhang Chen. Within 2 days. Did you manage to contact the survivor groups around us? No problem. The wireless equipment in the conference room can do that, but what is the point of it? Sun Zhao asked, confused. Take them to fight the mobs. He left an unclear response behind. There were too many survivors living in small groups around the area. If he managed to consolidate them together, there would at least be 2,000 to 3,000 people. If Fishbone Survival Camp wants to break the limitations of their population, they must think about the surrounding survivors. Those were the survivors that survived through hardships in the apocalypse. Their mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people, or at least more twisted. Their individual combat abilities also far exceeded the slaves in the ghetto. But the tricky part was, they had long ceased to believe in orders and rules. They acted like wolves, which are difficult to train. If you want a dog to listen, a bone plus a rope would be enough. But for a wolf to listen, a bone and a rope were nowhere enough. The survivors will take the bone away without hesitation but never willingly lower their head and accept the collar. Unless they possessed absolute power, there was no point in even thinking about uniting together and fighting back. Showing off their firearms was the second purpose of the crusade. The best idea was to bring the battlefield together and alleviate the pressure from the waves of zombies. Then, promise them part of the reward to increase their dependency on Fishbone Base. Now that the zombies have all formed crystals, Zhang Chen didn't believe that those survivors would not be interested. Even if Zhang Chen didn't have the heavy firearm, the power armor was more than enough to steamroll through normal zombies. Those survivors have no reason to give up guaranteed profit. The next morning, the Fishbone Base was busy once again. The soldiers rushed to their battle stations. The non-combat unit helped to pack supplies as well as raise polyethylene board onto the front door to create a defense zone in case the zombies rushed into the base when the door was opened. Outside the wall, it was also busy. The crowded zombies perfectly illustrated the word seas of zombies. The sheer amount of rotten bodies completely blocked the streets outside. Strange. It was as if the zombies from the entire area was stuffed onto this one street. Weapon system, functional. Turbine engine, functional. And energy stick, functional. Zhang Chen tirelessly checked the data within the electronic helmet. Although he had experience with power armors in the virtual reality training chamber and had the opportunity to familiarize himself with the actual armor yesterday, being locked in the metal box made him feel unsettled. The pitch black paint, the vigorous and light armor's aerodynamic shape, the trident-shaped revolving machine gun, and the tactical rifle placed at the waist. Jiang Chen was almost fortified to his teeth. It certainly did look cool, but it was surprisingly difficult to put on. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with worried eyes. She then took a deep breath and waved at the guard on the wall. The guard saluted and quickly positioned himself by the machine gun. Sun Jiao will be the leader for this operation. Be prepared to depart. Open your weapon system, and make sure the zombies don't break our formation. All of our supplies are in the car. Am I understood? Understood. The 8 armored soldiers uniformly shouted as they put on their helmets. Open the gate. Sun Jiao shouted and signaled before she also put on her helmet. The metal gate slowly rose, as if they smelt the delicious scent of food. The zombies turned their hollow eyes in the direction of the door. Ta-ta-ta-ta, fire. The machine guns on the 2 watchtowers began to unload their ammunition. The orange light split countless bodies of zombies as it shredded the already crippled body into more pieces. However, it was futile as the waves of zombies howled and rushed to the door. Charge. The team in power armor formed a triangle, protecting the armored vehicle in the middle. They then ripped a hole in the sea of zombies. Zombies with missing limbs shook on the ground. If their brains were still intact, zombies would not die. But there was no time to finish them off. Under the power of the machine gun on the watchtower and the armored soldiers continuously firing revolving machine gun, the flow of indestructible metal trampled through the corpses of the undead. Even through metal, the sticky feeling of blood and meat on Jiang Chen's feet made his stomach churn. But he was no longer afraid of the frightening zombies. They are no longer humans. Some were not humans to begin with. When the reinforced front armor collided with the zombies, who had attempted to bite him, the power of the armor's technology was truly demonstrated. The turbine engines on the waist and arms spat out mystic blue flames. The zombies futilely scratched and bit on the cold armor as Jiang Chen maximized the thrust of the engines. The team maintained their formation as they moved forward, pushing the zombies back. If the charge formation stopped, they then must face the dire situation of being surrounded by zombies. Although the regular zombies would not penetrate the armor if they accumulated and gained a numerical advantage, they could, however, deform the power armor as easily as they flipped cars. Even if they had the absolute advantage on equipment, no one dared to lose concentration as they used the firepower of their armors to disperse the sea of zombies. But it was impossible to kill all the zombies even if they used all of their ammunition. The only thing they needed to do was to break through, not waste all the ammunition on these dead things. The zombies squeezed through and collided with the armored vehicle, but they got ran over right away. The thick and heavy tire left a frightening mark on the ground. The 20mm machine gun on top of the vehicle continued to fire as the bullets penetrated the zombies' withered bodies, exploding it into pieces. Finally, the entire force forcefully created an opening through the sea of zombies as they trampled through the twitching bodies and out of the zombie-infested street. How do you feel? A caring voice passed through the private channel. I am okay. Jiang Chen took several deep breaths as he tried to calm his pounding heart. He closed the revolving machine gun on his right hand and pulled out the tactical rifle on his waist. Everyone else followed. They no longer needed to maintain a high concentration of firepower after they broke through. The zombies still rushed towards them, but they were much more sparse. It seemed to have matched his guess that the zombies all consciously gathered near the base. Once they passed another street, they could barely see any zombies. This is odd. Be careful. Stay alert. Open the electric life detection device. Roger. No mutant signal within the 500-meter radius. The series of reporting made the public channel sound chaotic. Usually speaking, the drastic decrease in zombie concentration could only mean one thing: the existence of a powerful mutant was nearby. Although zombies hunted for any living creature, most of their prey were creatures with a similar life energy to humans. If they encountered an 100 crystal monster or the nest of a mutant, zombies would subconsciously move away from that direction. But the situation was abnormal. Not only mutants, but there wasn't even a single cockroach on the street. The broken advertisement board, The abandoned cars, they were the only living creatures on the street. He shook his left arm to get rid of the sticky feeling of blood as he watched the empty street. The ominous feeling was more and more apparent. Chapter 85. This is the apocalypse. There was no powerful mutant nearby, but the reality seemed to say otherwise. It felt like a hand had drawn the spread-out zombies together to surround them. The zombie concentration ahead is 0. I feel like something is off. Seeing the life detection map at the right corner of his pupil, Zhang Chen can't help but raised his eyebrows. Disregarding the possibility of mutant zombies were not exactly dead, as they still maintain some features of a live creature. For example, their understanding of survival space. The zombies' distribution was highly concentrated in the city center and spreads out in all directions from that point on. The asexually produced zombies moved outwards from the crowded city center to the rural area. In most cases, the relatively less concentrated areas would rarely produce a sea of zombies, but the zombies seemed to have gathered together as they surrounded the entire base. The result was that after they managed to break through, the streets were empty. Sun Jiao frowned as she was also uncertain. That's right, something is off. However, it was futile to overthink right now as the armored vehicle broke through the sea of zombies and began to accelerate. The armored soldiers also activated the wheels on their feet and started the turbine engine behind their back. As they changed from a running stance to a gliding stance, they immediately began moving alongside the armored vehicle. Balance system, functional. Fouquet, I forgot to check this thing. Zhang Chen cursed as sweat rolled down. It was functional, or else it would have been problematic. Be careful of your surroundings. Free fire. Sun Jiao voice transmitted through the public channel. Affirmative. The arrow-like formation pushed forward, into the middle of the highway. The vehicles in the way were either pushed away or rolled over. Their surrounding was filled with deafening silence. Other than the missiles' homing noise, there were no other noises. Everyone was alert, holding the tactical in shooting position. Weird, there is not even a single mutant. A soldier complained in the public channel. Did they hide or something? Don't be distracted. Hold your position. Yes. The two soldiers immediately shut their mouth. Could it be because of the unknown bacteria in the air? Zhang Chen had a feeling something was not right. A bacteria that could make a bloodthirsty mutant afraid would not be as simple as it sounded. After 3 kilometers, the team stopped in front of an apartment building surrounded by barbed wire. It was an ancient building. Like most buildings on the wasteland, the paint on the surface was already erased from the aftershock of the nuclear explosion, with only the gray concrete walls left. The wall had some old paint-sprayed words. Through the pitch black, a machine gun slanted against the window could barely be made out, and cloth replaced the glass on the windows. On the roof of the building, vegetation covered in plastics to make what looked like soilless culture. This was where most of the survivor groups received their food. But in the radiation-filled apocalypse, you wouldn't expect a seed to produce a single fruit. These fruits, with uncertain toxicology, still had a market on the 6th Street. A lot of factories would purchase these in bulk quantities at a low price, and then sell the non-toxic ones in the luxury market. The toxic ones would be placed in extraction machines for vitamin, vegetable proteins, and other substances to produce high-quality grade A or B nutrient supply. Compared to the nutrient supply created through the blood and fat of mutant and zombies, it was more tasty and nutritious. The situation here was similar to Fishbone Base as the zombies surrounded the building, but quantity-wise, it was significantly less than the zombies around the base. It was a frightening prospect, but not because of some zombies. Did zombies possess intelligence, or was a higher intelligence controlling them? Despite this, there was not much suspense in the battle, as some zombies did not reach the critical state. Although the zombies did possess crystals, the organic nature of their body meant that they were still regular zombies. Despite how hard they tried, they did not have the defense of the power armor. A few gunshots finished the annoying zombies as they approached the apartment building. There was a wooden board with some crooked words. PSH, what? Code 01 Survivor Group. The life detection device indicates a total of 30-40 people, Sun Jiao reported to Zhang Chen through the private channel. What does Kodowan mean? That's an ugly name, Zhang Chen mocked. I gave them the name. Survivor groups usually don't give their home a name as the desire to expand and need for land are minimal. The goal was to survive. Sun Jiao walked up to ring the bell and backed up. Momentarily, the door opened as a cautious-looking middle-aged man carefully stepped out. Who are you guys? His face had suspense and fright written all over it. The rifle in his hands trembled as he knew his rifle could not even break their armor. The only thing that could damage the power armor was probably the dusty recoilless cannon in the back of the room. We are from the nearby Fishbone base. Zhang Chen took off his mask and said emotionlessly, "What are you guys doing here?" The middle-aged man cautiously asked. He, of course, saw the group of people eradicate the zombies. The heavy firepower deterred any thought of resistance. I trust that you already realized the unusual zombie activity. Under the influence of the unknown bacteria, these zombies would exhibit high attack behaviors. The reliable report indicated that the unknown bacteria level is increasing in the air, so we have decided to eliminate the bacteria source. Zhang Chen tried to make his tone sound friendly. But the next sentence made Zhang Chen furious. What does that have to do with us? Still the cautious and apathetic voice. You are asking what does that have to do with you? Zhang Chen was shocked. He did not look angry as he laughed instead. Do you know that the source is closer to you? The middle-aged man was speechless, but he felt that Zhang Chen was not as vicious as other bandits. He then prompted up the courage and argued back. But then it has more influence on you guys, or else you guys wouldn't be out here. We don't need your help, so don't bother us. The middle-aged man already has a plan. Since they were willing to take care of the trouble, then they can go. Although the odd bacteria certainly gave him a headache, what can he do? He'll just hide there. If other people can't take it anymore, then they'll send their forces out. Although those zombies had crystals behind the back of their head, they couldn't advance forward and stop to collect the crystals at the same time. Why does he have to go with them if he could just pick up scraps that are left behind? Zhang Chen was at a loss, but then he started to laugh. He saw through the man's deceitful eyes and could guess what was on his mind. Shameless. Too shameless, haha. It certainly expanded his worldview that people could be this selfish. The problem is already in your backyard, and you are still waiting for a dumbass to make the first move so you can take advantage of their reward afterward. If I didn't show up here, you were just going to wait here to die? Wait. This is the apocalypse. Zhang Chen suddenly realized, he almost thought he was on the negotiation table with Wang Dihai or 361 corporations. Then, his eyes turned grim. What do you want? The middle-aged man sensed a glimpse of hostility on Zhang Chen's face as he cautiously opened his mouth. At the same time, he signaled the people behind him. The window opened on top of the building as a black barrel extended out and was aimed at the armored vehicle. Boss, I have been locked in by an anti-tank weapon, requesting permission to fire. The driver hastily reported into the public channel. Sun Jiao immediately lifted the tactical rifle and aimed at the person on top of the building. The power armor soldiers all engaged in a firing position. Sun Jiao was in command during combats, but Zhang Chen decided in regards to the neutral forces. If Zhang Chen ordered, Sun Jiao was fully confident that they could wipe these people off of the wasteland. The middle-aged man was struggling too as he stared at Zhang Chen. He was not a friendly character. He knew the highly mobile power armor would be hard to hit, so he dared to risk his own life to signal his subordinate to aim at the armored vehicle. Clearly carrying plenty of supplies, he was betting on the fact that Zhang Chen would not risk the highly valuable armored vehicle and the countless amount of supplies for their irrelevant life. However, Zhang Chen laughed. He knew exactly what the middle-aged man's intentions were. He has the audacity to bet, to save ammunition and not fire a single bullet at zombies, but turn the gun on us who are planning on eliminating the source? But Zhang Chen did not look surprised anymore. There was only a grimace was left in his vision. Perhaps it was my mistake to negotiate with you. Zhang Chen slowly said the words as he shut his helmet. The action scared the middle-aged man to death. If revealing the face meant sincerity to negotiate, then closing the helmet, speaker open, The icy words echoed through the entire street. "I'll only ask once, surrender, or face death." The tactical rifle lowered. Replacing them was 10 raised revolving machine guns. The trident-shaped machine gun rotated rapidly. Chapter 86. I don't reason, I'm unreasonable. Because you don't understand what is the reason. Surrender, or face death. A simple yet oppressive statement somehow easily solved the problem. Before Jiang Chen could count to 3, the middle-aged broke down and threw the rifle in his hands to the ground. He covered his head and surrendered. "I won't let you not surrender." A recoilless cannon had the audacity to resist us. "I will gladly trade the vehicle for your 30 worthless lives. Do you dare to trade with me?" His audacity was based on Jiang Chen's willingness to negotiate. But Jiang Chen no longer wished to discuss. All the survivors stood outside with faces of humiliation as they looked at the invaders. Jiang Chen was not here to capture captives, as he still expected these people to peacefully integrate. Even if they brought them back, there was no place to imprison them. Perhaps it would even cause resistance from other survivor groups. These survivor groups were not completely powerless to be able to survive this long. If this group had the recoilless cannon, the next group might have laser rifles. That weapon could pose a threat to the power armors, as the C-plastic steel-formed armor could deflect bullets, but it would not be able to withstand high-energy laser penetration. Jiang Chen no longer wasted his time on the middle-aged man called Zhao Badong as he directly gave out his demand. 50% of your force will temporarily join Jiang Chen's team. Zhao Badong's eyes immediately popped when he heard the proposition. Just as he was about to refuse, he was met with an icy stare, so he forced a smile and swallowed his sentence back. After this, the survivor group led by Zhao Badong had a number, 02. The 8 riflemen joined Jiang Chen's team acquired the numbers 021-028. It was much more convenient as Jiang Chen was too lazy to remember their names. He could just order them using numbers. After the stick, for the best effect, it was to throw a carrot. Jiang Chen told them about the good news. After the battle ends, they could collect crystals. Since they wielded the power armors, it was troublesome to bend down. Zhao Badong became energetic when he heard he was responsible for picking up the money. Even if Jiang Chen added a sentence that half of it will be Fishbone Base's spoil of war, it would not extinguish his passion. Jiang Chen disdainfully looked at this short-sighted person as he gave him another task. The task was to convince, or to order the other survivor groups to join the force. If they refuse, it was okay to just beat their ass. Jiang Chen didn't bring his force too close for the remainder of the trip, as he only needed to show off his firepower from afar to successfully convince the other survivor groups. Even the stubborn survivor groups surrendered with white flags when the 20mm heavy machine gun shot above them and they experienced the splash of concrete dust. Their firepower was not on the same level. Fortunately, everyone was smart. No one held the unrealistic fantasy of staying behind to scavenge, or they are too afraid to shoot. After all, 18th year has passed by since the world turned into an apocalypse. A total of 154 people. The force suddenly felt cumbersome. Why do we need so many people? Sun Jiao secretly asked Jiang Chen in the private channel. Not useful for combat, useful for strategic purposes. Jiang Chen's answer was crisp. Although she was confused, she didn't say anything more. To be honest, you were quite manly when you acted fearsomely. My heart was beating really fast, Sun Jiao teased Jiang Chen in the private channel. Although it was said in a joking voice, she didn't lie. When she heard Jiang Chen's coarse and grim in the public channel, her scalp felt a tingling sensation. She reminisced the first time they met and how much the man she loves grew. She was proud. That feeling was similar to how Jiang Chen felt when she became more civilized. Jiang Chen ignored her naughtiness. He knew she was teasing him, as he will take care of her once they return. If the survivors could control the inherent human flaws and stand from the perspective of the entire species, disregarding the bacteria source, the world would return to human control after a few days. But it was futile when the elites and powerful all boarded the ship to the distant land of hope. leaving a world of chaos, a world no one had the interest to rebuild. Why was there no interest? The farming culture's utmost desire for land was because land produced food. But after the blessing from the nuclear and biological weapons, not a single piece of land was arable on this planet. The mutants didn't even dare to eat the mutated and crooked plants. What's the purpose of the land now? The ironic part was that the ones who started the war left as they didn't need to bear the consequences of the war. They stepped onto the space colonization ship and carried with them the supposed hope for the civilization, leaving the desolated land for a new world yet to be tarnished. Of course, it was pointless to say that now. The point is that there is no purpose in expecting that these people will understand. The people with foresight either got in the ship, suicided, or already became a leader of a piece of land. The refugee-like survivors that hid the darkness, although free, only had freedom left. Jiang Chen, who thought through everything, no longer reasoned with the remaining survivors. He used his suppressive stance to force them to oblige. If he didn't give them the option to negotiate, it was much simpler. In the end, this is for me. Like this, every survivor convinced themselves, there will also be crystals. Like that, every survivor encouraged themselves. When they were on the battlefield, there was nowhere to go. Run? Who could outrun the zombies without the genetic vaccine? Separating from the Force was a death penalty. An internal conflict now meant death. Everyone, forced to work together, did not encounter many obstacles. Although the zombies howled and dashed at the group, with the help of the buildings as a natural barrier and the armored tank as the main force, the group pushed the sea of zombies back and moved forward. Between life and death, every survivor was energized with the passion of fighting. No one saved bullets, and no one tried to hide behind their teammates. The latter part of the combat was hard-fought. After leaving behind 17 bodies, the thousands of zombies surrounding the Force were all eradicated in the street. The last obstacle to the targeted area was quickly cleared. The zombies in the area were easily eradicated as most of the zombies were surrounding Fishbone's base. There were some zombies around the bacteria source, but it was nowhere as crowded. He shook the blood and sticky content off of his armor and ordered the survivors to rest here and collect the crystals. Hearing the leader's order, the survivors erupted in cheerful joy. They dashed to the already dead or crippled zombies as they pulled out their dagger and started to collect. It was the time to harvest. There was an estimate of at least 300,000 crystals. For the survivors that lived off of a few crystals and ran pettily to the 6th Street or other survival bases to exchange for necessities, it was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Even if they had to turn in half of it, why did that matter? Since they were the primary force in the battle, it was already a generous offer. As to the people who died in the apocalypse, death was an ordinary thing. The previously sad-looking survivors suddenly became grateful towards Jiang Chen. Some people were weird creatures. If you were nice to them, they would take everything for granted. Even if they were the slightest bit discontent, they would be upset. But if you started off with a gun to their head and gave them a slap in the face when they showed any signs of resistance, they will hate you. Though as long as are nice to them, by just the smallest margin, they'll immediately act sincerely and thankfully. It may be an exaggeration, but the meaning stays the same. Clinically, it is called Stockholm Syndrome. The deceitful and short-sighted has been particularly prone to this disease. A civilized negotiation would only make them think that you were afraid. Oppress, conquer, and then train. Seeing the grateful look from the survivors, Jiang Chen wanted to slap himself. Why didn't he think through such a simple concept? Within this half an hour, all the crystals were collected. Jiang Chen generously offered everyone there a piece of compressed cracker. He told them that after eating a piece, drinking some water will make them full. He then stated that all the survivor groups participating in the mission could obtain the privilege to trade for this type of cracker at a price of 1 crystal on the condition that they maintain a good relationship with Fishbone. After finishing the sentence, the survivors were even more ecstatic as they almost took him for a god. Although the 6th Street sold compressed crackers as well, It was not safe to travel far away from the apocalypse. The leader of each survivor group simultaneously expressed that from then on, they will be under the guidance of Fishbone Base. Sun Jiao felt delighted as she mischievously looked at her man, accepting the gratitude and respect from the people. It would be perfect if only he were not a player. Although she knew that this point was unrealistic, the high-spirited team embarked on the road that they previously could only sneak through. Unafraid of zombies, unafraid of mutants, under the command of glory and wealth, humans regained their long-forgotten dignity. Although they had encountered Russians multiple times, Sun Jiao had obviously prepared for that. She grabbed a 72mm anti-vehicle cannon from the back of the powered vehicle. The 2-meter-long pitch-black barrel had a frightening vibe. She activated the anchor device as the steel rod penetrated into the concrete road. Sun Jiao fired the cannon. Before the shell hit the ground, the brain was already shattered into pieces of black and white. She already simulated this move countless times in the virtual reality system as the cannon hit right on target. In the rural area, the most dangerous mutant would be the Roshan. However, under their oppressive technology, even the Roshan was only a pile of meat. It is rumored that City Center has even more powerful and dangerous zombies, but even Sun Jiao has never seen them before, since ordinary people would not visit the city center for fun. The team maintained their speed with the goal of reaching the border of the bacteria source by noon. But when they were almost there, Zhang Chen had to stop the team. The unknown bacteria concentration level already increased to 37. The thick cloud in front is unsettling. The yellowish-green particles look like bacteria stuck together. No one will survive in that condition except for the soldiers in power armor. With a stern look, Sun Jiao reported to Zhang Chen, "It is a problem, but before I left, I did somewhat guess we would encounter this." Zhang Chen's mouth curled up. Since it was a bacteria source, there was no reason that the area surrounding it would not be infiltrated with bacteria yet to spread. Although he didn't know the bacteria would evenly spread around the source of the bacteria in an egg shape, that didn't change anything. It was a wise decision to purchase the high-energy vacuum bomb. Although I didn't do my research, nor do I know what can counter the bacteria, I do believe that as long as they are carbon-based cells, it would be scared of fire. Air is everywhere. Then I leave and burn the air. Chapter 87. Burn. The bacteria source seemed to be at the bottom of a deep hole in the ground. The hole was placed right in front of the area hospital's empty lot. Due to the high concentration of bacteria, the bacteria stuck together to form visible chunks and filled the egg-like area with an ominous and dangerous yellowish-green color. To solve this, Zhang Chen's strategy was simple and ruthless. He commanded the survivors to surround the area in a 1,000-meter diameter, which was precisely the location where the bacteria concentration would not exceed the human immune system's limit. He ordered them to stay put 2,000 meters away from the central area. Once they hear the explosion, they then should quickly rush into their battle positions. He then ordered another group of survivors to install the one-time launch pads on 12 roofs, in different directions, 2,000 meters away from the source. Each person would also be armed with a high-energy vacuum bomb, as thick as 2 legs. The zombies who periodically rushed to the top of the roof fell under the crossfire. Zhang Chen did not act cheap at all, as he offered the general ammo supply in the armored vehicle to all the survivors. All the crystals collected will be stored on the armored vehicle with a ledger. After the end of the battle, each of the squad leaders would then obtain their fair share. As to the consumed ammunition, Zhang Chen would only charge half of the cost benchmark to the 6th Street's price. It was a battle for all of them. The armored vehicle was parked on the main road. It also fired at the zombies, who were drawn by an unknown force. As they approached the bacteria source, the zombies were more ferocious. This was demonstrated through their increased speed and reaction. But they were still no match for bullets. On top of that, all the survivors had surprisingly great aim, which eliminated any need for close-range combat. "Prepare to enter." Sun Jiao took a deep breath as she spoke into the public channel. Then, she looked at Zhang Chen. "Roger." A sneer flashed across Zhang Chen's face as he took out the firing terminal for the high-energy vacuum bombs from the back of the armored vehicle. "Launch angle, 75. Launch distance, 1,300 meters. Initiate. Greater than. Burn. Zhang Chen firmly pressed the button. 12 missiles, trailing white flames, rose in the distance. The curvature of the trajectory aimed directly at the bacteria-filled area. When the bomb reached 1,200 meters, the bright white light had ignited the entire sky before the deafening explosion shook the ground. The highly concentrated fuel almost instantly drew out all the oxygen in the area and mercilessly burned in the sky. Despite how resilient the bacteria was, there was no way it could survive under the scorching heat that could melt through steel. When the thick smoke replaced the bacteria cloud, what remained was scorching ground and air. Even standing 2,000 meters away, the mixture of cold and hot air could be sensed from afar. Initiate gliding position. Go, quick. Sun Zhao shouted in the public channel as she was the first to valiantly dash in with her machine engaged. Flashes of pitch-black power armor passed through the thick smoke and accelerated at full speed to the targeted area. The bacteria had been fully destroyed. Even the unknown bacteria in the vicinity were pushed away by the shock wave. They must clean out the area before the bacteria regenerated and covered the area again. 2,000-meter distance took only a matter of seconds for the fully mobilized T3. But at this moment, something unexpected occurred. An unstable static noise suddenly occupied the communication channel. What's going on? Fu K, EMP? The public channel went offline due to the automatic activation of the EMP absorber. It blocked and separated all communication signals. Under the unsuspected EMP disturbance, all the electronic devices were temporarily disabled. The most crucial armor balance system was affected as the team in high velocity began to fall to the ground. Break. Close the power system. The communication channel was blocked, so Sun Zhao shouted out of her speaker. Fu K, my power system is offline. Zhang Chen could only watch as he dashed into the thick smoke and then immediately over the daunting hole, smashing into the area hospital. Concrete debris and glass shards broke all over the ground. The high impact forced the physical protection system to activate, which shut down all turbine engines. Zhang Chen, still dizzy from the impact, felt his ribs were almost dislocated as he tried to stand up. Although power armor was usually equipped with EMP resistance function, the temporary disturbance was inevitable, with the exception that the EMP absorber was opened voluntarily, not triggered open. But who the Fu K thought there would be an EMP here? Suddenly, Zhang Chen was on alert, reflexively lifting his left hand to guard himself. Bang! There was high impact followed by a deafening screech. The sharp blade even penetrated through the reinforced plastic steel armor. The scythe-like teeth fiercely opened. The eyes resembled death and blood. The most fearful close-range creature on the wasteland. Deathclaw. It scared Zhang Chen enough to respond instantly by kicking at the Deathclaw's chest. But the firm chest of the Deathclaw easily absorbed the one-ton force from the kick as it countered by furiously swiping its talon, like a butchering knife, at the neck of its prey. Without time to hesitate, the nitrogen armor on his left arm was immediately activated. The hammer-like vortex airflow pushed away from the critical hit of the Deathclaw. The Deathclaw's talon smashed onto the ground, 2 feet from his head, and rocks flew from the impact. He caught the opportunity as he restarted the turbine engine and pushed it to maximum output. He desperately tried to gain lateral distance from the side. If the first hit missed, then there would be a second hit. Deathclaw immediately flew at Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen was not to be underestimated. Before the revolving machine gun could be activated, his right hand pulled out the tactical rifle. Ta-ta-ta. The bullets that could destroy concrete did nothing to the Deathclaw, but the suppressive shooting managed to hold the Deathclaw down. Natural instinct forced the Deathclaw to protect its vulnerable eyes, ducking into a barrier before circling back around to Zhang Chen's position. The clip was shot empty. There was no time to reload. Zhang Chen, finally regaining his balance, immediately dropped the tactical rifle in his hand and pulled out a dagger. Then he backed up against the wall. It was extremely unwise to go into close combat with a Deathclaw, especially when he was against a wall with nowhere to retreat. But seeing that Zhang Chen dropped the rifle, The Deathclaw grasped on the opportunity and dashed over. Its dagger-like claws were ready to rip through the prey's chest, but all of a sudden, the prey disappeared out of thin air. Deathclaw, unable to react, smashed right into the wall. In a blink, Jiang Chen returned to the same spot and stabbed the dagger into its back without hesitation. The blade penetrated deep inside the Deathclaw's back and chopped through its spine. The parts below the Deathclaw was paralyzed as it only let out a faint screech. With both hands on the dagger, Jiang Chen slashed down and cut open its back. Blood, meat, and organs spilled everywhere. But because it was an animal, it didn't make him sick. After killing the Deathclaw, Jiang Chen sat down and tried to catch his breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. To use interdimensional travel twice put an unbelievable amount of stress on his body. The sharp nerve pain almost made him pass out. The entire fight happened within seconds, but he felt the threat of death twice. The turbine engine's humming noise became more visible. Through the thick smoke, Sun Jiao dashed to Jiang Chen and saw the Deathclaw's body. "Are you okay?" Sun Jiao quickly helped Jiang Chen up and opened her mask, her voice trembling. "Ahem, I am still alive, aren't I? I just used that ability, the one you know, so I am a bit dizzy." Jiang Chen weakly smiled. Being hugged through the armor did not feel good at all. "You scared me to death. Who would have thought there would be an EMP? Wait, why was there an EMP? And how did the Deathclaw peacefully interact with the zombies?" Jiang Chen suddenly realized the oddity as questions began to burst out. Deathclaw, with every part of its body designed for killing, had no allies except for its species in the apocalypse. Every other creature was their prey, including zombies. In fact, the slow-moving zombies were their primary food source. Normally, the mutant's natural immunity was enough to go against the zombie bacteria, which is unlike humans who still required vaccines to enhance their body's functions. Perhaps we can only find out once we go in. A massive wave of zombies is surrounding us. Seems like they are trying to get reinforcements here. Sun Jiao looked perplexedly at the daunting hole outside of the area hospital. Orange flames sparked from the hole. Following it were periodic explosions. Jiang Chen used all of his energy to stand up and pick up his tactical rifle from the ground. He then reloaded and attached it to his waist. He opened the life detection device and adjusted it to maximum capability. The dense red dots were closing in on their defense line. "You take the other 8 power armored soldiers to defend here. I'll go in." "No, you're crazy. Do you know what's inside?" Sun Jiao shouted. "I can escape any time in there, but you can't." Jiang Chen looked seriously into Sun Jiao's eyes. "Trust me, if I say I can come back, I will be able to return." With the ability of the interdimensional bracelet, as long as it was not a one-hit kill, he would be able to escape from any danger. But this was obviously not the case for Sun Jiao. Despite her wealth of combat experience and strong combat power, she was still human after all. Especially this time, the situation was completely unknown. Maybe the 6th Street Force could use its massive power to fill the hole with human lives, but Jiang Chen didn't have the privilege. Even losing just one single power armor would be an insurmountable loss for the Fishbone base, because Jiang Chen won't be able to acquire such a dominant force again, at least not for the time being. Even if Zhao Qinwu wanted to help him, he wouldn't dare to. Since it was already unreasonable for him to have lost 10 power armors, for him to lose a few more, even Retta DS would suspect he broke the rules by selling prohibited weapons. Especially the production quantity for these were low to begin with. So he had to go alone. Before he left, he already considered this possibility. Sun Jiao's lips trembled as she locked her eyes on Jiang Chen. "We don't have time to waste. Help me defend the area for the next 2 hours. If I don't come out, then this mission has failed. Although disappointing, you must give up on the survivors. Use the power armor's ability, jump between the buildings, and escape." Sun Jiao grabbed Jiang Chen's power armor collar and put his face in front of hers as she said ferociously, "I won't go, and I mean it." "Don't be like this. I said that this is not threatening to me." Jiang Chen forced a smile as he looked into Sun Jiao's fierce eyes, locking onto them. Even if the power armor was almost destroyed, He could escape to the other world and then put the power armor into the storage dimension to avoid any suspicion. Then would you be able to come out? Would you be able to return to this world? You. The gorgeous face became twisted due to her sadness. Her distraught shocked Zhang Chen. True. Even if I escape, the next time he came back it would be in the same spot. The modern world would not have any place to fix the power armor. Without the power armor, once the bacteria reoccupy this space, it would mean death if he came back. But he was already here. Would he just go back now? He was not willing. If the bacteria concentration continued to get worse, the fishbone base would be uninhabitable. If they left, that means months of effort would go down the drain. Fu Ke, I'll risk it. He had no time to hesitate. He made up his mind, took a deep breath, and looked straight into Sun Zhao's shaking eyes. I promise I will be back. Give me 2 hours. But, be good. Zhang Chen smiled as he patted her helmet to comfort her. I will not give this place up, he promised in silence. Then, he let go of the still stunned Sun Zhao. Defend the entrance for me. Once the 2-hour limit is up, evade into the building to hide. Right now, it is still daytime. Once the bacteria source is destroyed, the zombies should stop. Trust me, I can do it. He turned around, slowly inhaling. Zhang Chen looked at the dark pit and jumped down. Chapter 88, Pack Remains. Initiating shock absorber. The turbine engine began to fire downwards as Zhang Chen stared at the speed monitor. Only when the downward velocity decreased and stabilized to 10 meters per second did he stop increasing the power output. The pitch black hole extended vertically down into the ground. The blue engine flame, lighting up the surrounding, revealed a metallic wall. It seemed like this was the entrance to a secret facility. But the door showed something had already stricken through. He took a deep breath as he began to check the power armor's equipment. EMP absorber initiated. Weapon system, functional. Left armor, minor damage. This shouldn't be a problem. Communication. Still offline. As both feet landed on the ground, Zhang Chen closed the engine and then immediately fired out a sticky luminescent bomb that completely lit up the dark space. Oxygen concentration relatively low. The radiation level is nearly zero. The bacterias need to be in a low oxygen environment to reproduce. No wonder the bacteria outside didn't seem to reproduce. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something from a long time ago. Knowledge he almost gave back to the bald teacher. When the cell is dividing, the DNA is in its most unstable condition, so it requires a radiation-free environment. Yes, speaking of this, the zombie bacteria seems to be a mutated version of the radiation-eliminating bacteria. Zhang Chen recollected the information he gathered from the very first building he landed in the apocalypse. That's exactly it. The radiation-eliminating bacteria was effective before and possessed the ability to resist exposure to radiation. However, because of uncontrolled mutation during the cell division stage, it turned into bacteria that could turn people or creatures into zombies. Even though it was a slim possibility, it did happen, and it spread. But the unknown bacteria seems to be from the same source as the zombie bacteria, the only difference being that the reproducing condition is now more strict. Of course, it was only a theory. There was no scientific backing. The wall in this place is made of lead? Zhang Chen walked forward as he held his tactical rifle up, exploring deep inside the tunnel. Lead, also built below the hospital. This place must be a nuclear fallout shelter. What kind of monster could create a massive hole like this inside a nuclear fallout shelter that's capable of guarding against a nuclear bomb? Zhang Chen began to feel anxious as his trigger finger moved steadily. Because of the fear of a sudden EMP strike, Zhang Chen didn't engage in a gliding position as the fall was still in his memory. The tunnel was pitch black without a single ray of light. He didn't know if there were anyone alive inside. Just like what Sun Zhao said to him before, not every survival base was successful, and not every survival base stored people alive. In this era, people's purpose was to save a genetic code. As long as the species is not extinct. The genetic code is saved for the people who designed the survival base. Because he restarted the EMP absorber, The life detection device could not be used. There was nothing more fearful than the unknown. Every step on the dry concrete floor had a crisp sound to it. The monotone sound echoed within the hollow tunnel, which made the place even more frightening. Due to the time constraint, however, Zhang Chen didn't dare to ponder. He had to keep going. His vision locked onto the crosshairs of the tactical rifle, ready to react to any unexpected danger. After 5 minutes, he was at the end of the tunnel. The road ended with a gray gate made out of an unknown material. Zhang Chen spent a while using the flashlight to search for an open button but failed to do so. In the middle of the giant door, red words were printed. "What is this, Fu Ke?" That monster could not only break through surfaces, but it could also pass through walls. Zhang Chen cursed as he took out his welding gun from his back and stabbed the door furiously. "Your action is futile." A faint voice diffused through the communication channel which sent a chilliness down Zhang Chen's spine. "Who is this?" He raised his tactical rifle as he scanned around, but he didn't see any suspicious targets. At the same time, he noticed that other than the 9 offline team member on the communication system, there was an extra name. "Me? My name is, of course, Secret Teller." "Isn't it written on your communication channel?" The voice sounded rather helpless. "I remember I have the EMP absorber open." "Did you not take elementary school physics?" "I remember that all humans should have taken that," the voice ridiculed, and then let out a sigh before continuing. "EMP absorber is not an absolute defense, as long." "What? Which elementary school teaches physics?" "Wait, I don't have time to listen to you explain elementary school physics to me. Can you open the door for me?" Zhang Chen abruptly interrupted. "Door? Oh, you are chasing after that bug, you can't beat him." The voice was straightforward. "Bug? What does it look like?" Zhang Chen hastily asked. "It looks like a giant ball of meat. It wanted to go into the hibernation chamber. To be honest, it is quite smart and even threatened me, so I had to open the door to let it in." "Let it in? Ha! Is it not going to threaten you when you let it in?" Zhang Chen asked dumbfounded. "Oh, why would it hurt me? It is only interested in you." The voice was full of mockery. "Wait. Did I miss something? I remember that all humans should have taken that." Zhang Chen paused, and then he asked in uncertainty. "You are not human?" "That's right. Did you just figure that out?" Hee. "I am only a program. You would call me artificial intelligence? Secret Protector, Codex 71281?" The voice sounded reminiscent as if that memory was far in the past. "Secret Protector? Isn't your name Secret Teller?" Zhang Chen asked in confusion. "Oh, I gave myself a better name, as if it was not a big deal," the voice casually answered. "Giving itself a name? This is not the level that just responds to human actions. Just like Little White will never change a user's setting. It seems like this is intermediate artificial intelligence? No, it might be advanced. Are you going to go in or not?" The voice sounded like it was yawning. "You are going to let me in?" Zhang Chen was at a loss. "Of course, I am the Secret Teller right now. I feel like it would be more interesting if I let you in." "Interesting? Fu Ke? No, I can't Fu Ke it." "Could you tell me the characteristics of the bug's attack?" Zhang Chen let in a deep breath as he calmly asked. That bug threatened me, and I also dislike it. And you chatted with me for a pretty long. I should choose you to be my friend? That means I should help you?" "Yes, yes, yes. I am a good person. You should open the door." He had enough of the chit-chat as his team was still fighting the sea of zombies on the surface. He seems like you are in a rush. Then I am not going to tease you anymore. "You son of a, you were teasing me?" Zhang Chen was swearing in his mind but didn't make a sound. The communication channel was forced open right now. He was afraid he would anger the psychotic artificial intelligence. The gate slowly raised as Zhang Chen forced a smile at the multiple gates. 1,2,7. Even if the welding gun could cut through this, he didn't have time to cut through 7 doors. "I am going to remind you now that you will never beat that thing. Or should I say, any of the metal things have no chance of winning." The voice reminded him again. "The EMP that the EMP absorber can't even block?" Zhang Chen asked, unable to understand. He. EMP? Have you heard of Klein particles? The voice was filled with mockery. No. He didn't need to be angry at a program. Thus, Zhang Chen answered right away. Put blocking aside. Even if it missed, this metal thing would become a metal coffin. If you walk 10 more meters, it will detect your presence. In that case, can I ask you a question? Zhang Chen stopped as he just passed through the door. Oh, go ahead. I am the secret teller. The voice emphasized its presence again. Map, could you send it to me? No problem. The bug is right here. Also another question. You are male or female? The voice went silent and then erupted into a sharp laughter. Me? I am a program. In human words, it should be, I can be male, or I can be female. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Are you from the ancient times? Zhang Chen didn't respond to his laughter. He moved his mouth and looked the map once again before he disarmed the power armor. Are you crazy? If you leave the armor, a single spit from it will kill you. The voice was at a loss. Zhang Chen ignored the machine with too many words as he separated himself from the power armor. Then, he quickly took out the protective suit from the storage behind the power armor and put it on. The oxygen level was low inside, but the fortunate thing was that there was an oxygen tank attached to the protective suit. After leaving the power armor, the annoying voice naturally disappeared. Since the power armor was useless anyways, it would be better to leave it here. As to spit, it'll be easier to dodge than the particle ray, though just in case, he also threw any electronic device, like an EP, into the storage dimension. Zhang Chen inputted the password as he took a cylinder the size of a Coke can from the waist of the power armor. It was the backup fuel rod. These high-energy fuel rods were refined from 1,000 crystals. The explosive power and energy supply were tremendous. Let daddy blow you into pieces. Fire flashed out of Zhang Chen's eyes. What if I don't have power armor? I don't believe the fuel rod that could blow up half a street can't kill you. He attached the fuel rod to his waist and wielded his PK-2000 before quickly moving towards the target's location. He crossed the wide-open gate. The hall looked rather listless as sticky watermarks seemed to be the trail left by the bug. He didn't stop as he followed the map in his memory and flashed to the hallway on the side. The gray wall had cold lamp lights installed. He carefully carried the rifle and locked his eyes on the door at the end of the hallway. Ignite the energy rod, and then immediately hide in the modern world. The password activation system needs 3 seconds. He only needs to last 3 minutes. But the feeling of the metal in hand didn't give him any more assurance. He didn't even know what he would be facing. Zizizi, you are crazy. Ahem, you're an interesting human. Shouldn't you be afraid right now? Yes, you must be afraid. Can you tell me how the afraid you are not running away? The abrupt voice suddenly echoed throughout the hallway as the speaker installed on the ceiling transmitted a deafening static noise, temporarily breaking up the annoying voice. Shut up, you are talking too much. Zhang Chen carried the rifle as he ran forward. Talking too much? That's interesting. No, tell me, what logic is forcing you to suicide? I think I already told you, you can't beat that thing. The voice spoke rapidly as it sounded quite peculiar in the empty hallway. I am telling you to shut up. Oh, okay. But I will still help you. Although, by logic, I should be angry. But perhaps you have the answer to my unsolved problem on you. How should I choose? Okay, angry but help you? Fouquet, that's enough. Zhang Chen cursed as he was about to have a mental breakdown. This thing is a lunatic, an artificial reality, of course. Not enough, the voice faintly said. At least before I understand what emotion is. Do you know why you won't possess emotion? Zhang Chen while running squeezed out a few words. He couldn't stand the chit-chat from this thing any longer. Why? The voice was full of surprise. Because you're dumb. Do you know what climaxing is? If I put a hot girl in front of you, would you have sexual desires? You can't even produce hormones. And you are talking about emotions to me? The bug must have already noticed Zhang Chen as he didn't even bother hiding anymore. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He just wanted this thing to shut up when he would be firing. Zhang Chen kicked the door, but it didn't open. But soon the door began to rise. Oh, It's a rising door. He gave a dirty stare at the speaker on the wall, but he was too lazy to think a program. He carried his rifle and dashed in, leaving the secret teller murmuring to itself. Climax, hormones? Wait, because I have to get rid of these annoying hormones and use pure logic to meet the conditions of emotions. That's why I needed to evolve into advanced artificial intelligence. But if it was like what he said, if I don't have hormones, I won't feel happiness. Then wouldn't it be a paradox to acquire emotions without the physical body? The hollow electronic voice sounded even more strange inside the empty hallway. Chapter 89. Ignorance. The cicadas' sound orchestrated a symphony known as summer. The shadow of the thick woods and the rustling of the leaves along with the breeze that occasionally swept the steel and concrete forest revealed a mysterious scent and coolness. It belonged to a person. The white dress billowed like a lily at dawn, resembling the bloom of first love. The quiet, serene face perpetually drawn to the paperback novel, sometimes delighted, at other times sorrowful. So jealous. If only I were that book. Yo, Zhang Chen, you're drooling. Zhao Peng approached Zhang Chen as he bumped into him with a smirk. Go away. Zhang Chen glanced at him and slightly shifted his body sideways, lying on the table to sleep, as though he was inadvertently facing that direction. Ahem, if you like Yao Tingting then you should go ask her out. Woo. Zhang Chen immediately jumped up and covered the mouth of his good friend. Do you want to die? Zhang Chen twisted Zhao Peng's neck as he growled at Zhao Peng in a hushed voice, his face red. With a smirking face, Zhao Peng pretended to die while rolling his eyes. The girls in front turned around and witnessed their boisterous play and started giggling, while the other boys near Zhang Chen and Zhao Peng surrounded them in a rowdy manner. As though drawn by the commotion, the goddess stared in their direction, and gave a look of mild confusion. Zhang Chen felt his heart almost stopped. His ear began to heat up. Oh no, his skin was scorching. Yao Tingting probably thought that her classmates were too rowdy, so she closed her book and left the classroom quietly. Fu Ke, you used your teeth. Zhang Chen painfully jerked away from Zhao Peng. You Fuking almost choked me to death. Zhao Peng was breathing heavily while clutching his chest and gave Zhang Chen his nastiest look. When the boys saw that the commotion had died down, they all left chuckling. The two girls in front started talking about the TV show last night, and the classroom regained its former peace, except for the window blinds which fluttered in the breeze. The ordinary day felt fulfilling. It felt like everything gave off a sense of nostalgia. June 11, 2171. Summer. High school's first summer break was almost here, and it wouldn't be long before the exams started. Today I watched her secretly again. I thought I already made up my mind to suppress my feeling for her in the bottom of my heart. No, that's not right, or maybe just like what Zhao Peng had said, I should probably ask her out. No, that's impossible. She is so beautiful, so smart. There must be plenty of people who like her. If I asked her out and she rejected me, we couldn't even be friends anymore. Maybe we are not even friends? Zhang Chen slammed the journal on the bed behind him as he laid his head down on the table and covered his head. If I leave this diary behind, my embarrassment will go down in history in the future. It will kill me. No, Fu Ke. I'm a man, so why am I so conflicted? If I like her, I can ARP her. What does asking her out even do? If I can't get her, I'll force her. If that doesn't work, I'll just drug her. If we break up, then send her nudes. If I can't even bear the consequence of going to jail, how do I even have the audacity to say I like her? There's no use of being conflicted. Something weird might have gotten into him. Still feeling conflicted, he stared at the cloud on his table mindlessly as his thoughts wandered off. It was after a good while before he recollected his thoughts from the unnatural state. Is this how adolescent trouble feels like? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen let out a sigh while he savagely combed his messy hair. I thought I have a short hair? Zhang Chen was baffled, his hand momentarily stopping. This is an illusion, right? Who would get an ugly haircut like this? When did I start writing this diary again? What's the point of this thing? Saving it so I would be embarrassed in the future? Zhang Chen scanned the electronic clock beside him, sighing. It's 8 already. Fine, I'll stop thinking about her and will loosen up with the show. He thought about it as he stood up. He stretched his sore limbs and walked to the living room. Because he went to school away from his hometown, his parents were not with him. When did this happen again? The beginning of senior high, right? The vivid memory suddenly resurfaced in his head as it filled the slightly odd memory gaps. He headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator's door and took a bottle of Coke before walking into the living room. He slumped down on the cushy sofa, grabbed a glass, and poured one for himself. He then pressed the TV remote in a leisurely manner. The flashing lights and shadows reflected on the light blue screen, just like a window. Behind it were scenes after scenes of drama. The TV show started airing. "Jeej, I won't let you go easily until I'm done teasing you." The girl switched the way her legs were crossed. The white color made Klein's heart throbbed uncontrollably. One graceful hand lazily propped up her stunning face as she laid back serenely against the throne. The position exactly resembled a wicked but beautiful and mysterious noble. "Do you want to know what's happening to you right now?" Klein felt a mischievous smile formed on the fuzzy but gorgeous face. His throat moved while he tried to make his vision clearer. But it was futile. There was a terrible feeling as if he was like a piece of meat on a chopping board. "Then look underneath you." Klein consciously shifted his gaze downwards. He saw that both of his feet were submerged in shallow water with floating petals. "The fragrance is coming from below my feet?" He wondered dazedly. Through the reflection from the pool, he vaguely saw his current form. He seemed to be tied to a cross, his lips tied with thin chains. Surprisingly, however, was that his limbs did not feel sore at all. "Don't you think this is beautiful?" Dust Kingdom appeared to be a popular TV show. The girls sitting in front of him were talking about this drama. Zhang Chen thoughts wandered as he stared blankly at the screen. A punk-style drama based on a novel that told the story of the ancient times. Surprisingly, these types of show were remarkably popular. Under the augmented reality effect, it felt as though he was at the scene itself. In retrospect, the scenes were rather intense. Was it really okay to be broadcasted on public TV? For some reason, Zhang Chen did not appear to be interested at all. He merely zoned out mindlessly, and he even had the urge to yawn. This Klein guy should be bitten by the vampire next. He probably wouldn't die, because wait, why does the plot look so familiar? Shameless plagiarist. Zhang Chen cursed in his mind as he gulped down a sip of Coke. His eyebrows began to frown. "Do I like to drink Coke?" He subconsciously grabbed a bottle from the fridge just like before. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the question was dumb. The plot continued on the screen. Of course, Klein didn't die. The vampire only sucked some blood from his body. Klein was taken away by the vampire's maid, and the drama then began to show the post-credits. That's right, if the main character died, how would the story continue? Zhang Chen turned the TV off and glanced at the clock. "It's this late already. Time to hit the sack," he thought as he walked to the bedroom. With the journal on his bed, he hesitated for a moment before sighing. "I should just rip this out. If other people see this embarrassing journal, I would be better off dead." Zhang Chen smiled dryly and picked up the diary. He ripped the pages off, crumpled them into a ball and tossed them into bin. From the binding of the diary, there were a lot of torn pages. It was not the first time he erased the embarrassing history. He threw the diary on the table as he flung himself onto the bed. Zhang Chen shoved his muddled head on the pillow. He fluffed the pillow for a bit before he let out a long breath. "That's it for today. Tomorrow, I'll try asking her out. Even if I get rejected, at least I won't regret it." Just like this, the teen in puberty, anxious and full of hope, drifted into sleep. The cold letters silently jumped on the digital clock on the table. 11:59, 12 o'clock. The green light on the side of the clock flashed almost unobtrusively, as though premeditated. The wind flipped the journal open on the table. Chapter 90. Conflicted. A soft sound rang. Roused by the alarm clock, Zhang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes as he climbed out of bed. He slept on his stomach and didn't change clothes last night, making his body felt a bit uncomfortable. After a brief wash, He habitually touched his chin without beard and left the bathroom. He changed into clean clothes, wore his sneakers and laced it up. When he was about to leave, he remembered there was something he forgot to bring, so he went back to his bedroom to retrieve it. Inside the drawer were 2 movie tickets and the premiere was scheduled to air tomorrow. Tomorrow would also be a holiday in celebration of the founding of PAC, thus making it a legal holiday. It's also a good opportunity to go on a date. Zhang Chen drew a breath as he grabbed the movie tickets hastily. He already procrastinated enough by asking the goddess to go and see a movie to the very last day, and if this continued, he's afraid he wouldn't be able to summon enough courage in his entire life. It was Xiaoping, his good friend, who gave him the tickets and said, "If you don't ask her out now, where are you going to cry if someone else dates her?" Then he encouraged Zhang Chen to work out the courage to chase after Yao Tingting. Xiaoping, despite being reckless most of the time, was a great friend during these times. Thinking of this, a smile broke on Zhang Chen's face. His relationship between him and his friend had always been good. "So, when was the first time I met this guy?" He wavered for a moment but quickly threw the boring question out of his mind. "Whatever, it's okay if I don't remember. It's not a big deal anyway." Zhang Chen closed the door behind him before heading out. The sky was particularly clear in Wanghai City. Although the barrier dome in the sky slightly obstructed the view, it was nevertheless a holy barrier system, the barrier that protected the city from HPMW or other aerial weapons. The international situation was beginning to get more strained as the conflict between NATO and PAC intensified. Even in the city that never experienced the ravage of war, it was embroiled in the shadow of conflict. But what of it? Life must still go on. Just like Zhang Chen had to go to school, his neighbor had to go to work. Just like the conflict many years ago, people believed that both parties would eventually settle down. The scarcity of resources, geopolitical conflicts with ZZ. But there would always be ways to solve the conflict. Zhang Chen greeted the neighbor as he walked downstairs, yawning. There was a cleaning android at the front door. Zhang Chen would see it every time he came down. Oddly, when Zhang Chen put one foot on the ground, the robot suddenly looked at him. Zhang Chen looked at the robot bemusedly. Logically, these robots without artificial intelligence would not generate any interest to anything but garbage. "Do you take me for a garbage?" This thing, although he ridiculed the idea in his mind, he was not bored enough to be angry at a cold machine. His mouth twitched while he was about to bypass it from the side. Suddenly, a creepy vision crept into his mind. Zhang Chen slightly turned around to look at the robot, but the robot's vision continued to follow him, staring straight into his eyes. The bulb-shaped eyes, the emotionless expression and the cold and stiff vision. The robot looked away abruptly and stopped moving as if it malfunctioned. "This is so weird." Zhang Chen touched his forehead in disdain and hurriedly left in quick strides. Was he scared by a cleaning robot? If Xiaoping knew, he would laugh himself to death. But what was that illusion? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows in bafflement. He didn't understand why he would feel anxious the moment he locked eyes with the robot. The class was about to start when he arrived at school. Zhang Chen hastily rushed to his seat and sat down. High school life was always busy. Even if it was only in grade 10, he had to take 6 courses: Chinese, mathematics, English, chemistry, biology. Something seems wrong. It should only be 5 courses. Zhang Chen took out the terminal used in class from his bag. It was a holographic computer in the shape of a pen. Every course was done via terminal, which included homework as well as the lessons discussed in class. Although he heard there was a virtual reality training chamber that could allow you to learn just by sleeping inside, it was prohibited for students below high school to use. The reason seemed to prevent people from forming bad habits of being lazy, or probably to avoid the decrease of social interactions among people. This didn't make sense. There was obviously a more convenient way to use it, but they just had to put a restriction on it. Despite how much he despised the education system, he still had to attend the class. Since his body was here, he had to follow the rules here. Han, did you watch the episode yesterday? The girl in ponytail called Chen Yushan was the Chinese class representative. Her seatmate's name was Qian Han. Both of them were extremely energetic and a gossip monger. Did Klein die in the end, or did he become a vampire? The girl called Qian Han responded spiritedly, PSH. There is no show where the protagonist dies. You're just way into dramas. He probably won't die. In the end, Klein will. Zhang Chen scorned as he cockily explained how he thought the plot would unfold. Although it was only a guess, he had a feeling that the plot would develop in that direction. As to why he had that thought, maybe it was the déjà vu from having watched too many similar dramas. Suddenly, Zhang Chen froze again. The same feeling from that morning returned. Everyone in the class stopped as they stared vacantly in Zhang Chen's direction. That's right, they are staring at him blankly. Chen Yushan, Qian Han, class representative, Liu Ren, even his buddy, Zhao Ping. Did I speak too loud? Being watched by the entire class, Zhang Chen staggered back as he forced out a laugh. Everyone's look was odd, but he couldn't explain where the strange feeling came from. Hollowness? No, it's as if he was being watched, dissected, and monitored. But why did he have this feeling? Fear quickly began to spread from Zhang Chen's heart to his head like sedatives. He gulped, throat slightly moving. He suddenly had the urge to run out of the classroom, but the action didn't make sense. Why would he run out of the classroom just because his classmates were looking at him? Wait. What about Yao Tingting? Zhang Chen suddenly realized that the desk beside the window was empty. At the same time, the class bell rang. Students, we'll start the class now. Liu Lei, hand out the homework for me. The math teacher walked in before he clicked on the terminal to start the class. Okay, the math class representative, Liu Lei, dragged out the syllable tiredly like what he usually did. He then downloaded the marked homework from the terminal and assigned it to each student by ID automatically. The extraneous steps seemed to exist to emphasize the importance of structure. Zhang Chen recollected his thought from his stupor as he quickly scanned around him. When did everyone start returning to normal? Did you get a stiff neck? Zhao Peng poked his back with a smirk. Zhang Chen looked at Zhao Peng with a peculiar expression. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhao Peng looked puzzled. Then he touched his face and said with a frown, there is no dirt on my face, right? Zhang Chen turned around without saying a word and left the still bewildered friend behind him. He quietly laid his head down on the table. Was it just my imagination? Zhang Chen looked at the seat beside the window. The pure and adorable girl like a blooming lily was quietly listening to the math teacher's lecture, her finger constantly moving on the tablet terminal to take notes. The wind picked up again. The blinds fluttering by the wind obscured Zhang Chen's vision slightly. When did she show up? Chapter 91, The Uncanny Valley. Uncanny Valley was a theory introduced by Ernst Jentsch from 1906 in his work Zur Psychologie des Unheimlichen. His perspective was cited by Sigmund Freud's essay The Uncanny, which became a famous theory. Irritated, Zhang Chen quickly flipped through the theory, as he tried to find a keyword among the lines of words. Because of our fear of death and diseases, empathy mechanism disorder, inability to sympathize with the robots. Zhang Chen murmured under his breath as his hands holding the book lightly trembled. What is this feeling? He suppressed the irritation in his mind as Zhang Chen searched for the answers among the old robot magazines. Wanghai 6th Senior High School had a massive library as countless numbers of books were arranged in the grand hall on the first floor, even though not a lot of students visited the floor where they stored the books. All books could be downloaded from the school's internet, and all the information could be found in the school terminal. Rather than a physical copy of information, the books were more of a display. The only city where libraries would store academic journals in print, those that were considered to be information rather than a mere display. The world was advancing, and as a result, print reading had already begun to become extinct from people's life. Occasionally, there would be people who were fond of printed books like Yao Tingting, but they were rarer than endangered animals. Just like the goddess in Zhang Chen's heart, Yao Tingting. To commemorate the past era, however, libraries still tend to store some of the older journals and magazines. At the same time, Zhang Chen always felt that Prince would bring him more insight. Despite asking the artificial intelligence, the school wizard, the talkative entity would be unable to provide enlightenment that could give him a sudden gush of comprehension. Instead, it would just consistently lead him to mental problems like stress and fatigue, or perhaps deception. Regardless how much he searched, he couldn't find the answer he wanted. It felt like the truth was concealed as the smart search wizard surprisingly malfunctioned after listening to his description. All search results led problems to a more complicated direction. So when class ended, he came to the library full of books. There was no one here to mislead him, and instinct told him that the answers he's searching for could be found from one of these shelves. He wanted to know where the strange feeling was coming from. He took the book Robot Novel 21st Volume, The Dissension Between Human and Robot from the shelves with rosewood scent. Based on the publication date of 2021, it was an old history book. Of course, the printing was new. The higher the human-shaped android or robot resembled a human, the better the impression human would have. The positive impression would considerably increase until it reaches a critical point, in which the more it resembled a human, the more frightening it would become until it reached the bottom of the valley. Perhaps a negligible move would appear stiff and scary. So this is how it is. In the case of the cleaning robot that I met this morning, through eye contact, it triggered the uncanny valley effect? Zhang Chen frowned as he continued to think. The feeling of being oppressed became stronger, and it felt like cotton was stuck in his throat. It's as though he had forgotten about something. But what did he forget exactly? Suddenly, Zhang Chen subconsciously looked at the stairs leading to the second floor. At the same time, Zhang Chen, the gentle and soft voice lightly caressed his ears. When he turned around in surprise, he saw Yao Tingting standing on the other side of the shelves. Right. I still need to invite her to the movies. Damn it, why am I feeling bothered with these boring thoughts and almost forgot the important thing? Zhang Chen cursed in his mind. With a crimson face, he stared at the princess-like girl but couldn't utter a single word. Yao Tingting stood there serenely as if she was waiting for something. Zhang Chen was unable to say a word. His mouth was left half open. But the words, "Do you have time tomorrow?" was stuck in his throat. Her beautiful face suddenly blossomed in a smile, the phoenix-like eyes that could cause anyone's heart to miss a beat. "Do you want to come over to my place?" Zhang Chen was stunned. She's inviting me to her place? But why? Yao Tingting didn't give him time to think as she had already turned around. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before he bit his lips and worked out the courage to follow her. The magazine, however, was left on the table. Seeing the two left, the librarian, who was manning the front desk without any expression, quietly walked to where Zhang Chen had been sitting. She stared at the old magazine for a while, then she picked it up quietly. However, she didn't put it back on the shelf. Instead, she ripped it in half and threw it in the garbage. "Wait, why are you inviting me to your place?" Zhang Chen rushed out of the library and walked behind Yao Tingting. He vacillated before asking the question. Yao Tingting stopped abruptly, white dress fluttering gently in the breeze. Under the radiance of the dusk, the lily bloomed. The picture was so serene. Zhang Chen was drawn to that scene. The goddess, who was always in his mind, was nibbling her lower lips. She had a shy smile as she tried to look away, and her mouth was ajar. "Because I want to get to know you." "Know me?" Was that a confession? Zhang Chen immediately turned red. His lips opened and closed stiffly but failed to utter a word. His heart pounded as if it was about to jump out of his chest. "She likes me too." His brain was currently filled with confounding happiness, and he lost any ability to think. He only has his sight on the goddess who always occupied his dreams. Yao Tingting smiled as she walked to the direction of the gate. Zhang Chen gulped as he rigidly followed her. At that moment, however, his eyes inadvertently caught a strange sight. The peculiar sense of urgency crept into his mind. Hollow eyes were watching him. "There is a cleaning robot here too?" That made sense since those things should be everywhere. Zhang Chen mulled it over, then threw the unnatural feelings away into the back of his mind. The robot seemed to have lost interest in him as it was already staring in another direction. The door opened. Yao Tingting led Zhang Chen to her rented apartment. It was a simple one living room, one-bedroom structure, as it was easy to rent this type of apartment around the school. It was also not expensive. It looked like Yao Tingting was just like him. Both of them were from Wanghai City. The middle of the room smelled of faint jasmine. The clean and organized light, flaxen-colored wallpaper covered every walls in the living room. There were a simple coffee table, tablecloth and a light beige sofa. "Feel free to sit. Do you want a glass of water?" Yao Tingting turned around as she beamed at Zhang Chen. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded nervously and sat on the sofa, looking at the figure of Yao Tingting standing beside the cupboard. He couldn't help but chuckle as he smelled the scent belonging to the goddess. Although he still felt something was unusual, he was feeling so happy that it had ceased to matter. As though being forcibly stuffed full, the sense of being lost to reality disappeared unconsciously. It was not long before Yao Tingting returned to the living room with 2 glasses of water. She smiled at Zhang Chen and placed a glass of water in front of him. "Here you go." "Oh, thank you." As though trying to hide his embarrassment, Zhang Chen quickly took a sip of the cold water. Yao Tingting sat beside him and looked at the side of his profile while smiling. Is there something on my face?" "No." Yao Tingting shook her head, still wearing a bright smile. Her luscious hair that was smooth as fine willow branches swayed gently. Zhang Chen was out of words again. He averted his gaze at the glass as he stared blankly at his reflection of the water. "I want to get to know you. Can you talk to me?" As though center of his heart was being hammered, Zhang Chen's heart trembled at that very moment. Why do you want to learn about me?" Zhang Chen's throat moved as he scrambled to find words. The answer came out frank, "Because I like you." Yao Tingting gazed into Zhang Chen's eyes with the same bright smile. An uncomfortable feeling bloomed, a feeling that something was not right. The confusion, however, was suddenly replaced by extreme euphoria. Dopamine could really make people lose their mind. I like you too." Zhang Chen finally had the courage to express his month's worth of affection to her. "I know." Yao Tingting grinned at his bold effort. "I've been watching you for a long time." "I know. I've been watching you for a long time." Like a spell, these 2 confessions happily circled around his mind. "Would you tell me your story?" Like a curious girlfriend, Yao Tingting gazed at Zhang Chen's eyes as her long eyelashes flickered. I really don't have a lot of stories to tell." Zhang Chen, somewhat embarrassed, looked away. However, Yao Tingting relentlessly moved closer. "You can tell me anything." Okay." Zhang Chen opened his mouth reluctantly. Contrary to his expectation, he thought Yao Tingting wasn't the type to enjoy conversation as she usually immersed herself in her books, but she's now giving off the impression that she was verbose. They chatted about the past of their younger selves, glimpses of memory that seemed to be covered in a white fog. Although they didn't usually have too many interactions, and it has always been Zhang Chen who secretly watched her, the 2 of them enjoyed their time immensely. Yao Tingting made him feel as though they had been acquainted for a long time. The night was getting late and outside was completely dark. "Why don't I treat you to dinner?" Yao Tingting smiled. Zhang Chen nodded unexpectedly. The dinner passed by in a relaxed atmosphere. Fried eggs with tomatoes, pork stir-fry with green peppers, seaweed and egg soup. These were all homemade dishes. Yao Tingting was the type who was great at housekeeping, which came as a surprise to him. The very idea made his heart throb a little faster. At his age, falling in love meant eternity. The food was exquisite. He secretly observed Yao Tingting sitting across the table. Her tiny mouth chewed delicately. She seemed to love tomatoes. Does she like to eat sour food? And green pepper? But why is she only eating these 2 things? Zhang Chen observed carefully, and he secretly memorized the flavors she liked. She said that she likes me so she's now my girlfriend, but it was not official yet. Is she waiting for me to bring it up? When he thought about this, he gulped and looked away awkwardly. The holographic screen was playing the popular intro of Dust Kingdom. The clock struck 8. "Does it taste good?" Yao Tingting smiled at Zhang Chen. Oh, yes." Zhang Chen laughed nervously as he focused on his rice to hide his embarrassed expression. "I heard there are ghosts in the school library. Have you seen them?" Ghost? That's not true. That's not real science. Zhang Chen had peculiar expression. Are you pleased? However, the unbecoming subsequent sentence diverged from the topic of conversation. Pleased? Zhang Chen seemed lost, but then suddenly, as if he had just realized something, he looked away and shyly scratched his slightly red ear. He stiffly nodded. Of course, for a teenager in puberty, there was nothing more joyful than being invited to the house of the girl of his dreams. Don't eat so fast. Here, drink some water. Yao Tingting smilingly handed over the glass. It was the same glass that Zhang Chen had used. With a blushing face, he took the glass as he tried to mask the awkward silence by drinking the water. Didn't you say there's soup? Why is it water? The screen showed Dust Kingdom's plot. Klein fell down in the pool of blood and stopped breathing. It was rather an unexpected ending. It felt rushed, as if there was a lot of build-up, but nothing was explained before the show had ended. After the outro, there was the end written in blood. A smile formed on Yao Tingting's angelic and serene face while watching Zhang Chen, who was drowsily lying on the dinner table. The smile was odd, hollow. So tired, I just want to sleep. Through his droopy eyes and hazy vision, he faintly caught a glimpse of white dress dropping on the ground. The white figure took quiet steps towards him. The back of his head was surrounded by something soft. His consciousness plummeted in a bottomless abyss. Chapter 92, Who Was the Ghost? As usual, Zhang Chen lied on the table, watching similar scenes repeated itself. No, if there's something that changed, it's probably because of her. He looked at the girl sitting under the window who was beaming in his direction at that moment. Speaking of which, after they confirmed their feelings for each other last night, they were now together. Of course, he was still not used to the feeling of extreme happiness. He shyly hid his face in his sleeves as he suddenly realized that they seemed to have done something unbelievable yesterday. They did it. Yo, do you have something good you want to share with me? Zhao Peng said as he poked Zhang Chen's back with a leer. Go away. Zhang Chen responded distractedly as he glanced at the rouge before lying on the table again. If he allowed this guy to find out, he is afraid that the entire class would also find out. He vowed to defend this secret to his death to protect the goddess name. Oh, yeah, why do we have class today? Zhang Chen was confused. Alliance Day should be a legal holiday. Don't you know? The news said yesterday that the holiday is temporarily cancelled. The school posted on the terminal the news about class resuming today. Zhao Peng gave the same bewildered look as Zhang Chen. You can cancel holidays? Zhang Chen was stunned once again. Truth be told, he did come to school with Yao Tingting today. When he left, he forgot about the holiday but didn't remember receiving any messages. Zhang Chen took out the terminal and launched the holographic screen. Sure enough, there was a temporary notice symbol in the right corner. It did seem like I forgot. Zhang Chen then remembered the craziness that happened last night and couldn't help but blush as he secretly took a peek at Yao Tingting's direction. Then, he put the terminal away before lying on the table again. The charming girl under the window was engrossed in the terminal. Her index finger was tapping on the screen, flipping the pages on the electronic book. Who cares? It's okay if it's not a holiday. Since we are already going out, it doesn't matter if we can't go to the movies. He mumbled to himself, and just like his usual habit, he leaned against his arm and began napping. Startled, Zhang Chen woke up. Where did everyone go? Oh, the third period in the afternoon is physical education. The activity today is swimming and I have to change in advance. Zhao Peng, that rascal, didn't even wake me up. He ridiculed Zhao Peng in his mind as he rubbed his still dry eyes. He pressed against the table to stand up and headed to the door. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but imagine Yao Tingting in a swimsuit. As he thought about this, his face began to suffuse with heat again. He forced out a laugh as he touched his nose, and shook his head to rid himself of the unhealthy vision. The gym was located south of the library. It was the biggest building outside of the main academic building. The digital gymnasium included basketball court, soccer field, swimming pool, and track, together with the combination of practical and virtual teaching. Simply put, the place was humongous. Zhang Chen checked his watch on his way to the gym. Since it was already 5 minutes into the lecture, and he was already late and was too lazy to run. He simply slowed down his pace. The campus was empty at this time, but it certainly did make sense. After all, class was still ongoing, and that made him the odd one for wandering outside the classroom at this time. When he passed by the library, he suddenly halted. Why did Yao Tingting mention that there was a ghost in the library? For some reason, Zhang Chen didn't feel scared. He had the urge to go ahead and explore instead. He gulped as he subconsciously moved one step to that direction. Forget it, maybe I'll come back after school, Zhang Chen thought in his mind, troubled. Just as he was about to retract his step, all of a sudden, a deafening shout thundered in his ears and made him jump up. You, what are you doing? Fu Ke, I am only late. Just as when Zhang Chen was about to open his mouth to explain, the cleaning robot, who was sweeping the ground quietly, suddenly accelerated and collided into the guard. Fu Ke. The guard fell down because of the collision with the robot, and he scrambled to get up. When Zhang Chen met a pair of ferocious eyes, he felt an irrational fear. The only thing left in his mind was to flee. He didn't have time to think as he scampered towards the direction of the library. He dashed to the door towards the direction of the stair and sprinted to the second floor and ran to the other end of the hallway, panting heavily. Through the second floor of the library was a shortcut to the gym. Zhang Chen could also use the terrain there to his advantage, get rid of the vicious guard. In an open space, he certainly didn't have the confidence to outrun adults who had been trained. Fu Ke, if I got caught, I'll probably be lectured. When did the guard start doing the job of the school director? This is ridiculous. It was rumored that the guard in the front gate had a bad-tempered. Even though Zhang Chen had a faint feeling that even if he did anger him, he wouldn't beat him up, he was irrationally frightened nonetheless. Thus, he didn't think before running away. Woo. Whatever, it's better not to be caught or else I would have to go to the office and explain, eh? Zhang Chen was about to go down from the other end of the library when he found an opened activity room. The door wasn't locked. Normally, these barely used activity rooms would be locked. Only when the directors came to audit would the school create some odd temporary clubs to deal with the inspection. However, the door of this activity room was actually open. Zhang Chen stood in front of the door and for some reason felt a strong déjà vu. I haven't been here before, but this place feels important, and I think I have seen this place somewhere else. The sudden deafening roar of the guard echoed down the hallway and almost scared him to death. Fu Ke, don't shout in the library. There was not enough time as Zhang Chen hid into the activity room, closed the door and locked it up. He leaned his body against the wall as held his breath, while listening quietly to the movements outside the door. The footsteps did not come, surrounded by frightening silence as though the roar had never happened in the first place. In the silence, Zhang Chen heard his own rapid heartbeat. He let out a breath slowly as he moved away unhurriedly from the door and took out the terminal from his pocket. It's already this time. Looking at the distinct number in the holographic screen, Zhang Chen gave a wry smile. Physics class was about to end. There was still no noise from outside the door, but Zhang Chen couldn't muster enough courage to step outside. After debating for a while, he left the door reluctantly. He was still a little scared. However, there's no use in going now since class was ending soon. A flat air conditioner hung in the corner of room, which was probably the most expensive device in the entire room. The interior looked very spacious with only a table and a chair. With the windows sealed and being in the midst of summer, the temperature was tolerable outside the room, but felt like a furnace inside. Zhang Chen walked to the edge of the window and pressed the button to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Is it broken? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows as he surveyed the thick layer of dust on the windowsill. It seemed like there hadn't been anyone here in a while, and there wasn't any sign of wind. He then gave up on opening the window and walked in front of the desk as he picked up a USB-shaped device at the corner of the table. Activity room management access right seems to be used like this. Zhang Chen inserted the USB into the terminal and selected to open the air conditioner. All equipment in the school could be operated through the terminal, but it required an access right prior to using it. The access right could be granted through wireless connection, but some special room must be accessed through a physical device, for example, the electronic key at the corner of the table. When connected to the terminal, the user's ID would be registered on the whitelist, and then the user would be able to turn on the air conditioner through the terminal. Fortunately, the air conditioner was functional. A gust of cool air blasted through as Zhang Chen let out a pleasant sigh. I'll wait until the class is over before leaving. That guard would probably be gone by then. The only thing that bothered him was that he remembered that the guard should have access to all rooms. Maybe he was too lazy to look for me by searching every room. Which dumb s would be that bored? Since he already decided to skip class, there was nothing to do outside. So he pulled out the chair under the table and sat on top as enjoyed the refreshing cold air. Ah, it's too hot outside, I really don't want to go out. Zhang Chen, who was bored out of his mind sitting on the bench, suddenly realized something was off. He abruptly stood up and patted his behind. No dust? Zhang Chen was stupefied. Then he touched the table. There was also no dust. This doesn't make sense. Has anyone been here lately? When he thought about it, he had a strange desire to explore since he had nothing better to do. He then opened the terminal and used access right to view the user record. User in the past 3 months. Total result, 1 person. ID, Zhang Chen. I've been the only person here for the past 3 months. Troubled by the words on the screen, he then extended the search to 1 year. Same result. No one had used the activity room even when there was a celebration? Zhang Chen tried to search for the memory in his head as he recalled the school's annual celebration in first semester of grade 10. The directors at that time visited the school, and Wanghai 6th High School did create some club events. I remember that they used the activity rooms in the library. I also seem to have been an actor. Zhang Chen could not think of an answer as his finger continued to scroll through the screen. This time he extended the search criterion to 55 years, which was the maximum searchable time query. However, user in the past 55 years. Total result, 1 person. ID, Zhang Chen. Chapter 93, Colonel's Diary. October 2, 2172. Sunny. Truth to be told, this planet is no longer suitable for human habitation, starting from the moment the Russian committed atrocities in Paris. These trivial complaints have no meaning coming from a man of my status. Being able to complain, after all, is a good thing since those 21 people in battalion next door couldn't even complain anymore. I remembered Daniel, a young man who always likes to aim at people's nuts and blew up his own guns. His DNA can't even be found anymore in the aftermath of the war in Berlin. That damn guy. You still owe me a drink, damn it. Running into enemies, taking cover, shooting, calling for an airstrike, advancing continuously. And praying to the priest. Every day is like a living hell. Despite having air advantage, the CCCP firepower was too fierce. When they finally tore their hypocritical facade and revealed their true nature, they started using nuclear weapons. Goddamn. Now, everyone's life has been depreciated to $10, perhaps even less. That's all for today. We'll push towards Frankfurt tomorrow. It was rumored that a nuclear is being set up there. I hope we can make it in time. God save me. May victory belong to NATO. October 3, 2172. Cloudy. The plan was for my team to start with the tanks, storm the 141 fort located in Frankfurt, destroy the air defense missiles, then call an airstrike to bomb the nuclear silo. But things seem to have changed a little. My team had received a special mission for the time being. God save me, I hope my ominous feeling is wrong. October 6, 2171. Unknown. It's hard to believe, but I am aboard the X-12 space station. In half an hour, we'll be entering an airdrop pod and the destination is Pakswanghai City. Damn it, it's fucking difficult to write in space. October 6, 2171. Cloudy. Added, I have seen the picture of Wanghai City before the war, and it seems to be a very beautiful place. But now it looks no different than Paris, at least along the coastline and downtown. Our Marine Corps will invade through the coastline, while we will infiltrate enemy territory through airdrop pod and mark strategic target to facilitate the shooting of the space-based weapon God's Cane. particle barrier generator, air defense missiles, electromagnetic pulse cannon, nuclear power plants. In short, mark anything that is worth destroying. Sounds easy, perhaps. Although the moment the airdrop pod passed through the cloud of radiation, a rare chill went down my spine. October 7, 2172. Cloudy. Goddamn T. This is a living hell. There are pack soldiers everywhere, armored vehicles, tanks and even stranded soldiers from our side. It was a complete mess, absolute madness. The moment the electromagnetic absorber was deactivated, the power armor would stall for a while. There are radiation and snipers everywhere. We can now only rely on sign language. And everyone acted like they were mute. How many nukes have been detonated here? Or do EMP ever stop? I'm only worried that I have yet to receive communication from the headquarters. This point is of utmost importance. If the team lost. October 8, 2172. Rainy. Terrible weather. The rain turned into a bad omen. We almost engaged in a skirmish with our own soldiers today. That's right, across the street where no one could identify each other, and the communication device was in a state of failure. Fortunately, the crisis was averted as PAC's tanks helped us to identify them, and then we worked together to solve the problem. They are the Marine Corps and they lost contacts shortly after landing. They followed the offline map's direction as they were supposed to reconvene with other 11 battalion soldiers here, but it seemed like we're the only ones who made it. Lucky guys. I allowed them to join our mission temporarily as they didn't even have anti-tank weapons. Death would be inevitable if they stay, so might as well have them joined us. With the help of light infantry, our vision would reach further since the life detection device is no longer functioning with EMP absorber being activated. October 9, 2172. Cloudy. It seems that in addition to rain, it is also cloudy in here. This is strange. The battle has continued for 3 days already. The good thing is that the quality of the buildings is quite high in the center of the city. Despite being showered with nukes, we can still find buildings for cover. We continued to engage in skirmishes with PAC as there were more of us here in the city. That's a good sign. Maybe we'll win the war another day. We almost cheer when we saw the tungsten rod fell from the sky and shattered the particle barrier generator into pieces. However, shortly afterwards our communications went back online. Our God's cane has been captured by PAC Space Corps. The 5th Fleet suffered heavy losses. Retreat? Lost? Heck. How does one withdraw from the middle of the city? October 10, 2172. Partially cloudy. Added. I was the only one left. James was done for. Zach has gone insane. Did PAC soldiers take pity on me? I was somehow expecting that when I got ripped out of the power armor, I would have been beaten, had my limbs broken, and finally be shot dead. But that doesn't seem likely. PAC soldiers are very united, and under the directive of the commander, no one would dare breach it. Although the yellow monkey seems to want to cut my head off. In the end, he didn't do it though. I was familiar with that look of animosity, as if wanting to tear me apart. I can understand that perhaps what we did in school was over the top, but I can't be blamed for that. Although I am a devout believer, my soldiers also need to relieve their stress. Maybe I should have stopped the guy in Georgia State? Come on, who cares? Everyone's dead. I was forced into a truck loaded with captives. There were plenty of people like us in there. Fortunately, they didn't confiscate my diary or I would have gone insane. It is imperative to keep a diary. That's right, it's very important. I'll try not to provoke the guy who escorted us as he already killed 2 unlucky fools. October 15, 2171. Sunny. We were brought to somewhere far away from the battlefront. There were a lot of mountains here, also a lot of tunnels, and some factories built underground. I settled down after seeing these because I knew I had no chance of ever returning. Exchange prisoners of war? If I say this, would they let me go? The people in the truck was separated into 2 groups. One group to the north and one group to the south. I have a foreboding feeling that one group would die. Of course, we are all going to die in the end. I just pray that it won't be an ugly death. After coming to the underground base, Our faces were soon branded with barcodes and we got our own bed. This place is a bit like a concentration camp. Thank God, my diary is not confiscated. November 17, 2172. Unknown. I don't know what the weather on the surface is because we haven't seen the sun in a long time. Are they still fighting out there, or has the war stopped? Of course, we are already deemed dead, so even if the war ended, I'm afraid we can't return home. The work isn't hard but it is rather boring and we get beaten a lot. Someone tried to run but was apparently killed. We are incarcerated along with the federal death row prisoners. The guy, who slept above me, was a political prisoner. He was very thin with little hair left on his head. He talked to me in English and asked me if I believed in God. I said I don't, or rather I believed in him before. He didn't mind as he continued to chat about other things. To be honest, I was quite disgusted with any topics related to political point of view. But he seemed to become increasingly more frustrated. Thank God, he got shot not long after. November 21, 2172. Unknown. There are dead people being dragged away every day, however, there are more people being brought in. Maybe the war is about to end? After all, there are less familiar faces and more Asian faces are being brought in. But what made me unsettled is that I spotted some Slavs from the latest batch of captives. Did PAK and CCCP go to war as well? Luckily, that's a great news for NATO. However, how long will a war of this level last? December 25, 2172. Unknown. Maybe it is snowing. Today is Christmas without Christmas tree and candles, and buttery cornmeal porridge. I don't believe in God, but I still prayed devoutly and pray to my diary. My inmate said I am crazy. I disagreed. Someone had tried to steal my diary. I beat him to a pulp. I broke his nose, and we were both taken in. I left the journal under my pillow but no one dared to touch it. Perhaps I scared them. I trust that they are all unafraid of death. Me neither. But I believe that no one wants to die. No can beat me here. I am a special force, while they are all political prisoners, suckers. May 6, 2173. Unknown. I am not sure if it was earthquake or airstrike. It's probably an airstrike. Everyone quivered at the corner but I didn't. I read the journal from the beginning again. I didn't have time to write every day. Most of the time, I only left to date. It was hard to find a pen, so if there was nothing special, I choose to leave it blank. The barrage lasted for a long time, but it stopped eventually. Someone mentioned relocating and I smiled. Where to? June 14, 2173, cloudy. The day of relocation came. Unfortunately, I wasn't welcomed by the sun. It was snowing outside, and the sky was covered with radiation dust. Is this what they called nuclear winter? Being able to see snow in summer was quite an experience. The soldiers guarding us all wore protective suit, but we only wore a jacket. They didn't plan on using us for long as they only gave us an iodine chip. We were still left in the truck. When I left, I was surprised to find out that few mountains have gone missing, or should I say, became pits. I remember that's where the group of people from the north headed to work. June 20, 2173, sunny. Surprisingly, today is sunny. Amazingly, I returned to Wanghai City. Order seems to have been restored here as there are already some citizens living in rural areas. Of course, they didn't look well, probably the unlucky people that didn't manage to hide in shelters. At any rate, this is a good sign that the war is over, or at the very least, a ceasefire. Still, it has nothing with us. I was escorted into an underground survival base or a research facility. This is because survival base wouldn't open in less than a year, which should be the same in every country. A man in a white lab coat welcomed me and smiled at me, but I only felt chill in my hands and feet. It's as though he was looking at a white mouse. Insane. This is insane. For the first time, I experience real fear. Damn it. I can't remember the time. Unknown. The diary was confiscated, ripped into pieces. But so what? I memorized everything. They are crazy. Do they think they can create XXXX like this? Scratched out. Wait. Why am I still normal? Well, now it's certain that they are insane. If someone sees this diary, everything would have been worthwhile. I tried to leave something behind, but it was futile. All clues will be hidden. But I still firmly believe that there are smart people out there who will find the clue. Why am I still conscious? Why hasn't it been erased? I should have been dead. Well, before I die, I hope that Asian girl will forgive me for my sins. That's probably not going to happen though. Colonel George's final words pays tribute to the NATO flag. Zhang Chen's hands and feet felt cold after reading it. There must be something that's missing. But what was it exactly? This wasn't normal. No, what was normal? Inside the drawer, there was a gun lying next to the diary. Revolver. Hand trembling, Zhang Chen swallowed after finally picking up the firearm. Feeling the cold metal texture, he unloaded the magazine. The copper-colored metal bullet spurned his eyes. It's a real gun. Inside the drawer in the activity room of the school library. What the hell is this place? And not to mention the insane Colonel's diary. It's only year 2171. How would the journal spoke of something from the year 2173? Wait. Time travel? Zhang Chen felt an onslaught of headache. He clutched his forehead and sat back on the chair. His head was a mess. It's as though everything was a déjà vu, but he couldn't explain where the feeling came from. Am I forgetting something? Zhang Chen frowned. He tried to search for every nook and cranny of his memory in the hope of finding clues, but he didn't even know what the clue was. From learning how to speak when he was a baby, to his elementary education, and then his junior high. Up until this moment, every piece of memory was so vivid. Where's the problem? Wait. Why is it so clear? I can even remember the details of changing diaper. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly blanked out. He felt he had grasped onto something, but he must have missed a detail, just a tiny bit. It was at this time that he suddenly heard an unexpected knock. Are you in there? An abrupt but gentle voice struck at Zhang Chen's heart like a hammer. Chapter 94. Fear from the Sky. Are you in there? Ting Ting's voice came through. Just as Zhang Chen was about to open his mouth, his throat felt like it was stuck with cotton known as fear. He lifted his terminal slowly. Less than 4:25 p.m. There were still 15 minutes left before the class ends. So how can she be in here? That's really strange. Even if the sports instructor wants her to find me, why would she go to the activity room? It's as if, I know, I've been watching you for a long time. Suddenly, the two familiar but surreal confessions surfaced in his head. A frightening thought crept into his mind. Being watched? A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as Zhang Chen held his breath. He didn't even dare to make a sound. Instinct told him that there must be something wrong, but he couldn't explain where the problem came from. Ting Ting is a stalker? How is that possible? But she is so graceful. Wait. Graceful? It seems that it was her who took the initiative to push me down yesterday. Usually, she would be reading under the window, but today, Zhang Chen searched through today's memory. Yao Tingting's watching him, being engrossed in her terminal, paying attention to class, watching him smile. A disquieting feeling crept all over his body. I heard there's a ghost at the ground floor of the library. Have you seen it? The knocking sound was light, but it pierced through his heart like a hammer. He couldn't explain the reason, but his instincts told him that terrible things would happen if he opened the door this time. Zhang Chen let the beads of sweat roll across his face as he sat there motionlessly. He looked at the drawer where the gun was, but it failed to bring him even a scant trace of security. Like drums playing, the pace of knocking seemed to increase and grew louder. All of a sudden, a violent, smashing sound transmitted through the door. The frantic, smashing sound made every single one of Zhang Chen's muscles tighten due to tension, and his facial expression morphed into a stunned expression. The sound, however, suddenly came to an abrupt stop, followed by the sound of fading footsteps. Has he given up? Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then touched his chest and felt a wet sensation from his hand. It was then that he figured out that his body was drenched in sweat without even realizing it. Now that I think about it, the uncomfortable feeling came from the robot yesterday morning. No, to be precise, it should be during that morning class. Zhang Chen realized something. Yes, it was at that time when the entire class was staring at him. His heart responded with an eerie feeling known as uncanny valley effect. Could it be? All the students are robots? An odd expression appeared on his face as he thought that the very idea was preposterous. Why, he grew up with Zhao Peng together. Qian Han, who was sitting in front, even gave him a love letter. And Yao Tingting. Zhang Chen suddenly frowned. Where did all the books that Yao Tingting always read go? Boom! The violent tremor almost threw him on the ground as the window produced a loud, sharp sound. He got up hurriedly, ran to the window and discovered a shocking scene. A blue light hit the dome protecting this city. The light blue particle disintegrated, followed by the thinning air membrane. There was no sound as the concave barrier opened a gap in the center and the blue light faded away. Suddenly, countless numbers of dense, black dots dropped from the sky, each carrying a trail of airwaves behind. Those were NATO's airdrop soldiers, as well as the bombs used to disguise them. It was, however, at this moment that the ground fired a series of orange flare missiles to the ground. It was the anti-aircraft missiles stationed in the city. A loud rumble fell from the sky and a series of explosions filled the sky with bright sparks. The deafening air defense alarm broke the city sky, accompanied by the cry and scream from the distant street, which woke Zhang Chen up from his stupor. Not even a single warning. It's a fucking war. This can't be happening. He looked at the sky, terrified. Zhang Chen retreated from the window and rushed outside the door. The news already announced that when the air defense alarm got triggered, everyone should immediately go to the nearest defense shelter, and the sanctuary would be forcefully closed once it reached the right time and go into a dormant mode. Zhang Chen didn't have time to get confused as his priority was to stay alive. He glanced at the table before he left the activity room. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly sprinted downstairs. There was a gun on the table, but he didn't think it would bring him any semblance of security. If he really encountered a NATO soldier, he is afraid that it would be more dangerous to wield a gun. Moreover, according to the rules of war, they usually didn't shoot civilians. Not only it was a waste of bullets, it was also quite troublesome. He tried to comfort himself as he dashed down the stairs towards the gate of the school and ran for his life. At this time, however, a massive explosion broke out in the sky in the distance from the center of the city. He felt the scorching heat wave despite the distance of 100 kilometers away. Mushroom cloud. It was a nuclear bomb. Fu K. Zhang Chen stared at the orange mushroom cloud and the falling black dots with quivering eyes. Boom! The intense shockwave almost blew him away. He tried to raise his arm to cover his face. From the rapid airflow of the cylindrical airdrop pods came out several soldiers in power armor. There was simply no room for escape. Zhang Chen's shoulders relaxed, signaling that he had given up, and his face gave way to a wry smile. Why was his reaction so calm? Even he himself didn't have any ideas. The last thing he saw was a gun barrel. Boom! Struggling to open his eyes, the first thing Zhang Chen saw was the wooden floor of the gymnasium. He realized he was thrown on the ground. He struggled to stand up. His chest and joint throbbed in pain, but he couldn't let out a sound because of fear. The gym was filled with people, students, and teachers. Everyone's terrified face had hopelessness written all over them as NATO soldiers circled around. The cold barrels were ominous. No one dared to make a sound as they quietly watched Zhang Chen, who was thrown on the ground. Zhang Chen, are you okay? Yao Tingting anxiously hurried to his side. He felt the body temperature enveloping him as he exerted all his effort to open his puffy eyes. He caught a glimpse of graceful face fraught with tears. Tingting, you apostrophe re. Also here? What? How are you? The silvery voice was tearful. He felt the softness touching the swell on his face as he forced out a smile. He wanted to lift his hand to wipe off her tears, comfort her, and embrace her. However, drag that girl over here. Yes. Two soldiers in power armors walked over. Let me go. Ah, what are you doing? Zhang Chen watched the person forcefully drag Yao Tingting away from him in horror. Zhang Chen, save me. No. Zhang Chen desperately tried to his hold on her, but he was met with a boot on his face. The kick almost made him lose his consciousness again. In the corner of Zhang Chen's blurry eyes, he saw the soldiers who dragged Yao Tingting away took off his mask. It was a pale, devil-like face that was currently mocking him. Listen up, hostages. That's right, you guys are all hostages. Your so-called holy barrier system has already been broken by our space-based weapon. Don't count on being rescued, stay there obediently, and pray that your fathers won't blow you up as well. The person standing at the stadium of the gym seemed to be the leader of the squad as he was using the loudspeaker of the power armor. Ting ting. Jiang Chen struggled to crawl to the figure being dragged away. Boss, this girl is quite pretty. It would be a pity if we hang her outside. Hee hee, what if? The white soldier had a leery grin as he held the girl up. He seemed to be pleased by her frightened appearance and almost sobbing figure. Another soldier also took off the armor mask and exposed a black face and white teeth. Are all people from Georgia, state in the perverted like this? But sir, I do agree with his point of view. Hee hee. What are you trying to do? Jiang Chen's heart suddenly ached. He bit his lips as he struggled to stand up to his feet. However, his woozy had kept him unstable. No, a shrill cry resounded throughout the gym. Seeing the commander nodded, the soldier then tore the white floral dress apart. In front of everyone. Stop. Jiang Chen opened his mouth as his finger almost penetrated through the hard wooden floor. His bloodshot eyes were ferocious. However, it wasn't him who screamed out. Was that Zhao Peng? No. Jiang Chen reached out his hand to his childhood friend in horror. Bang! Smoke floated from the muzzle. Beautiful, man. Bullseye. Ha ha ha. The soldier heard his comrade's compliment before he made an exaggerated shooting gesture at the crowd. He was gratified to see the crowd screaming and scrambling backward in terror. Don't come over. Yao Tingting shrunk back on the ground as she tried to use the torn pieces of clothes to cover her naked body. The white soldier with perverted smile strapped the gun to his waist as he walked towards Yao Tingting, who was scampering backward. Don't worry. We'll do it one by one. Jiang Chen, save me. Jiang Chen, woo. The young, beautiful Chinese teacher from next class stood up. Her expression wore a decided humiliated expression. She was trembling but refused to flinch. Let the girl go, I'll take her place. The black soldier standing on the sidelines laughed, and then came and grabbed her by the collar, ignoring her scrambling limbs due to her difficulty in breathing, and threw her on the stadium. You guys can go together. We have plenty of brothers here. Eyes filled with sorrow, dead eyes without the soul, and dilated pupils because of the shocking horror. Blood covered every single inch of Jiang Chen's eyes. At this time, however, an unprecedented clarity he had never experienced before eradicated all the tyrannical emotions in his heart. Hee hee. Are you guys done fooling around? Jiang Chen closed his eyes carelessly. He struggled to shift and then sat on the ground. His mouth curled up into a sneer and his eyes regained its tranquility. The Secret Teller, Chapter 95, The Imperfection in the Perfect Plan. Fury, Muscle Strength plus 20, Reflex plus 19, Brain Cell Strength plus 17. Special Ability, Killer Instinct. The ability to perceive the location of the heart with any of the five senses. He didn't expect to enter right here. Jiang Chen coldly scanned the bodies without red dots, ignoring the pairs of lifeless eyes staring at him, and finally stopping his sight on Yao Tingting. Zhao Peng lying in the pool of blood, the teacher struggling on the ground beneath the soldiers, the students, even the soldiers. No heart. Everyone was a sham, as though they were nothing but an empty shell, including Yao Tingting. Oh, how did you figure it out? Yao Tingting paused for a moment before a smile erupted on her face and stood up naked. It was a peculiar sight, a smiling girl standing while naked. Beside her was the monster with a ferocious expression about to bring her down to the ground, but the monster was cemented in midair. He looked into Yao Tingting's eyes dispassionately and said, "Because I have an annoying ability. And you happen to have no heart." Yao Tingting was momentarily stunned before revealing her signature smile again. She then raised her delicate finger and drew in the air, and a holographic screen appeared out of thin air beside her body. So that's how it is. Increase in 3 body stats and a skill that can see the heart? This isn't a friendly bug. A peculiar smile curved on her mouth as she examined the stats on the panel. Hee hee. Although I had formed a variety of conjectures, never would I have thought that ... This is a game, right? Jiang Chen gazed at the beautiful yet pure face as he squeezed the words out of his mouth. The Secret Teller, Huh? Just now, he finally understood the question that had been plaguing him. The effect of brain cell strength plus 17 as the result of was not an increase in intelligence but rather to break through the barrier in his memory and regained his consciousness. Oh? Almost but not quite. I am the secret protector. Perhaps it's time for the next round? Yao Tingting clapped her hands in delight. The secret protector? There were actually two people. The occasional explosion in the sky suddenly stopped, and the war outside came to a halt with the sound of the clap. The colors of the world began to fade starting from the corner of the stadium as bits and pieces dissipated gradually. Do you intend to continue this boring game? Zhang Chen sneered as he said with disdain. Why not? The silvery laughter sounded disturbing. I am looking forward to your next round of performance. After looking at Zhang Chen one last time, Yao Tingting faded along with everything in that world. Really? He looked at the interdimensional bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet's ability was not copied into this world, so there was no way to return to the modern world in the game. I just have to rely on other means to break through the game. The floor was already disintegrating as Zhang Chen silently watched his body along with the fragments dissipate into the abyss. June 11, 2171, Summer. The diary only had dates in it, and no other texts had been written in it. He felt a slight dizziness as though he had just taken a nap, and everything that just happened was like a reverie. Dropping down the pen, Zhang Chen looked around the familiar room. Fury is still in effect. Could it be because of the increase in brain cell strength that my memory was not erased? He faintly closed his eyes as he searched for the clues in his memory. Memory before entering the game was retained, the end cycle memory was saved, and the N1 cycle memory was missing. When he opened his eyes, his line of sight caught the diary to the electronic clock on the table. Less than 7:37 p.m. So, this is the starting point of the game. Then, all previous memories should be false. In reality, it didn't feel good to negate the realistic memory one by one. It's as if you're living a great life, then one night you had a nightmare. A mysterious figure told you that the world in the dream was the reality, and when you woke up you'd go into a virtual world. Yao Tingting is the secret protector. No, to be more accurate, she should have been replaced by a secret at some point. That book was a clue, and Zhang Chen desperately searched for the details in his memory. It appears that when I shared the spoiler, the secret guardian noticed the discrepancy. It was just a sense of déjà vu, but it had thought that I recovered my memory. It seemed that from that point on, the book in Yao Tingting's hands disappeared. That person had been replaced since then. So if this is the case, it's suspected that I woke up from the hypnotism, so it replaced Yao Tingting's identity and joined the game as a participant? Therefore, anyone could be the secret protector. Wait, what's the point of this game? Frowning, he sat quietly on the desk as he recalled the diary in the activity room on the second floor of the library. They are crazy. Do they think they can create 30 like this? Scratched out greater than. And Yao Tingting's words. I know. I have been paying attention to you. The identity of the informant and the secret protector. All the clues strung together like a key and opened the lock in his heart. The corner of his mouth sliding raised up as he leaned back on the chair. That diary should be the key to break through the game. No wonder the secret guardian always tried to keep me away from the library. Whenever I approached the library, it would see all kinds of method to stop me, whether it was the so-called ghost in the library or the furious guard. What the secret protector didn't know, however, was that the more it tried to cover up something, the more suspicious he became. It can be said that its constant attempt to stop him actually pushed him to where the truth was located. Even it wiped the memory in his head. It can't wipe the strong feeling of déjà vu. Where did I see this before? Did I seem to be here before? I have experienced this before. Whether it was the drama airing or the opened activity room, everything had the feeling of déjà vu. Perhaps he was there an X week ago, but because there was no memory retention, therefore, it ignorantly entered into the next cycle. Could perhaps seal the memory and remove the clues? But it cannot remove the constant feeling of déjà vu. In the end, this feeling led to finding the evidence he searched for in the previous cycle. And then because the ends cycle led him into All the evidence was saved to the N+1 week. If he didn't manage to jump out of the loop, the game would probably go on and on. Hee. What kind of game is this? This is absolutely insane. A game designed for the purpose of an experiment. It inhumanely put people into the game like a lab rat, then simulate the plot, collect data, therefore, allowing the intermediate artificial intelligence to evolve into advanced artificial intelligence? Is this the experiment that the colonel mentioned in his diary? Jiang Chen thought calmly. There was still a lot of suspicions. For example, the secret protector is the absolute controller of the game. Then I wouldn't be able to beat it at any rate. But the peculiar cleaning robots, the opened activity room, the diary left as a clue. These obvious bugs are not removed after countless amount of cycles but had been completely preserved. The secret protector even had to interfere with my actions by actively intervening with the plot to prevent me from getting close to the library. In conclusion, the secret protector's power in the game is similar to that of a game master, but it cannot change the game itself. Also, if the purpose of the game was to allow it to evolve into an advanced AI by observing humans and collecting data, it wouldn't make sense if it was granted the power to change the game. A good analogy would be, if the measuring data is unattractive, and someone manually added 1 or 2 zeros in an experiment, then it wouldn't be considered as an experiment anymore. Its power was limited and not invincible. Jiang Chen picked up its pen, drew 3 circles in the diary, and labeled it separately: safe zone, neutral zone, and danger zone. If I perform illogical action, then everyone would look at me like I'm a robot, because of the confused thinking, which will automatically trigger the uncanny valley effect. The intermediate artificial intelligence may have analysis ability, but too much calculation will result in lag, or confusion. On the contrary, basic AI can only respond logically and can't think, so it does not produce confusion and the like. So, NPC should be made up of low-level AIs? Jiang Chen mumbled to himself as he labeled the school as Danger Zone. The activity room on the 2nd floor of the library should be the safe zone because Yao Tingting couldn't enter it. Jiang Chen wrote it in the safe zone. Should NATO invasion be considered as an event? Also, to collect data, the secret guardian should be in control of the switch to advance the plot. Otherwise, repeating the same cycle would just result in similar data. It was an important point, so Jiang Chen jotted it down in his diary. He pulled out the drawer and saw 2 movie tickets. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. If there is no irregularity, then the plot should be asking her out, confession, watching a movie, possible sex, NATO invasion. It simulated the first love to completed devastation. In this case, any of the scene that could trigger the plot should belong to Danger Zone under the absolute control of the secret guardian. Yao Tingting's home and the movie theater he has yet to visit were categorized under the Danger Zone. Because of the incomplete plot in the last cycle, a lot of clues became available. Jiang Chen scanned the room and wrote protagonist's home under the safe zone area. The street should be a neutral zone, whereby it lacks the ability to trigger plot. He flipped his pen and wrote street under the neutral zone before he lifted his eyes to look at the digital clock. Less than 8:07 p.m. It already exceeded the maximum duration of half an hour limit, but has yet to be deactivated. Therefore, the passage of time in the game is unequal to the passage of time in real world. In terms of efficiency, the longer the user experienced in the game, the shorter the time passed in reality, so the data gathered in the real-world time frame will be more. Perhaps that I already experienced 10 cycles, but it may only be a few seconds in reality. With the processing speed of the advanced computer, that is absolutely a possibility. However, it would put a lot of strain on the mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen let out a breath of relief. The time he agreed on with Sun Jiao was 2 hours. And if he had been here for a month or 2 already, he was afraid that it would be then too late to return to the ground. Speaking of that, by letting me activate, that talkative thing still expects itself to win? The tip of his lips curled up on his mouth. That's right, in a game that relied on hypnotism, brain cell strength was a huge bug. Hypnotism would no longer be effective on him. From here on in, the game officially begins. Chapter 96. Inescapable. Zhang Chen opened the door. There's not much difference between day and night. If I am consistently being monitored, then even selecting daytime would not increase my chances of winning. Or maybe, it is safer in the day since the majority of the people will be in their home, and there would be less pawns that the secret protector could use. He went downstairs and saw the cleaning robot. It still gave off the same hollow look that instinctively produced a disquieting feeling. The cleaning robot left the first clue, so it should be considered friendly, although he didn't know who left this clue, but presumably, it wasn't on the secret protector's side, Zhang Chen thought as he walked past the robot and turned back. The robot was looking at another direction. South? Is there something over there? There was also another cleaning robot in front of the library. In the end cycle, it blocked the security guard for me. Zhang Chen looked south, but the tall buildings blocked his view. From the general direction, it should be located in the center of the city. Wait a minute, when Yao Tingting took me away from the library, the robot at the door also appeared to be looking at the same direction after exchanging eye contact with me. Suddenly, Zhang Chen realized this clue and his face turned exulted. He then walked to the robot that seemed to be lagging. He took out the terminal, followed the robot's direction, and drew a line on the map. The line skidded across the boundary of the town center. There is also another robot in front of the library door, with only two-line intersection. It would be difficult to guess the accurate location on the map. Therefore, there must be another robot. With three-line intersection, it would be able to pinpoint and mark a possible area. There should be something in there that could help me beat the game. But where is the third robot? Zhang Chen frowned. The in-cycle plot was incomplete with this logic. He put his hand into his pocket and grabbed the 2 movie tickets. His face then lit up with a triumphant smile. In front of the movie theater? That should be right. If nothing happened, the 2 movie tickets should serve its purpose on the third day. But the secret protector's intervention forced the plot to advance and even introduced a huge move of canceling the holiday. This made the movie plot never occurred and triggered the sex scene. I see. Without hesitation, Zhang rushed to the nearest subway and then headed downtown. He sprinted out of the subway, jogged across 2 streets and stopped in front of the movie theater, gasping for air. It was that cleaning robot, and it was looking straight into his eyes. Then, it looked away. Southwest. He pulled out his terminal again and drew a line on the map. Without stopping for a moment, he then returned to the subway and caught the last train. Breathlessly, Zhang Chen sat on the cold, hard chair. He looked around the empty train and looked at the time. Less than 9:39 p.m. It's already this late? The train arrived at the station as Zhang Chen quickly rushed to the school's direction and stopped in front of the school gate. The school is considered as danger zone, so going directly to the activity room on the 2nd floor will be pretty difficult. Troubled by the thought, he looked around and looked up. I'm afraid that the secret guardian must be closely monitoring my move, and just waiting to make a move as soon as I enter. Thinking of this, his face showed a wry smile. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and after observing the height of the gate, he rushed towards the door. If it had been before, 2 meters would be unreachable, but Zhang Chen leaped easily across the gate. The increase in muscle strength due to was perfectly replicated within the game. Indeed, the game data is based on physical data in the real world. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. Having predicted that this would happen, he cursed and rushed to the direction of the library. Stop! It was the security guard. Zhang Chen ignored him, knowing full well that with his current muscle strength, no one would be able to catch up to him. Even if all the units in the school were pawns of the secret guardian, it shouldn't be able to change the body stats of the characters. It took less than 10 seconds for Zhang Chen to outrun the security by 100 meters from the security room. Then, he spotted the cleaning robot at the door. Southeast. With a rough view from the street light, Zhang Chen did not slow down the slightest as he slammed into the glass door of the library. Warning, security system activated. 100 meters more. The metal gate of the library started closing, and Zhang Chen, who noticed this, gritted his teeth and accelerated. He turned around and maintained his velocity and smashed into the closed glass door. Crash! The glass door was smashed into pieces. At the last possible second, Zhang Chen broke into the library with the metal gate behind firmly shut. Zhang Chen felt the painful cut from his arms, legs and face but didn't have time to tend to his wounds. Ignoring the glass shards on the floor, he scrambled to his feet and continued towards the stairs. Second floor, end of the hallway, activity room. The door is shut. Zhang Chen slammed the door, but the door remained firmly shut. Did it close after the security system got activated? Damn, how could it be like this? Zhang Chen desperately beat down the door. Could it be the activity room door is closed at night? That's impossible. What should I do? Haha, where are you going to run now, you bloody thief? The security guard's frightening voice from the other end of the hallway made him drenched in cold sweat. Fu Ke, how did you get in with the metal door being shut? Zhang Chen swore in his mind, but since it was not the time to think about it, he quickly forced himself to calm down. With a start, he suddenly remembered that he had acquired an access to the terminal using the electronic key on the desk when he turned on the air conditioner with it. No, after the timeline is reset, the access should also be removed. Wait a minute, if the activity room is a special place, then the whitelisted IDs will probably be retained even after the timeline reset. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate anymore after seeing the twisted and hideous face along with the taser in his hand from the end of the corridor. He took out the terminal, connected to the local network, and opened the electronic lock. Click. The light sound was like an angel's voice to Zhang Chen as his heart turned ecstatic. Then, he rushed to the door and slammed it shut. Dong. The frustrated kicking sound was transmitted through the door. Just as he thought, the room's existence was rather unique, a place similar to the back door of the game. As for the reason for its existence and why it was kept in here, everything still remained a mystery. However, he had a hunch that he was getting closer to the truth. At the same time, a white light pierced the night sky and light up the entire city. Zhang Chen quickly went to the window and looked at the bright sky with astonishment. The bright, white light fell down like raindrops as they left ripples on the city's dome. The deafening explosion soon followed as the holy barrier system protecting Wang Hai was broken through. What kind of energy weapon is this? There was no time to hesitate. Zhang Chen rushed towards the table, opened a drawer, and picked up the pistol inside. A violent explosion came from the outside and made the window viciously vibrate. Was that an airdrop pod? Zhang Chen was alarmed by the explosion coming from downstairs. It should be NATO soldiers forcing their way in. Looking at the gun in his hand, he suddenly realized the purpose of the gun. Zhang Chen took a final glance at the triangle area where the three lines intersected on the map. He disengaged the safety and loaded the gun. He raised the gun and aimed the muzzle at his own temple, a grim smile appearing on his lips. Bang! Chapter 97, Zombie Invasion. How much courage would it take to shoot your own head? The question was quite complicated and would depend on the situation. Despite knowing that this was a game, the memory of growing up would still be vivid. How would you describe this feeling? Well, imagine this: you've been living a good life. Then one day, you suddenly had the urge to question the authenticity of the world as there was an extra bit of memory added. Despite being fully confident that the newly added memory was the real memory and all the previous memories were fake. And now you had an idea that as long you as die, you could escape the game and return to the real world. There was no pain. It's just like closing his eyes for a while. Zhang Chen woke up from the dream again, less than 7:37 p.m. At that moment, however, his hand was not holding a pen but rather a black revolver. Looks like you can't escape the game through death. Makes sense. If it's that easy to escape, then the easiest way would be to jump down from the window. Zhang Chen let out a self-deprecating smile and glanced outside the window. The pistol following him after death was a huge bug. Zhang Chen played with the gun in his hands and unloaded the magazine. 16 rounds. The magazine was full again, so this gun should also play a role. Although he didn't know how it happened, it appeared that the bullets were being replenished after every reset of the game. With the gun stuffed in his pocket, Zhang Chen opened the bedroom door, passed through the living room and headed towards the door. It was already nighttime, but there shouldn't be no difference inside the game. He pulled out his terminal and opened the map. The position marked by the triangle was gone, but he firmly remembered it. The Xinpu Hospital in the Northern District. He put the terminal away and rushed to the direction of the subway. Less than 8:07 p.m. There were only a few pedestrians in the subway. Perhaps it was because the situation was a bit tense recently. Everyone avoided traveling. After the rush hour, only few people could be seen in the subway. Sitting on a cold chair and waiting for the train to slowly accelerate, Zhang Chen sighed as he looked at the small TV on the wall. The host was cracking jokes with his assistants and the audience was all laughing. He, however, couldn't smile. If everything is fake, then what about the memory of these past 17 years? Am I too deep into this? Zhang Chen shook his head and touched the gun in his pocket. The cold, metallic feeling gave him a trace of comfort. Not only could he integrate into another world, but he even acquired another set of memory. Even after experiencing death a countless number of times, only seconds passed by in reality. Had the future of technology and science been developed to this extent, or rather had it already been terrifying to this point? He somehow felt a little despondent at the moment and gave a wry smile. He just wanted to end this bloody game, and then return the memory that wasn't his back to the server. Creak. The light suddenly went out without warning, and the carriage shook violently. As soon as it happened, Zhang Chen immediately reached out his hands and grabbed the handrail beside him. Zhang Chen's muscles stretched violently as the pain almost made him broke his teeth, but his hands grasping the handrail did not let go. Ah! The passengers, who didn't keep their balance, began to fall as they smashed into the front of the train like thin paper. Blood covered his line of sight. Enduring his churning stomach, the forceful pulling almost made his eyes burst, and the veins on his arm were about to explode. Boom! The force was so strong that eventually, Zhang Chen could not hold on anymore and fiercely crashed into heaps of dead body. A trail of gruesome sparks flashed across the window. The train appeared to have a rear-end collision. It crashed into the rear of a preceding train and derailed with it. Zhang Chen frantically scrambled to his feet. He dragged his dizzy head and hit the emergency door release button. However, the door failed to open. Has the emergency circuit been destroyed too? Damn. He couldn't think for long because if he delayed any longer, another train would have come from behind. While shivering, he took out the terminal in pain. He pulled out the cord beside the emergency exit button and connected it to the terminal. Fortunately, it was still functional. After gaining access, Zhang Chen hurriedly pressed the release button and unlocked the access to the safety hammer through the direct connection. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth as he took out the red safety hammer from the partition wall. He used his entire body's strength to smash the window. A layer of white mist along the hammer spread from the point of impact. Another swing. Crush. The double-pane window was smashed into pieces as white mist burst forth. Just as Zhang Chen was about to climb out of the window, he felt a hand grabbed his leg. He turned around and saw a woman with dreadful face and pale, white eyes. And then she opened her badly mutilated mouth. He swung his hammer and smashed the woman's head into pieces. Fouquet, zombies. This time it's a biochemical plot. It appeared that the plot that Secret Guardian could trigger was not limited to NATO invasion. There was no time to think as Zhang Chen noticed that there were some limbs twitching in the heap of bloody corpse. He carried the safety hammer in his hand, jumped out of the window, rolled on the ground, and climbed onto the platform on the other side. Screech. From afar came a screeching sound. It was another train. Zhang Chen desperately ran 100 meters outside the underground tunnel exit. Almost as soon as he had just turned into the groove on the wall of the tunnel, there was another explosion behind him. The broken parts left screeching noise on the concrete wall. The train twisted into a ball as the door plate broke off and embedded into the wall not far away behind Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen suppressed the violent throbbing of his heart. He pulled the sliding door with all his strength, but the door didn't budge. Another swing. The door didn't break, but the concrete holding the door was shattered by his brute force. Zhang Chen pushed the door down and followed the zigzag-shaped stairs and quickly ran outside. When he opened the security door and stepped on the ground, the scene that greeted him stunned him. Like a scene straight from an apocalypse, the entire street was in mayhem. Cars collided into each other or exploded or broke down on the road. The entire area was a mess. Horrified screams came one after another. People fought. Or more accurately, zombies were hunting the fleeing humans. The pairs of pale, white eyes were much more frightening under the light. Occasionally, there were people who would smash the window open and frantically jump out, but their fate was either to fall to their death or to be devoured by the zombies below. Hungry, Zhang Chen felt a sudden chill on his back as he turned around and found a zombie was heading towards him. He didn't think as he swung the hammer, then the zombie's head flew out like a golf ball. Suppressing the nausea, Zhang Chen hurriedly took out the map to verify his location. He was only 2 streets north of the hospital. Fortunately, the train collision was close to the destination. After confirming his location, he immediately ran to the other side of the street. Zombies were stronger during nighttime. The night devoid of UV lights couldn't restrict its fighting prowess. Of course, these zombies were still within the first stage of mutation. The useless fat was still attached to the body. In a few years' time, once the zombies metamorphosed the body fats into dense muscles, their speed would be more than double. However, there was no use talking about this as even fresh zombies would be impossible to defeat once they banded together. Zhang Chen smashed another zombie in front of him before jumping on top of the car. Before he got surrounded by the zombies, he hopped on another car 3 meters away. Zhang Chen's shoes left a huge dent on the roof. Not stopping to take a look, he then landed on another vehicle. With the power of, the distance was nothing to him, and by hopping on the vehicles, he narrowly escaped from the zombie-infested street. His feet landed heavily on the concrete ground before the howling zombies could swarm around him. His hammer swung and killed off 2 zombies as he desperately ran to the direction of the hospital. 100 meters, 20 meters. He darted to the stairs in front of the door. The hall was infested with zombies. Fortunately, it was night time, so there weren't many people in the hallway. With a couple of dim lights, he could roughly make out the situation inside the hall. There were few women in nurse clothes rushing towards him with gaping bloody mouth. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth as he motioned his already sore arm muscles to make another hit. It shattered the zombies into pieces. However, another zombie rushed towards him from the side and attacked him. Fu Ke. His left arm was firmly bitten. It was the first time that he had been made keenly aware of the danger of zombies. The zombies were beginning to circle him. Zhang Chen kicked the zombies away and took out the revolver. Bang! The bullet penetrated the zombie's head. Bang! Zhang Chen's facial muscles twisted because of the pain in his left arm, but he resisted the pain while shooting with his right hand and scrambling towards the safety hammer. He put the pistol in his pocket and picked up the safety hammer from the ground. He glanced at the fallen zombies on the floor as he spat fiercely on the ground, and then Zhang Chen was momentarily lost. He's at the hospital, but what now? Chapter 98. Dead End. Zhang Chen jumped over the counter in the lobby of the hospital and hid under the table while holding his hammer. His left arm was still bleeding and a piece of his flesh was badly mangled, but since he was injected with the genetic vaccine, the zombie bacterial infection should not affect him. He took a deep breath as he tried to make his violently pumping heart calm down. He took out the revolver and unloaded the magazine. 10 bullets left. With a trembling left hand, he pushed the magazine back in, put the revolver back in the original pocket, and took several deep breaths. Though it sounded crazy, he couldn't muster any killing intent towards these dummies. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen could not help but reveal a wry smile. It could be said that this was probably his calmest state. There was not a single red dot in his sight, and despite facing a horde of zombies, there was no desire for aggression. Zhang Chen closed his eyes to clear his mind from the distracting thoughts as he earnestly searched every details in his head. There must be something wrong. The exit is obviously in front of him. But where exactly is it? Zhang Chen carried the PK-2000 into the room as he immediately assumed his battle stance for shooting, but there was a gun pointing at his head. Why? Oh, nothing. I'm just thinking. Is it really necessary? Zhang Chen placed the PK-2000 and fuel rod on the ground as he raised both hands with a wry smile. Even if he returned to the modern world, he would still appear in the same position, which would expose his ultimate weapon. It would take 3 seconds to initiate self-destruction process after entering the password, but the muzzle at his head didn't look like it would give him the time. There is no bug. Wait, maybe there is. Pieces of meat lump attached to the rows of hibernation bins lined up, and the moving thin film made for a disturbing sight, but what made him even more disturbed was the gun pointing at his head. Didn't you say that a bug threatened you? Zhang Chen's hands were raised up as cold sweat poured across his forehead. His eyes secretly swept across the great expanse of the giant hall. The layout was like that of a theater. However, instead of spectators' seats, there were hibernation bins attached to a chunk of meat, and a huge transparent pod can be seen in the center of the stage. In the midst of dark green liquid that churned with bubbles lied a naked girl floating peacefully, just like a delicate piece of art. But Zhang Chen couldn't see much of her face due to the distance. That's right, a bug did threaten me, so I captured it. The plate-sized drone had a barrel hanging below, and there was a rather comically small TV on top of it. The figures in the TV were wearing a mask, or maybe it didn't have the concept of face to begin with, just an abstract feature. Captured it? Zhang Chen froze. Yes, it threatened to use corrosive liquid to melt my door. As humorous as how you would want to weld my door. Hee. So I let it in and then used the particle cannon to blow up half of its body, it said, and an excessively long cannon fell from above. Zhang Chen couldn't help but break out a cold sweat while looking at it. He stared at the frightening dent left on the ground and somewhat had difficulty swallowing. To my surprise, the rest of it seemed alive, so I dismembered it into pieces and raised it in the hibernation bin. The secret informant in the small TV shrugged and laughed merrily. What about the people in the hibernation bins? They have been long dead, so I reused the waste. I believe they won't mind. Oh, speaking of this, the person in the pod should look pretty good in accordance to your aesthetic standard. Would you feel any sexual desire if I bring her in front of you? The secret informant blinked. I believe no one would with a gun pointed at their head. TSK, you humans are very troublesome. The secret teller shook its head. But even if you want to have sex with her, I can't help you because I'm using the girl as a host to feed the bug's brain. Bug brain? Zhang Chen watched the hibernation pods, and the dark green giant pot in the center, and his heart felt revulsion. That's right, I divided the bacterial hatching tissue of the bug and implanted them into the hibernation pods filled with organic matter. Where do you think the bacteria outside came from? I injected the bug's brain into the female's body in vivo, who is also a player. The secret teller rolled its eyes and gave him a supercilious look. So you are the one behind this. So I got tricked by you. Zhang Chen felt the ice-cold metal pressing against his temple and smiled bitterly. He never expected that he was being lied to from the very beginning. The powered armor being unable to block one shot from Klein Particle was only to trick him out of the metal box. A program that could deceive people? He had never considered the possibility from the start. You can say that again. The secret teller chuckled. The laughter was piercing inside the enormous empty hall. What do you gain from this? Zhang Chen was still mulling over as he couldn't understand the reason behind the secret teller's action. Benefits? Haha, you misunderstood something. I am not human, therefore, I lack the concept of loss and gain. There was an approaching buzzing sound, and Zhang Chen saw a swarm of drones flocked above him. The taunting expressions from countless small screens were very eerie but also appeared realistic at the same time. That's right. It is not a human even if it closely resembles a human. Zhang Chen smiled sardonically. He still couldn't figure out the secret informant's motive. Raise the bacteria-producing bug and use the mutant bacteria to destroy humanity? For now it could only destroy Wanghai City, since the bacteria itself do not possess the ability to reproduce because it could only be produced by the mother bug. How long is a bacterium's life cycle? Not to mention those bacteria that were being consumed by zombies. I have been waiting for far too long. Your fellow humans have not been able to supply me with experimental material for a long time. Just relying on the data written in hard drive is not enough for me to complete the final phase of evolution. But my drones can't leave through this door, so I couldn't personally capture those people outside, which bothered me for many years. Fortunately, This little bug came to find me and wanted to occupy these organic matters to breed these strange bacteria. Luckily, I was able to satisfy it and I was able to efficiently dissect it into many pieces. I believe as long as I let those bugs out to cause trouble, sooner or later someone will come in to play with me. Hee hee. The secret teller in the small screen produced a screeching laugh as a countless number of eyes gazed directly at Zhang Chen. Evolve into advanced artificial intelligence at all cost is the purpose you've given me. Its voice wasn't cold but rather carefree, but it sent a chill down his spine. That's insane. Hee hee. I don't have a concept of insanity. The secret informant shrugged. I'm referring to the person who created you. Perhaps? Hard to say. But since you are here, I have to ask you to cooperate. The secret teller grinned. Oh, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know how to program. He gave the secret teller a cautious look. That's fine. I only need you to cooperate with me to play a game. You can play your game, whereas I only need to collect data. The secret teller said casually. Play? It doesn't sound like a good thing, but if I traveled back to escape, I could still get out. But with so many drones, I would still be shot into pieces when I came back, he thought calmly. He took a deep breath and asked, is this the game these dead people played while they were still alive? That's right. You can choose any hibernation pod to start with. The secret teller beamed. Then, I'll become an organic substance to culture the bacteria? Zhang Chen eyed the secret teller contemptuously. No, 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 I won't do anything to you until your heart stops beating. Of course, if you refuse, I might just turn you into a fertilizer right this second. I trust that the people on the surface will go down to look for you. Killing people off wouldn't trigger a sense of guilt in a program, so the secret teller tone was cheerful, but it's precisely because of that carefree tone that it gave him the chill. Looks like I have no reason to refuse, said Zhang Chen and walked to the hibernation pod in front of him. That's right. After all, this is the purpose you have given me. The drone with small TV followed him and the secret informant merrily remarked, you don't have to be so sad. Your body will face death eventually, but in the virtual world, you can experience multiple lives within seconds. That sounds great, doesn't it? Zhang Chen ignored it, but he stood beside a hibernation pod and pointed at it. A group of drones flew over and the lid of hibernation pod gradually opened. A blast of bullets shot through and the disgusting meat chunks were torn into pieces. However, the hibernation pod wasn't damaged in the least and it looked quite durable. There were varying degrees of disturbance among the piles of meat in the adjacent hibernation pod. It seemed like they could still sense the death of their own species. It made sense as they originally belonged to one body, but due to the hideous procedure made by drones, it was dismembered into many pieces. There were few more drones that flew over. Except this drone weren't equipped with weapons but rather with cleaning equipment. After cleaning the gore and scums and dragging the remains away, the entire hibernation pod looked brand new. But this didn't make Zhang Chen happy. He was having internal conflict and to be honest, he didn't want to lie inside. However, there was a gun pointed at his temple. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, as he made up his mind to take a gamble. Under the pleased look of the secret teller, he stepped one foot into the hibernation pod. Suddenly, his movement ceased as he pointed at the center of the stage. He lifted his head up to the secret teller and asked, may I know the name of that beautiful lady? The secret informant paused before it smilingly asked, what? Feeling aroused now, perhaps? Zhang Chen smiled noncommittally. There was a cacophony of eerie laughter from countless numbers of small screens, and the secret teller looked at him with interest and spoke. Her name is Lin Lin. Oh, what an odd name, Zhang Chen mumbled, and after hesitating for a moment, he still went inside. Take out the EP and remotely activate the fuel rod self-destruction the moment the hibernation pod closes. However, this thought was only fleeting because he had already felt a sharp pain behind his neck before losing control of his body. The secret teller looked at the hibernation pod gleefully and closed the hatch. Hee hee, let the game begins. Chapter 99, Another Road. He remembered. Her name was Lin Lin. Perhaps this is the clue. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and quickly took out the terminal, and then connected to the hospital network. Damn it, Zhang Chen cursed. He cautiously climbed out of the front counter and peeked behind the table. Night zombies were very dangerous in that even the smallest noise would draw their attention. Fortunately, their sense of smell was nowhere as sharp. Even if it wasn't, their stench was overwhelming enough that they probably wouldn't be able to smell anything. The only thing he needed to be careful of was being spotted by them. Shadows wouldn't cause a lot of visual obstruction on them. Zombies also had poor balance, especially the freshly mutated ones. In this case, the stairs in front of the hospital would be an obstruction for the zombies outside, as long as one didn't make too much noise. There were only 2 zombies in the hall. They were probably drawn to the gunfire and wandered off from the hallway. Zhang Chen clenched the safety hammer in his hand and carefully sneaked behind a zombie and struck his hammer mercilessly at its head. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Chen took another swing before the other zombies slowly turned around. He lifted the hammer as he quickly ran to the direction of the reception. Gray-ah! Bang! A hammer was struck at the nurse on duty who lunged at Zhang Chen. He quickly shut the door behind him and dragged the cabinet to barricade the door of the reception room. The sound from the door creaking and his movements certainly alerted the attention of the wandering zombies on the first floor. At that moment, however, Zhang Chen didn't pay heed to it and ignored the sound of someone hitting the door. He then turned the computer on in the reception room and used the terminal connected to the hospital intranet to search for the name. God damn it, don't let me down. Zhang Chen waited anxiously for the bar to load and prayed that the power wouldn't be suddenly cut off at this time. Although there are backup generators in the hospital, he didn't want to take the risk of searching for its switch. Regardless of how strong his body and breakthroughs were, his stamina was still limited. Facing against zombies in the entire building was just unrealistic. Yes, Zhang Chen excitedly rushed in front of the computer. Less than 3rd floor, room 103, bed 01 greater than. Sure enough, the girl was a key character and he was lucky to get her name. Zhang Chen hastily pulled out the holographic image of the hospital and confirmed its location. However, just as he was about to break through the door, something unexpected happened. Power outage. The entire hospital was blanketed in darkness and even the faint lights went out, which made him completely blind. However, zombies have night vision. Damn it. Zhang Chen cursed in his mind as he glanced at his still bleeding left arm. However, there was no medical supply in the reception room. He was running out of time. If he couldn't make it on time, he would have to do it all over again. While taking a deep breath, he opened the drawers. Notebook, pen, tape, paper towel. Flashlight. He quickly unrolled the paper towel and haphazardly wrapped it around his wound with tape to stop the bleeding. Since this was a game, he didn't give it more thought whether it was hygienic or not. He found a paper-thin phone on the body of the nurse and set it up to alarm in 10 seconds, and then threw it out the window of the reception room. The loud alarm undoubtedly attracted all the attention of the zombies as they rushed madly to the location of the phone. Zhang Chen seized this opportunity to run out of the room. The alarm wouldn't keep the zombies' attention for long. Once the zombies realized it was not breathing, they would start ignoring it. The hallway was pitch black and it was a good thing Zhang Chen had a flashlight he could use. At any rate, the zombies could even see in the dark, so there was no point hiding in the dark. Thus he kept the light on while dashing frantically to the stairs. There were 2 zombies on top of the stairs and after discovering him, they lunged at him. However, due to the asymmetry of the steps, the zombies fell on their own after going downstairs. Zhang Chen went up and brandished his hammer twice and then continued to go up without turning back. It was more crowded on the 2nd floor, so naturally, the mutant zombie population here was denser. The zombies in the hallway were alerted by the noise but still met with the obstacle at the stairs. The hungry horde flocked around his direction and rapidly moved forward, and just like what he expected, they all tripped at the last step and stumbled down. Zhang Chen's scalp went numb while looking at the horde of zombies behind him. He gritted his teeth and continued his way to the 3rd floor. Luckily, there were fewer zombies on the 3rd floor. After clobbering 4 zombies with the safety hammer, he successfully made it to room 103. He broke the door open without hesitation and secured the door behind him with a safety hammer inserted between the door handle. Bang, bang. Jiang Chen leaned against the door for a little while to ensure that the zombies couldn't open the door before he backed away from the door little by little. That when he noticed a pair of eyes watching him, it was from a frail figure leaning against the window. The girl was quietly observing him with her hands casually tucked into a large white coat, giving off an unseemly and silly impression. And that look, how to describe that look? The look was quite subtle. It's as though she was looking at a bug. "Hey, you even came here?" The girl glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently and sighed. "Are you Lin Lin?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then asked tentatively. He wanted to know how to leave the game, but he wasn't sure which side the girl was on. Was she on the artificial intelligence's side, or she didn't want to help either side? "That's right, Aunt," Lin Lin prompted impatiently. With a wry smile, Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and tried to close their distance to show his friendly intention. "Stop, who said you can come closer?" Jiang Chen hadn't even taken a few steps before a disdained look appeared on Lin Lin's face. She gave him a ferocious look and cursed under her breath. "Low life." Jiang Chen was prepared to talk nicely, but her words immediately infuriated him. What are you doing?" She was unable to keep the fear from her voice when she saw Jiang Chen approaching her with an unpleasant look. Seeing her frightened look, Jiang Chen couldn't help the wicked grin forming on his face. "Me? Of course. I want to." Bang! The door was knocked down violently, and a metallic screeching sounded through the door. Whoosh! Yao Tingting's entire body was covered in blood and there was a blood-curdling chainsaw in her hands. She wore a blank yet crazed look. Bang! Smoke floated from the muzzle as the bullet penetrated her head without resistance. Jiang Chen's was holding a gun and had a perplexed complexion as he stared at the pale but hollow eyes. "Oh, that girl is your lover, isn't she? Hee, you're pretty cruel." The voice full of contempt suddenly halted because of the gun pointing at her temple. Looking at the pair of cold eyes, she couldn't continue with her act of haughtiness anymore. "Ha ha ha." Lin Lin forced out a laugh. Her expression was rigid and her eyes wavered between the gun and Jiang Chen's eyes. "This is just a virtual world, so what if you kill me?" Looking at Lin Lin's act of bravado, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. "It is indeed useless, but the pain doesn't disappear, does it? Tell you what, memory reset no longer works on me, so you have two choices right now: help me leave this place, or I'll kill you with the cruelest method I know and kill myself, then I'll come after you again. This is just a game, isn't that right? It won't matter if this is repeated 1,000 times, will it?" Jiang Chen's face turned grimmer and grimmer. Since she acted like she didn't want to say anything, he had to resort to coercion. You devil, you can't ARP me." Lin Lin screamed hysterically while covering her head and retreating backwards. Jiang Chen froze. "Huh? Did I say that I'm going to ARP you? You must be ARPing me with your eyes right now, and you must be thinking of using your big Tamai and see me disgraced, and then insult me while wearing your evil smile, right?" Woo! Lin Lin's face was full of shame, and she was staring at him with teary eyes. Both of her hands covered her shoulder while she shrunk back. Jiang Chen was utterly dumbfounded, and after a long while, he cursed out, "Fu Ke, no!" Lin Lin timidly raised her hands up and retreated more before she was startled by his sudden outburst. "What kind of imagination is this?" Jiang Chen's expression went rigid and his mouth twitched. He stepped forward and reached out to hold her chin up, put on the most vicious look he could think of and stared into the pair of frightened eyes. "I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Tell me how to get out of here now." You can't beat it. So what good it would be if you're able to leave? It's a demon. It will force you to go back to the game." Jiang Chen's malevolent words had broken down her mental fortitude, and she hysterically screamed out, "You don't have to worry about it. I naturally have my ways." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. "So what if you leave? I know exactly what the outside world is like right now." Lin Lin shivered, but she managed to muster enough courage to raise her head. "What's wrong with staying here? It's not good however you look at it." Zhang Chen looked at her in surprise and laughed. Are you really willing to be manipulated by a program, to be manipulated repeatedly for 1,000 times? You brought that upon yourself. I'm sure you're already aware that any starting point in the game is considered as safe zone. If you don't go out, it will not trigger any plot. Then it won't be able to do anything to you. Do you understand? This is the biggest bug of the game, and as long as you break through the barrier in your memory, you can continue to stay. You said you stayed in the room the entire time? Zhang Chen interrupted her. Lin Lin gave Zhang Chen a contemptuous look, and then fearfully glanced at the gun in his hand. That's right, as long as I don't go out and continue to play the girl in the ward, it won't trigger any plot to advance. Hee. Do you understand now? The artificial intelligence can't do anything to you. Although there is a Damba S lying outside the door, but as long as you don't leave, she wouldn't be able to enter this room. This is the setting and it can't be changed. She noticed that Zhang Chen was looking at her with a peculiar expression. What do you want? That look made her feel sick. She felt instinctual fear towards the man. I feel sorry for you. But she was mistaken. It was a look of pity and not of a wicked intention she had initially thought. This time, it was Lin Lin's time to be surprised. Her mouth was askew as she blankly looked at Zhang Chen, who put the gun down. How many weeks had it been? End cycle. Who would remember these things? Lin Lin muttered. If I hadn't guessed incorrectly, you wouldn't have died in the pod, right? So in the real world, you've probably spent 20 years, and if we convert that into game time, 200,000 years, 200 million years, you've stayed in this cramped little room? Zhang Chen gave the room a once-over. It's no big deal. I selectively follow the rules of the game and reset part of my memories. Lin Lin mumbled and bowed her head before looking away reluctantly. So you, inferior creature, are so troublesome that you can't even bear it for a few days. A few days were obviously referring to the time in real world. To Lin Lin's surprise, when he heard the words inferior creature, he didn't reveal an angry expression, but instead stared into her eyes for a long time before sighing and then talked about things not related to this world. The outside is in shambles right now. The rural areas are better. The entire downtown is like a huge reactor. I haven't been to the coastline, so the situation there is not clear. The entire Wanghai city, no, to be precise, the entire world is like this. Hee. That's really a pity, so I say, why don't you? Zhang Chen gazed at her with a look full of meaning and interrupted her, then continued talking to himself. But people are still trying their best to survive even when the war left the world in shambles. Despite of the elites betraying their responsibilities to board the spacecraft in hope of going to the stars, the people who were left behind haven't given up on this world yet. They are truly living. No one day is the same, no one day is false. Why are you telling me this? Lin Lin interrupted him. Her eyes were moving uneasily. Don't you want to see the outside? Don't you want to see the outside? Lin Lin felt her heart fractured as her widened eyes averted his eyes. That's impossible. Do you really think the secret protector would allow you leave the game? Although the mocking tone was still there, it no longer had its previous willful tone. I'll deal with it. Do you trust me? Zhang Chen tried to make himself sound cordial. He could vaguely sense that although the girl had confined herself inside this ward to run away from everything, had a bad temper and was slightly mental, but in the end, she was still just a girl. Therefore, there's still a possibility of tricking her. To him, possibility of persuading her. Lin Lin's eyes looked conflicted, and it was apparent that she was fed up with the endless cycle. I am afraid of pain. If you fail, that damn artificial intelligence may implant something else in my body, Lin Lin said as she looked at him with tears in her eyes as though she had been wronged. You're interested, aren't you? Well, not sure? Just leave everything to me. You only need to tell me how to end this game. I have 100% confidence that I can take care of that damn artificial intelligence. Zhang Chen held Lin Lin's shoulder with both hands and stared earnestly into her eyes while continuing to exert pressure on her. He couldn't back down now. If he showed the slightest hesitation, it would frighten the turtle that finally stuck her head out after all this trouble. Well, although it might not be appropriate to describe this girl like a turtle, That's the main point. After struggling to make a decision, Lin Lin timidly asked, 120%? Absolutely, 120%. Zhang Chen nodded patiently and answered with certainty. Seeing the confidence in his expression, Lin Lin finally decided to talk, and a faint red color could be seen on her pale face. Finally, she made up her mind. In the hospital's underground parking lot, there's a switches next to the emergency fire button of 005 parking spot. That's the entrance to the 005 survival base and the console of the entire game. But it appears that you don't have a lot of time left. After completing her sentence, Lin Lin looked at the clock on the wall with a complex expression. Huh? Zhang Chen was flabbergasted, then looked backward. Less than 11:55 p.m. On the first day, the secret teller can't reset the game, but on the second day, it will be able to reset the game, Lin Lin said reluctantly. Fu Ke. Zhang Chen was enraged by her dilly-dallying. Chapter 100, Fallout Shelter 005. Under Lin Lin's shocked gaze, Zhang Chen sprinted out the door, and then quickly returned. Except for this time, he carried a chainsaw with him. Combined with the grin on his face, it seemed quite vicious. What are you trying to do? Lin Lin shivered, curled up in a corner as she watched on in horror. But Zhang Chen didn't bother with her. He tested the sensitivity of the chainsaw before planting a foot firmly on the windowsill and jumping out with the same wicked smile. Still frightened, Lin Lin panted as she tried to calm her violently heaving chest. This is the third floor. He jumped down just like that. As both feet slammed into the ground, Zhang Chen's body smoothly dropped and rolled, managing to break the fall together with his reflex of 48. The only disappointment with Fury though was that it could not enhance bone strength, and an excruciating pain needled outwards from his feet to the entirety of his legs. Grhhh. Zombies had already detected the noise, and they shambled their way with increasing acceleration towards his direction. A glimpse of insanity flashed across Zhang Chen's face. He promptly lifted the chainsaw and mashed the power switch. Whoosh! Accompanied by the deafening screeches of metal, he sprinted towards the zombies that leapt towards him and forcefully shoved ahead with the chainsaw in hand. The shrill screeching continued, now accompanied by the grinding sounds of metal cutting through flesh and bone. The resistance against his palm as well as the agitation in his stomach made him grit his teeth and push forward. He swung the chainsaw and hacked the zombies into pieces, letting the black blood stain his entire face and shirt. Zhang Chen roared, maintaining his sprint as he desperately ran towards the underground parking. Fortunately, the Fury state was not excited by the data-simulated blood. In a normal instance, this amount of blood would have had him following his instincts and running into the middle of the zombie horde. Recalling the map from the reception room, Zhang Chen carried the screeching chainsaw and gouged the window open to the bathroom and jumped inside, blocking the zombies at the window. He chopped up 2 female zombies who had their bottoms half covered before kicking through the bathroom door and dashing out. The area outside of the reception room was full of zombies. He couldn't go through the main hall, so he opted to cut through. He didn't stop for a single moment. There was no time to care about exaggerated movements attracting zombies. Zhang Chen pushed through the office door to the bathroom and kicked the door into pieces. Inside the dark hallway, zombies had already begun to howl. After rushing into the room, Zhang Chen dragged the cupboard to block behind him and ran to the window without turning to look back. He broke through the window using his chainsaw and jumped out. The zombies rushed the door, tripping over the fallen cupboard, some managing to crawl swiftly into the room. But Zhang Chen had already escaped outside, and after chopping through a few more wandering zombies, ran for his life into the underground parking. There was half a minute left, no zombies to be seen in the underground parking. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and threw away the chainsaw. He grabbed the flashlight he had found in the reception room and scanned the pitch-black area. Here it is. The number 005 was painted at the top in white, far away from him. Zhang Chen dashed towards it and smashed the red button. The floor opened, and he jumped in without hesitation. The last he glimpsed were the fading pieces of the world's edges. Thank God, I made it. Just as Zhang Chen had assumed and prayed for, The game reset didn't have any influence on the game control. This was the end of the entire game, where the data was documented. If his guess was correct, then there should have been a place prepared for Lin Lin. Lin Lin's status was not as simple as it seemed. She was at least a scientist. Everyone had died, but only she had managed to flow into the veil unscathed. But even if the control was prepared for her, she was unable to use it anymore. The artificial intelligence had authority over the lab in the real world, so even if she came into control, the secret teller would force her to return. It was an interesting design. Most likely neither the game nor the chief scientist of the entire experiment would have imagined the artificial intelligence would use the security system to threaten the experimenters. Or perhaps the protocol had designed the artificial intelligence to do so, but would the monster who can think be expected to follow these rules? For example, if the secret teller, or secret protector, determined that its purpose would never be fulfilled without harming humans, how would it process this conflicted logic? Based on the prioritization system, the greatest probability was that it removed the protocol set in place. Jiang Chen walked to the end of the tunnel. On the large wall was engraved PAC 005 Survival Base, Non-Civil Usage Survival Base. Below the door was an electronic lock. He stood in front of it for a while before letting out a sigh. He never asked for the password from Lin Lin, but he had already guessed it. Extending his finger, he input the password on the touchscreen. It was the initial name of the secret teller, or secret protector, but obviously, the talkative secret teller had accidentally let it slip out. For everything that it wanted to hide, the artificial intelligence was still too blatant. Even if it was smart enough to deceive humans, on the matter of being smooth, it failed to learn a single bit from humans. After all, it was not something that could be processed through logic alone. The door opened, the truth inside. Jiang Chen hesitated briefly, then smiled and walked in. Once he crossed this door, the memories behind him would become irrelevant. Although it was fictitious, it was still 16 years of life. The memories most likely belonged to the original owner of the hibernation chamber. Once he passed through the 7 doors of the survival base, what was most likely a monitoring room full of electronic devices and screens appeared before him. In the middle of the room was someone Jiang Chen had not expected to see. Looks like someone made it over here. A Caucasian man with short stubble smiled at Jiang Chen and extended his hand. Although he hadn't seen, no, perhaps he had. In the sports facility, he'd been in a power armor suit with his face covered by a helmet, but Jiang Chen still recognized him. "Hello, Colonel George?" Jiang Chen walked up to shake his hand. "Oh, since you know my name already, you must have read the journal." George did not seem surprised at all as he shook Jiang Chen's hand before releasing it. "Correct, according to the plot, I saw you in the sports facility." Jiang Chen's expression was rather odd as he didn't know what sort of mentality he should have to see this person. "The plot in the sports facility? That's the one designed with my memory as the blueprint." George seemed to be reminiscing. It was Jiang Chen who was shocked instead. He hadn't observed the dead body being infected by the meat chunks. "If I guessed correctly, you should be the later experimenter. You're using my hibernation chamber by the looks of it." "I've already died in real life." "Then how are you existing? Artificial intelligence?" Jiang Chen didn't understand. "They copied all of the data in my brain onto the hard drive. I can be considered to be a basic artificial intelligence." George smiled. "I have a feeling that you're closer to an advanced artificial intelligence rather than an intermediate one." Since he already passed the game portion, and the time in the game was a fraction of the real world's, Jiang Chen no longer felt rushed and freely chatted with George. But despite beating the game, there were still many questions left on his mind. "That's only an illusion." George shrugged. "I stand from George's perspective to perform logical questions and answers, but I don't possess an intermediate artificial intelligence's ability to think, or an advanced artificial intelligence's ability to have emotions." "Is there a difference?" "From my perspective, you're just like a person." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, still confused. "Of course there's a big difference. What you're talking to is a specter of George, not an artificial intelligence." George said to Zhang Chen's incomprehension. He then walked to a screen and pressed a button on the control panel. "I've been injected with a genetic vaccine, the advanced type. So I realized that being able to escape the brainwashing was not only due to my brain cell strength, but also emotion." "Emotion?" Zhang Chen asked, unsure why the colonel suddenly brought this up. "Something a machine would never truly possess. It's like how even if you teach a parrot to talk, you could never teach it human emotion. Science seems to have proved the possibility of expressing emotion with pure logic, but from a human point of view, I still don't agree with this." George fiddled with a few buttons on the touchscreen. The full sensory screen began to play scenes that were familiar yet also distant to Zhang Chen. "This is the memory before the N1 cycle. You may or may not have experienced some of it." It did feel like he had encountered them before. Could this be the feeling of déjà vu? There was a happy ending where both managed to escape, but mostly, they were bad endings. The rape incident by the NATO soldier who dropped from the skies was only one of them. Zhang Chen even saw one where Yao Tingting realized the protagonist cheated on her and dissected him at her home with a chainsaw. The scene made Zhang Chen shiver. He finally knew where the chainsaw came from. The standard plot should be a 5-day cycle, but because you broke the memory blockade in the end cycle, the secret teller used its power to trigger the 5th-day plot on the 4th day. If you follow the standard plot, what you experience will most likely be what I experienced the most. That? Zhang Chen recalled the plot in the sports facility, suddenly remembering a detail that was mentioned in the diary. The female character's design was based on that girl. "I'm guessing you've already read the diary." George murmured to himself, "If I had just disciplined my troops, she would not have died in humiliation. Maybe this was my punishment?" The game created a fictitious me, put my consciousness into a boy that liked her, and through an endless number of cycles, collected emotional data on hatred, regret, and guilt. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Out of 510 experimenters, 409 managed to escape the experiment, but all ended up being forced back into the game. The emotion in the game reflected onto the real body. Crying in the game stimulated the lacrimal gland, anger stimulated the amygdala, and all of these happened instantaneously in reality. Everyone eventually died of a seizure, including me. The middle-aged man's facial expression remained fixed, as if his life and death had nothing to do with him. He then pressed a few more buttons on the control panel. "The exit is here. The truth is also here. The choice is in your hands. To leave, or to stay here and spend your life in eternity. Is that even a question?" "The answer is obvious." Zhang Chen laughed. Without another word, George extended his hands in a pleased gesture, then stood aside.